Virtual camera on. Hi. Sorry. That might have messed up our ability to get people in here.
Talking about embarrassing moments in Spain.
I don't think you know of any embarrassing moments in Spain.
I actually don't think so.
I have one embarrassing moment in Spain involving you. Hi, guys. That I don't think you're aware of, and I think of it all the fucking time.
No.
And I've never told anyone about it.
It's kind of like backfired on me that I said
No. It's my embarrassing moment, but it involves you. Yeah. And it. Hola, bufón. We got a Spaniard in here. A Spanish friend. Hola, bufón. Can you hear? ¿Escuchas? ¿Puedes escuchar a mi amigo? ¿Escuchas? We're on the phone with my friend in Denmark, guys. We were talking about what the hell is going on in you're in Copenhagen still, right? Or you're outside of Copenhagen?
Yeah, Copenhagen.
My friend, ¿sí? Is that más o menos? A ver, voy a subir el volumen un poco. It is a directional mic after all. Yeah. Hi, RK. Hey guys, don't forget to tap the live. I got my friend on the phone right now who's in Copenhagen. Are you in here? Are you watching on YouTube? Did you find it? Well, I'm just asking. I don't know if you want.
I'm just like.
Oh shit, that's what happened last time. Privacy. It was set to private. Damn. That's so weird. I was wondering why the other night, like, no one was on YouTube, and I was like, why did I get 0? Not that I get many viewers on YouTube, but Alcalde Mandani salió. Yeah, exactly. Hi, happy Friday Eve. Wait, isn't it Thursday? So yeah, Friday Eve. So
Now it's Friday here. I don't know about you, but yeah. I mean it's Thursday for you.
Hi, Teasy. But I don't feel so. Teasy is my German friend on Twitch, my like only Twitch follower, and he's in German. Teasy. And he says, but I don't speak Danish. Feels bad, man.
Okay, yeah, I do. I mean, I don't even.
He says, "Aw."
That well, so.
I thought you were speaking German for a sec.
I mean, it's pretty much like German.
Okay, let me get my.
I think it came from Germanic roots. So
Activate.
it's not. It's a little bit. I would say it's a little bit nicer than German, but it's still a little bit. Wow. Tell the Dansk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the embarrassing moment. Now I'm like very curious. What was this?
Wait, hold. Sorry, I'm just trying to set all this up. Sorry. It's always like all the like. The whole setup thing is so annoying because I use like 5 different programs and they all like update randomly. And so it's like whenever one, like for @perezbrenna, what? Reload all streams. No streams on YouTube. Privacy public. Okay, we're there, right? Why isn't it? Guys, I'm having technical difficulties. Hi guys, welcome. Oh, there we go. Now, okay, now we got the chat up, the multi-chat. Okay. Hi. Okay, sorry. Embarrassing what? Hi guys, welcome up. We got my friend in Denmark on the phone right here. I basically forced him to go live with me. His name is Juan. I've talked about him before on here. I've reminisced about my dear friend Juan. Yeah, of course. Because I don't really tell you about my live streams. We talk like once a year, maybe. Sometimes we go a couple years without talking.
I always say I'm gonna call, soon, and then like a year passes, and then I call, and we have like a 2-hour conversation, and the same thing keeps happening.
It's longer than 2 hours usually. Yeah.
My fault.
Always your fault. But now that I'm famous, he called me. Just like, whatever.
Let me clarify. Just because you're famous.
Just because I'm famous. He randomly called me today, and I was like, wait, did you call me? Or no, you messaged me, and I called you. Oh, you didn't even call me, did you?
I messaged you like a very important article that you should definitely
That's what it was.
mention at some point in this. And then like you just called me like right afterwards, and I was on my way to work because it was very early.
Yeah. Because,
I didn't expect it, but we did have a nice talk.
We did have a nice talk. Because the reason I had to call right when he messages me is because it's so hard. Otherwise, we're never going to talk. I got to know you're on your phone. I will say, while we're on the subject of reminiscing, I still recommend whenever people are like, what is one documentary I have to watch, blah, blah, blah. I still recommend a documentary you recommended to me. Do you know which one that is?
Social Network.
No. That's not a documentary.
Which one?
I didn't say it. I said that's not a documentary. Social Network. Is it?
Oh, is it?
No, I don't think so.
No, well, it's not really a movie either. I mean, I guess it's kind of like a documentary. But
I don't know.
no, sorry, not the Social Network. Sorry. I forget it now.
It's Dear Zachary.
Oh, Dear Zachary. Oh my God.
Yeah.
Don't remind me.
Don't remind me. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, like, I think it's pretty well known to those who are familiar with it that one of the saddest documentaries to ever have been made.
Most devastating ones ever. But you got to watch it without knowing anything about it for the effect. That's how Juan recommended it to me, and that's how I recommend it to everyone. You got to not look it up, not do any research, just watch it. But you got to be ready for... Last time we were 5 people into... Oh, that's right, TZ. Okay. Sorry. Okay, so people coming in, I know some people are like just swiping through, but this is my friend in Denmark. He's in Denmark, and we were just talking about how airspace over Copenhagen has been closed recently, right? Or is it just closed? First you said like, oh, I don't know if you know this, but the airport has been closed. But then you said drones specifically can't fly. So which one is it?
Yeah. At first, they noticed that like some drones were flying above the airport airspace or close to it, and it wasn't just your standard, drone. So they thought, it's probably something that isn't, too safe to have around, and they started spotting a few other ones of these. I think also in Heathrow and other places around Europe.
Really?
And so with the whole, scare, they decided to ban drones outright for like a couple weeks, I think. And
Damn.
it's not like we were like completely like freaked out or anything, but I think it was more like protocol, right? I mean, with the situation right now, it's just, you have to be careful. So.
Yeah. And you were saying other stuff about... We'll just talk about what you were saying earlier about like the testing the water. You were saying like, oh, some people are saying they think there's going to be all-out war in a year? And you think Russia's just testing the waters?
I mean, the thing is, like, the main worry is that, like, at the moment, it seems like Russia is kind of testing Europe in terms of either possible hacking of critical systems or suspicious drone activity, also around Denmark.
Mm-hmm.
It's like pretty well known that there's like some kind of like spy submarine or something that is just every once in a while, like it has been noticed to be roaming around, not really doing anything super like, what is it, like not aggressive or whatever, but they're there. And just because these little acts have been noticed, Denmark and other European countries, just by standard protocol, have had to respond to this and just kind of be on their toes.
Yeah.
And of course, this gets into the news, and people are, a little bit freaked out. But
Teasy is saying, sorry to interrupt, but Teasy is saying Germany is now establishing a protocol for dealing with drone threats properly.
yes.
And Munich and Berlin airports both have been closed recently due to the hostile drone activity.
Yeah, exactly.
You know,
and Denmark is prepared as well, and they have had talks with some kind of like anti-drone companies with France, and they are also kind of like this has been like a month ago or something in the news, so it's not like something that is ongoing right now, but
right.
I would say that now Denmark is definitely more prepared for such a thing. So.
Gotcha. Yeah, I was mentioning this when I was like, I'm gonna go live. That's really interesting. I'm gonna write this down. But did you see how Trump was talking about how maybe like NATO should kick Spain out?
I haven't heard exactly that, but I have heard that Spain has been somewhat kind of like neutral to the whole situation, and maybe that has something to do with that. I don't know.
Munich, sorry, Copenhagen. Okay. I don't know about neutral, but basically, who was the envoy? There's some diplomat who met with Trump. Some European diplomat. I don't remember who it was specifically. I kind of want to say it was the Danish guy, but I don't think it was. Was it the Norwegian guy?
You're saying today?
No, not today. A couple weeks ago. No, not South Korean. A European one. South Korea is not in Europe, Randy. I don't know, some European one who was in there, member of NATO, and in the meeting, Trump was like, "Oh, we should talk about, maybe Spain should be kicked out of NATO, because they're not pulling their weight. I hear, blah blah blah. They're not doing enough, and we've got to make sure that they do it right." So, for those who are unfamiliar, the U.S. recently, Trump was like, because he's Putin's puppet, was like, fuck NATO. We don't want to spend as much money. Everyone should increase their defense spending by 5%, right? All member states. And I don't want to go off on too much of a tangent, but the root? What are you talking about? Move on. NATO, as much as Trump and MAGA are too fucking stupid to understand this, I think Trump probably understands it, but he's a puppet. MAGA is too stupid to understand this. The reason, NATO is very good for the U.S. as well, because the U.S. likes to make a lot of military equipment, and the U.S. also likes for other countries in the world, especially its allies, to depend on the U.S. for military equipment. Why? Because that makes you powerful. That makes you fucking powerful. But also, it literally makes you a shit ton of money. So NATO member states, the whole agreement for NATO is that the U.S. gets to basically force a bunch of other countries to buy its military equipment, buy all this shit. And it gets to put bases down on European ground, NATO ground, and have military bases elsewhere in the world, because the U.S. is otherwise very isolated, physically, right? It's hard to get to the U.S. for an attack, but it's also hard for the U.S. to get anywhere else for an attack, unless you're Mexico, which, as we see. Anyway. Yeah, that said. Mark Rutte, the Dutch guy. Oh, okay, the Dutch guy. Yes, thank you. And so, with Finland's president. It was during a meeting with Finland's president. Yeah, that sounds right. And, hi, Jess. And yeah, U.S. bases in Spain were settled thanks to Paquito. Oh wait, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? So the hi Oslo. Sorry, Oslo, you're right. Marionette rather than puppet. Oslo is a puppet. Paquito Franco. But when you're saying they were settled, or you mean like they were set up under? Yeah, yeah. Anyway, sorry, this is my ADHD, Juan. So I was explaining, I was like, so Trump being like, maybe we should kick out Spain because they're not like pulling their weight. Because when Trump was like, everyone in NATO should increase their spending to 5% of their GDP on military spending, he's basically quite literally being like, everyone in NATO should give 5% of their GDP mostly to us, to me. And so right now, because, you know, Europe is in a precarious position, what with Russia like invading it, they were like, fine, but also just know that all of America's allies, like Trump is weakening those relationships, and all of America's allies are now working on alternative solutions so that no one is ever as dependent on the U.S. for anything ever again. So congratulations. You fucked it. But so.
I think it's good. I mean, Europe.
Yeah.
I mean, Europe. It's about time, you know.
Yeah, I agree. I
Has
agree.
to not depend on. I mean, yeah.
I agree.
But
But
there's anything positive about all of this is that Europe now is kind of like coming to the realization that
yeah,
it has to stand up for itself and not rely on the U.S. for
yeah,
these kind of.
exactly. I'm glad for it too. So I'm sort of like, congratulations, you fucked it, U.S. But it's about time you got dethroned. You guys are a bunch of fucking assholes. But the but Spain was like I believe it was the only country that was like, yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. We're not spending 5% of our GDP on military spending on this. And so Americans who are stupid, MAGA, are like, oh, about it. And so I always start the conversation with like, okay, why do you think that NATO, all of the other members of NATO, the smart ones, were like, okay, that's fine. Why do you think that is? I'm not gonna wait for the answers tonight, because whatever. Juan, I'm just gonna show you. You're just like.
They're so protected by all the other European countries, so they're like, they're like the buffer zone. You know, we don't have to do anything.
That's one of them. That's one of the reasons. But it's more than that. And Juan, you should know this. You should know some of this. Because a lot of this I know because of how I grew up. Think, Juan. Think. What types of people...
They do the siesta every day. They don't want to, like...
No.
Stress about these things, you know. They're like, you know...
I mean, sure, but...
I don't know. What is the answer?
What types of people did we go to school with?
International people.
Yeah, but... Okay, what was 1/3 of our school?
Spanish people.
The other... You're the one who's like, I gotta sleep. American people. What kind of chat is like, think, Juan. What kinds of American people were at our school? There's a few types.
American people. What do you mean? What types of American? Now I'm really actually confused. I'm not like being funny anymore.
There were a lot of military kids, right?
Oh yeah.
There were a lot of embassy kids, CIA kids, diplomats kids.
Exactly.
Remember? And do you remember and kids of diplomats? Yeah, exactly. TZ, you got it. TZ got it before you did. TZ didn't even go to bullies. Yes, that too. TZ didn't even go to school with us. CIA kids.
Mainly bullying me, but
that's so not true. That is so not true. You once
CIA kids.
CIA kids.
Probably, actually. I don't know.
I know of one for sure, and the rest are theories.
Yeah.
You know of one for sure also. Don't you remember?
What? CIA?
I don't want to say it. I don't want to like anything. I mean,
Okay,
you know.
yeah.
But like, I'll give you the hints. Do you remember that night that we like went into the city? It was like you, me, Vlad, and blank, and there we were playing with like we got some like flour, and we were like running around like throwing flour on each other.
Really?
Of course, you know this. How do you not know?
No,
that?
I know this, but CIA? Really?
Her dad.
Wow.
How do you not know that? She was like so open about it. She was like, "Yeah, my dad's like CIA." Yeah.
I don't remember
She was like,
this at
I mean,
all.
he's a contractor in the Middle East, but we used to live in Langley.
I mean, I guess I should have made the connection, but I mean, like,
they were like so
CIA,
open about
though,
it.
I mean, it could have been a lot of different kind of like organizations, I guess, but
yeah, it could have been. It could have been, but they lived in Langley, Virginia before. But anyway, but also here's the thing, and I learned this more as an adult. We went to school with a lot more, and you know, this is not, by the way, I'm not like revealing any sort of crazy secrets here. It's just maybe not stuff that like people walk around knowing, but anyone with any interest in any of this knowledge would easily figure it out. Okay, none of this is like, but the CIA stations typically are in embassies, like U.S. embassies, like because that is the best cover you have, and everyone knows this, right? This is true for just about every intelligence operation. The smart thing and the typical thing is you're gonna have the like center, the operating center placed in your embassies, because the best cover for any sort of operative is a diplomat. You know what I mean? They, in many ways, they are diplomats, but also that's how, you know, it just for so many logistical reasons, that is what, you know, makes sense. So, you know, we went to school with a lot of people who worked in the embassy. And so, like, I'm sure a lot of them were just random people who worked there, but a lot of them probably had more spicy jobs, let's just say, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so yeah, so that's again, it's like I'm pretty sure it's like on the Wikipedia page of like where are different like CIA stations, and I'm pretty sure it's like typically the CIA works out of embassies. Aid work, sure, yeah, John, but yeah. I mean, there's different types of like CIA, whatever. I don't know. I'm not CIA, but I'm just saying there's like this is typical knowledge. Also, the CIA has been caught operating in recent years in different, like we know CIA is like they're everywhere, but whatever. But also, like if that wasn't enough to understand this, like it's also pretty easy when you start realizing that a lot of summits that Spain is treated by the US as this sort of like central command for both Africa, if I'm not mistaken, and like part of Europe. They also have like a pretty big base in Germany, but so Spain is like a pretty central kind of command center for a lot of U.S. operations like around the world, like diplomatic ones, and partially also because they have a couple of they have a couple of bases, right? So they have Rota. Does that sound familiar, Juan? I know you've heard of Rota.
Never in my life, and we will never mention it again.
But what does that mean?
No, I'm joking.
You're trying to be sneaky.
I'm part of Rota, okay?
Your dad's not intelligence, is he?
No.
Okay. You see how he got quiet? I think yes. Just kidding.
Fine, I'm CIA, okay?
You're CIA. Not CIA, but... Oh, you also grew up in a spook town and had friends, but never involved personally. Yeah, right? The central... Yeah, that's funny. So see, we got other people. Not really. Juan also isn't American, so no, his parents would not be CIA. They would, if anything, be a different intelligence thing.
So, like, I've always wanted to ask this, like, so where do judging by this accent, like, so where would I be from if I were American?
That's a great question. I I asked a very famous TikToker to figure out where it sounds like I'm from. He analyzes accents and figures out where people are from. And he sent me a guess, and he got it wrong. He always gets it right, but he got it wrong with me. Wait a second, maybe I am the CIA plant here.
I mean, like, I guess you always have an American accent, right?
It was more neutral when I was younger.
Yeah. I mean, you have like a Spanish, like a pretty good Spanish accent, also because you have that side of you as well. So I don't know, but
He.
where would I be from?
What's that? Where would you be from?
Where would I be from?
I don't know. We should record your voice and ask Zay to do that. But chat, where does Juan sound like he's from? Zay guessed I think he said somewhere like around Tennessee.
Seriously?
Yeah, something like that. Well, he guessed that my American parent, because I gave him some clues. I was like, I did not grow up in the U.S. I had one American parent. I was like educated by a lot of American accent English speakers, and I live in the U.S. now. But my friend is a little quiet.
I mean, you can hear me, right?
Yeah, I can hear you. It's just chat because it's the directional mic, I think.
Oh, yeah.
You know. Maybe if I...
Also, my voice is, like, sometimes, like, just very hard to hear, since, like, my range is just, like, maybe, like, an octave lower than normal.
You got that deep voice. What were we talking about? Oh, yeah. Okay, so Rota. Rota is technically a naval base, and it's the place where the highest number, at least at one point it was, the highest amount of overseas American troops are stationed in Rota, Spain. Rota, and do you know why they have a station in Rota, Spain, which is like in the very south of the Spain, or yeah, very south of the peninsula? Right by Gibraltar. That's the tip. That's the clue. We don't have many people in here guessing. Come on, guys. You got this. You got this. You got this. Gibraltar buddies. I don't know what that means, but sure. Because Gibraltar is obviously like right at the entry to the Mediterranean, right? So in order to access the Mediterranean, it is very, very handy to be friends with the people on both sides of it, right? It's also a naval choke point. Yep. I mean, I guess that's both and or, same way of saying it. Control, access to the Mediterranean, and not just access to the Mediterranean, which is incredibly important for a lot of reasons. But do you know which incredibly important ally of the U.S. is located on the other side of the Mediterranean? I'll give you a hint. They're committing a G-side right now. Oh, by the way, there's certain words we got to be careful about saying on here. Juan. Egypt? No. No. Close. Lebanon? No.
Quite next to Egypt, let's say. But
right there. I mean, you're in the area. No, guys. Fucking yeah. You guys are kidding with the guesses, right? Come on, Joseph. Yeah, Joseph got it. Is the little. You know what? The little fucking. It's certainly not Germany. G-side days are long over. Luckily, I don't know about that. TC. They're kind of they're. Oh, thank you, Flower Child. Yes, is. So it is very, and beyond that, Rota is also like the only naval base in like the area, I think in Europe or that sort of part of the hemisphere, where these big big naval, like the big ships that are basically like traveling cities that the military uses, that they have like all the fucking planes on and stuff. I don't know. It's like a specific type of them. Rota is the only naval base that can actually handle the like post deployment washdown. So if the ship is ever returning back to the US and you don't want to bring home a whole bunch of fucking diseases and potentially like, you know, ruin all your agriculture with like a foreign sort of agricultural bioweapon or whatever, you got to park it in Rota to get the whole wash down before it gets sent back home. So aircraft, yeah, it's an aircraft carrier, but it's a specific type of aircraft carrier. It's like even big. People need to watch The Diplomat. Yeah, actually, that's a great point, Flower. It's funny because as I was like preparing this, I was planning on doing a post about this a while back, and I got distracted. And then I popped on The Diplomat to have on in the background, and at one point they talk about this as well, which is also related to what Juan was talking about earlier. Sorry, Juan, I'm doing a lot of fucking talking. Sorry.
No. I'm listening fully. Like, I'm learning shit right now. I did not know about this.
Good.
So keep going.
That's what we're here for. I took notes. There's like one scene in the Gerald Ford was in Mallorca port last summer. Oh, nice. And there's another base that like was used, whatever. So yeah, so they've got the other reason you can know, and I started saying this earlier, the other reason that's a pretty good guess that CIA has a pretty major operation in Spain, probably, you know, Rota / Madrid / whatever, is like a lot of like Middle Eastern summits that the US has anything to do with happen in Madrid. Like kind of like the Paris Accords, that sort of thing. Like, but a lot of those like peace summits, Moron, thank you, Buffon. They happen. There was a whole thing I watched yesterday where they laid out the strategic points, like Scotland. Yeah, Flower. I'm thinking the exact same episode. They talk about. Sorry, too many things are happening right now. What am I fucking talking about? Yeah, so there's a lot of when you see a lot of like important meetings of like neutral territory or whatever that like the U.S. has a hand in, and if a bunch of them are happening in Spain, often in Madrid, it's because the CIA has the whole fucking thing wired. Okay, in fact, a lot of people do. But beyond that, like also till the 90s, the Americans had a base in Torrejon next to Madrid. Yup, yes, I remember driving by that a lot. And apart from that, as Juan said earlier, like Spain is like one of the farthest countries from Russia. So when we're talking about like, oh, everyone has to like pay more money to protect themselves from Russia, yes, but not in the sense of like, oh, well, it's not our problem, so fuck that shit, but more because Spain's biggest threat is actually from Morocco, right? Spain is far more likely to be attacked by Morocco. Spain has a couple of, especially the Moroccan nationalists that have sort of been growing. It's been a growing movement in recent like decades. But also including these two enclaves that Spain has on the northern coast of Africa, Ceuta and Melilla. Melilla is where my dad grew up. Fun fact. So these two cities, Spanish cities on the coast of northern Africa, are obviously kind of like surrounded by Morocco. And they were like, before you at me about Spanish colonialism, in this case, the Moors had invaded Spain. Like, those have been Spanish cities for hundreds of years. And it's because the Moors had invaded Spain and basically conquered the whole thing. And then during the Reconquista, the Catholic king and queen basically reconquered the peninsula and then crossed the Strait of Gibraltar and continued conquering northern Africa. So there was like a pushback, you know, whatever. And so, long story short, by the end, most of it was all ceded to Morocco, to Algeria, and these two cities were left in Spanish control for hundreds of years. So Morocco's getting a bunch of F-35 from U.S. Really? I didn't know about that.
Wow.
But main concern is Ceuta, Melilla, and Canarias. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, so basically, the biggest danger of attack that for Spain is by Morocco in Ceuta, Melilla, or Canarias. And you know what the NATO agreement? So and just a quick refresher, the NATO agreement is a defensive alliance. So if a NATO country invades another country, like NATO doesn't like follow them in. It's only if you attack a NATO country that Article 5 can be activated basically or invoked, and all NATO countries will go to your defense, right? So it's defensive. However, there are certain details and limits on what constitutes an attack. And fun fact, Ceuta, Melilla, and Canarias do not trigger Article 5 if they are attacked. So even if Spain were attacked by Morocco, NATO does not, at least not on like, Spanish mainland, NATO will not come to help. So like on some level, Spain is also like, okay, but we don't get nearly as much out of this as you do.
Okay, so they have more of a, they feel like they have more of a threat from the south. But
Trump is also threatening Spain.
Any
Hold on, what? Do you see this comment? Buffon says Trump is also threatening Spain to send Rota base to Morocco. What? Since when? This is Jesus. Oh, you mean like move the troops to Morocco? When did that happen? Damn, I should have made my post about this. I should have made my post about this back when I wanted to.
The Trump administration
move the entire base.
Dismantling the Rota base and transferring its units to the African country, provoking strong reactions in Spain. This is not the first time such rumors have circulated.
I mean,
fueled by occasional tensions between Washington and Madrid.
He can fucking try. That would be very, very expensive for the U.S. Very expensive.
However, these allegations were quickly denied by American sources, as reported by La Razón, a source at the American Embassy in Spain. The extension of the defense cooperation agreements between the U.S. and Spain marked an important milestone in the relations between our two countries. The U.S. is grateful for the close cooperation of our Spanish hosts, who have offered extraordinary hospitality to American military personnel and their families for nearly 70 years. I don't know. Horizons.
Well, Mint, so it's, they're saying, I'm afraid they don't care about cost. Well, so this is why also we're in it since Atocha. Also. Well, the other thing is the last time Spain did the U.S. any fucking military favors, the U.S. or Spain suffered its worst terrorist attack in Spanish history. And for a while, it was the worst attack in European history. So, y'all can go fuck yourselves. Considering could even promote Morocco to invade, Canary. So that's also, someone is saying, like Trump has been cozying up to Morocco, so they might, like Spain or Trump seems to be wanting to favor Morocco. My post was going to be basically like, go right the fuck ahead. If you want to kick Spain out, firstly, go right ahead. But also, like, this, if you need any confirmation of the fact that Spain is here, or that Trump is here literally to fucking destroy the U.S., quite possibly on behalf of another nation state that just so happens to be trying to attack Europe, this is probably it. Spain, by the way, also has one of the larger militaries in Europe. So when you're talking about like who can contribute like activated like ground troops, Spain is one of the higher countries with this. Spain has been beefing up cybersecurity stuff. They've been investing a lot more in cybersecurity, preparing for what they view as a very high incoming risk, especially from Russia, of cyber attacks. They asked, hey, does spending on like cybersecurity stuff like count as defense spending, and they were told no, which by the way is fucking stupid, but it makes sense if it's an entire racket just designed to enrich the US. Like what I think is happening right now, Trump, who is both stupid and doesn't understand how things work, so take your pick which one is winning out here, is King Mohammed is very sick and his son Hassan is even more aggressive. Yeah. Trump is trying to, on someone else's orders, hold on, I'm writing this down. King Mo, sick, Hassan, more aggressive. Trump is weakening, obviously, the U.S.'s relationship with NATO. He's trying to basically make demands that they won't fulfill. But also, if they succeed, when he's like, pay 5% of your GDP on this, he is trying to basically bleed Europe dry on defense spending, right? He's trying to, get as much, not only just get as much as he can out of them, but also basically weaken them monetarily and have them, spend everything very quickly so that if a fucking attack happens, there will possibly be immediate accessibility and ability to have munitions, but also it's that's not how you budget, really. But also, so the U.S. part of, you want to get me on 60 Minutes? Why? But also, no, I'm no one. The F-35 from Morocco isn't a done deal. They want 32 planes, but it's not a done deal. Okay, good to know. The F-35 deal. Mostly they're trying to weaken NATO, right? And the problem is the U.S., as much as MAGA, again, thinks that the U.S. is so fucking superior militarily and stuff, yeah, the U.S. has a ginormous military, it has a shit ton of weapons, it wastes so much fucking money on this shit. But a big part of the reason why the U.S. has military power is, again, because it is allied with countries in places that the U.S. needs allies. The U.S. needs, as we said, as we explained, and then illustrated, allies where it can stick its troops, because the U.S. is far away from most of its enemies. And that is difficult. It's good in that it's hard to attack you, unless, someone is willing to fly a very long way. See Pearl Harbor and 9/11. But, it sucks if you're trying to hit back, right? So it's very difficult. So by weakening these things, by removing U.S. troops, by removing this sort of strengthened alliance, what the U.S. is doing is not just weakening itself, but it's also trying to actively weaken Europe for someone like, let's say, Trump. The fact that Putin, and the fact that Trump is simultaneously trying to cozy up with Morocco while trying to piss off Spain and try to get it kicked out of NATO, which again does not help the U.S., not even a little bit. None of this helps the U.S. None of this would be good for the U.S., especially not losing Spain as a fucking ally or as a NATO ally. That would fucking suck for the U.S. But him cozying up with Morocco, trying to get Spain isolated from NATO, lose them as an ally. All of this explicitly helps Russia. All of this benefits Russia. Period. And it's just
So it's a long-term plan.
Oh, it's a long-term plan. But it's just, it's fucking crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy. Spain, again, it's this central area, not just where there's a couple of bases and this very incredibly important naval base and the ability to access the Mediterranean comfortably. Not only that, there is a major CIA operation that operates out of the U.S. embassies in Spain. There's a reason. It is their central command, not just for part of Europe, but for the Middle East, I'm fairly certain, and Northern Africa. And I forget the abbreviation of it, but that is their central command. It's CENTCOM for like North Africa, whatever. And it's just like, it's so stupid. It's very stupid. It's very stupid. Also, in terms of like who benefits or who needs the relationship, right, with Europe and stuff and like with all the Russia shit, Spain is on track. Spain has over 60% of its power coming from renewable resources right now. So like sun, wind, water, mostly sun and wind. And it is projected that by 2030, it is going to have over 80% of its power being green energy of it, So Spain is far less reliant on like Russian oil and Russian gas, and has far less need for all this bullshit, all this like oil and dominating fucking bullshit, and working with AFRICOM, CENTCOM is more Middle East. Yeah. Okay. Like, it's just, it's so fucking, it should be so obvious that Trump is out here as like a fucking puppet. You almost hope that it's because he's a puppet and not because he's that fucking stupid. You know what I mean?
I mean, yeah, it seems like most of his decisions are because of this. I mean, it makes more sense that he's a puppet than that he's an idiot, because it seems like all of what he's doing so far has this appearance of being stupidity, but really in reality is like getting all what he wants. But
yeah,
I don't know.
Nah, he says, have you given Mamdani some money now that how he asked for it? Not yet. Have you given Trump money since he's been asking for it? Since he's been in office and for years before that? You know that Trump also had like asked for fucking donations, right? And has been receiving them. But he's been receiving them from like anonymous fucking billionaires in quid pro quo situations. It has always been legal to donate to the government, but not in a quid pro. You're not allowed to say what the money is for. And Trump has always asked for personal donations too, and has gotten very wealthy over that. No, he has. Nahu. He has. He quite literally has. What do you fucking mean? Quite literally has. He did it very recently. Very, very recently. And I'm pretty sure I made a video about it. I don't know if I made a video about it or just talked about it in my live stream, but we were laughing at it. Because, like,
wait,
wow.
Trump sold official Trump guitars?
Oh, yeah, he sold, yeah.
This is news to me. I heard about the watches and the Bibles, but guitars? Damn.
Yeah.
The guy's
I guess I
smart.
didn't hear about the guitars, but I believe it. Did you hear about the sneakers, the golden sneakers?
Yeah, the sneakers, yeah. And the Trump 2028 hats.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe send the Delta for, yeah, right? They were cheap Chinese Gibson copies. Of course they were. Of course they were, Carmen. Did you guys see the watch thing? Didn't it say like rump or tump? Something like that. It was missing a letter. I forget which one. Jesus Christ. When some of your unfortunate MAGA family got a mail like a few months in asking for donations about it, lost it. Yep. He did, Nahu. You can look it up. He did. He quite literally did. We were laughing at you fucking idiots. Not that long ago. And remember when he said, and also Nahu, I'm sorry, are you one of the people who claims that the ballroom isn't being paid for by taxpayers? If that's so, how is it being paid for? Is it through donations? Oh, and remember all the donations he asked for his inauguration? He got like millions of dollars in donations for his inauguration. You don't believe it? Okay, I don't need you to believe it. It's the truth. Um, no, he did. He did. You're just fucking stupid, dude. And we laugh at you, like, constantly. We laugh at you a lot. Anyway, so we're talking again. We're talking to my friend in Copenhagen about what's going on down there in Copenhagen. Do I believe in free stuff? Free stuff exists. Yes. Yup. Uh-oh. My internal temperature is too high.
Stuff?
Yeah, what do you mean by free stuff? Sorry, my camera overheats. We're still here. We're still here. But whoops.
No, well.
Yeah, can you read the chat?
No, well, can you clarify a little bit, because I don't understand where this is coming from.
Doesn't exist. All is made by labor. Okay, so okay. Uh-huh. And so what? What do you mean by free stuff? Do you believe in roads? Sorry, I gotta deactivate, activate. Do you believe in roads?
No, well, what do you think, like, taxes do?
I was getting there. Juan. Shh,
Sorry.
Oh, you're just a bot. Okay, you're fucking brain dead.
Yeah, that actually would make sense.
Yeah. So you don't believe that roads exist, right? Roads don't exist. Roads are not built. No one makes them.
No, well, you should actually come to Denmark and, like, actually see what efficient, like, taxation does.
Denmark is pretty phenomenal. I visited Juan in Denmark, like right after, what was it? I think it was like Fox News was talking about Danish, like the cupcake thing. Now, we've been asking you a very simple question. How about you answer my question? Do you believe that roads get built? Yes or no? Simple question. It makes perfect sense. You're just stupid. It makes perfect sense. Do you believe that roads get built? Yes or no? Simple.
No, well, stop talking like a bot and, like, try to actually answer the question, because otherwise we're just going to assume you're a bot that is just, trying to... Norway is better. Okay, wait a minute. I found an even more controversial comment.
Okay, so Nahuel figured out. He figured out. It's obviously that yes. Okay, so yes, roads do get built. Who builds those roads? I mean, are they built with labor? Is someone paid to build a road? Yes or no? We're going to go step by step because obviously simple concepts are difficult for you. My question isn't weird. You just don't understand basic concepts. Do people get paid to build the roads? Yes or no? Sorry, go ahead.
No, I mean, Nahuel, you know that she's getting to a point, just like, yeah. So you do believe that roads get built? How do they get built? Why? I mean, just try to think a few questions ahead.
Nahuel is I think he must be a bot, right? Yeah, exactly, Nahuel.
Quite, like, getting...
People produce with means of production, nothing is free. Correct. And yet roads are still built. How are the roads paid for? You use most roads for free. Yes, occasionally there are toll roads, but the vast majority of roads you use them for free, right? So when we talk about free roads, people were still paid to build them, right? Es un argentino trumpista. Patético, tío. Oh, Nahuel, you don't know anything about economics. Yeah, Nahuel, who came in here thinking that, like, you're trying to say that, like, free buses mean no one gets paid or some shit. Oh, you don't understand? Who pays for roads? Who pays for roads to get built? Venga, gilipollas. A ver si puedes. You want to cuss him out in Spanish, Juan? Go for it. A ver, Nahuel, ¿quién paga para construir carreteras? Venga, who pays for it? Huh? It's a simple question. It's a simple question. The fact that you can't fucking answer it shows how fucking stupid your argument is.
That's exactly it. You know, I mean, he's just writing like filler, you know, questions instead of actually addressing the main question that we are asking him.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
He's Milei's little bitch.
He's not a bot. He's just, you know, he's being like controversial just for the fuck of it.
Quienes lo producen lo pagan con trabajo. I'm sorry. So in that case, quienes lo producen lo pagan con trabajo. What does that even fucking mean? You think that the people who go out and lay the asphalt and then the tar and then like the fucking whatever to make the road, the ones who paint the lines on, you think that they're paying for it themselves? How are they paid? How are those people paid? Where does the money come from? Huh? Venga. Venga. Or who pay with that? So, okay, so everyone does everything for free. Nahuel.
Somehow
Rogelio figured it out. Sorry, go for it.
Exactly. Somehow I doubt he will be giving any sort of clear answer, but let's see.
Yeah. Elaine got there. Uh-oh, video paused. We lost you. Oh, no. Taxes. Rogelio, point for you. Elaine, point for you. Taxes. Impuestos. You think that paying for something is paying money? No, money represents labor. You fucking... Okay, so... But that doesn't apply for free buses. It kind of sounds like you figured it out. So I guess we can have free things, right? Because... You use the roads for free, but it sounds like it's paid for by the labor that built it. So, cool. We solved it. I don't even know what he's trying to say with that, but, like, whatever. You're a communist. Wow. That's what you think? I'm not a communist, but okay. Your roads are communist, Nahuel. Like, that's funny. Your roads are communist then. You get to drive on your roads for free. You're a fucking communist. I bet you drive more than I do. So you're more of a communist than I am. Police are communist. And yet you didn't understand a word of it, Nahuel. Okay. Didn't understand a fucking word of it. Things can't be free. Okay. How do you drive on roads for free? Well, it's paid for by the people who build them with their labor. Okay, so now apply that bullshit explanation to every other thing that you say can't be free. Nothing is free in that, like, you can't make something out of nothing, sure. But when we say free, we talk about the public usage of something. It is free at the point of usage. That's a very simple concept. You are just trying to, like, I don't know if you actually believe this bullshit. I don't know if you're stupid enough to believe it. I think it's possible. Or if you're smart enough to just, like, pretend to be this stupid. But I think you might actually just genuinely be this stupid. Yeah, it's just a stupid person who pays the taxes. Yeah. Exactly. Depends on who's in charge, but it's usually someone who benefits from the free services that come from living in a society. Yeah. Who pays the taxes? I believe in taxes. I do, personally. Now, I may disagree on how some of them are spent, especially in the US. I think a shit ton of them are wasted on a bloated military. I think a shit ton of them are wasted on subsidies for big giant ass corporations that are just acquiring more and more wealth while not adjusting to pay their employees and their labor on par with their growth. But I believe in taxes. So always in different ways, there's labor from two different sources to develop social production. So again, Nahuel, you don't. Yeah, no one said anything is free, Nahuel. So what? This is kind of the point we're trying to make, Nahuel. Nothing is free. No one is saying anything is gonna be free in terms of, like, its creation. We just understand how taxes work. But everything can be free at the point of its usage, like the roads you drive on. Or are you just like, you've never driven on a fucking road, right? No, Nahuel. No, dude. I've explained this, like, in a way that a 5-year-old could understand. Our taxes will pay for it. Our taxes will pay for what Mamdani has been promising. That's how taxes work. Very simple. Now, okay. Fucking wild. So stupid. Our taxes will pay for it. Simple. I don't know how much more simply to put it. I genuinely know 5-year-olds that can understand this better than you can. We lost Juan. Juan. It's also like, people are freaking out about, like, the funny thing is, like, I don't care personally that much about the free buses. I don't really take the bus that often. But, like, for me, the thing that I think is cooler is the, whatchamacallit, universal childcare. Universal childcare. That's another thing that should be very easy. Yeah, Nahuel, and we've explained it to you multiple times. Our taxes will be paying for it. Catch up. Catch up. With our taxes, Nahuel. How do we finance free buses? With our taxes. Con impuestos. Like, our taxes are paying for it. Yeah, Nahuel. So the people who pay more taxes because they're wealthier, well, supposedly. Hopefully we're going to be taxing wealthier people more. More of their money will go towards it. Yeah. Good job, Nahuel. Good job.
Well, I officially invite you to come to Denmark. I'll give you a tour of how things work around here and how taxes are, like, appropriately used. And I think you might have a different opinion on your definition of free.
Yeah.
So just give me a call, and I'll show you around.
Oh, God. You hear that, Nahuel? People pity you halfway across the world so much that they're willing to educate you. I know, right, Flower Child?
We'll welcome you with open arms. I mean, it's. I don't know. Yeah. Just come to Denmark now. Well, I promise you, you won't be disappointed. I mean, anywhere really where taxes are actually put, like, actually used in appropriate ways. Anyway, guys, I think I have to call it a night. It's like, what, 2 a.m. here. I gotta get to work tomorrow.
Sorry.
So,
I feel like I talked over you most of the time. I was like, here,
no,
ask my Danish friend questions. And then I was like, but
think
let me
it's
tell you
probably-
about NATO.
Probably better to do one of these live streams at an earlier time, but Brenna, big hug to you.
Big
Not
hug.
well, big hug to you as well.
No, I love
I'll
you,
see
dude.
all of you
We'll talk
guys.
soon. Okay.
Love you too.
Bye.
Love all you guys. Peace out.
How will those tax react facing the tax on them? They'll either pay the tax or they'll leave. They're welcome to leave. I don't care. If someone like is here and doesn't want to pay taxes while using the resources and the infrastructure that those taxes pay for, they can leave. You know what's funny? Are pastries? Oh. This is that was my dear friend Juan. He was my neighbor growing up. But they're not financing it now either, Nahuel. Exactly. So the source to finance the free stuff will just disappear. Okay. But they're not financing it now either. So I don't care if they go, because right now they're using a lot of the infrastructure, but they're not paying very much into it. So yeah, they can leave. I don't care. Like, why do you think? Here's the thing. You think it's important to have rich people in a place, but why is it important to have rich people in a place? Why does that benefit you, just to have rich people around you in your vicinity? They won't receive the same portion of, so they'll produce less? That's based on what? What are you fucking talking about? No. Firstly, if you think rich people like produce based on the portion of social resources, boy, do I have a fucking bridge to sell ya. They'll not have the same incentives to produce the same quantity as before. Why not, Nahuel? Why wouldn't they? Or do you think capitalism is dead if people get taxed? I'm sorry. Do you think capitalism is, I mean, I guess you do, because you think taxes equal communism, because you're fucking stupid. Yeah. Because they'll not receive the same amount of goods and services as before. Okay. So what? But if they produce, you're saying that they're going to produce less because producing more won't get them more. But that's not true, actually. Producing more will still make them more. I mean, assuming people are buying stuff. That's assuming. Just simply producing, like, isn't inherently valuable in a capitalistic sense, right? Like, Yeah. Exactly, Fowler. People forget that the tax rate early 1900s was up to 90%. It wasn't even just in the early 1900s. We're talking like up till the like 1980s. So whenever they talk about like make America great again and you ask them when was America great that they're talking about it, they often talk about like 1950s, right? That's the whole like trad wife bullshit. Yeah, the top marginal tax rate was 90%. If America was great then let's go back to that shit. They didn't do that, Gigi. They didn't rig shit. There's no evidence of that. And by the way, people like you convince people not to participate in democracy because people think it's pointless because it's rigged, when this week should show you that there is still a point in participating. And in fact, rather than making people feel like their participation makes no difference because it's all lost anyway, we need to be encouraging people to get out there and participate, because look at what we fucking did. We swept up, dude. The higher the price, the higher the output. Therefore, don't tax people. God, you people really are fucking worthless. Like, but if you make producers get less money, the output, why? That doesn't make any sense, Nahuel. If producers want to make more in general, they will increase production. And in fact, theoretically, if you make it more expensive to produce, or if they get less money in response to their production, then maybe they will produce more if they want more money. Also, if that's true, then why do you people also want to pay the actual workers the least amount possible? If that were true, then you would want to be paying workers a hell of a lot more, right? If for the same effort and investment they get less, they produce less. No? Yeah, exactly, Brandeline. Jesus. And sectors, okay, so they'll reshape to match the new capital structure. Okay, so they'll reshape to deal with paying the tax. And in the meantime, we tax the wealthy. Who gives a fuck? Yeah, it will reshape. And taxes will be paid. And they will go towards things that benefit everyone. Oh no! Like, again, dude, if a wealthy person wants to benefit from all the fucking... No, well, that's not how it works, dude. That's not how that works at all. You think an economy is like just a zero-sum game? Like, an economy needs money flowing through it, both up and down. It's like a fucking cycle. It needs money to be flowing all the way through. Something becoming a little bit more expensive isn't going to inherently stop the entire fucking economy. You're just fucking stupid. And taxing something in the economy definitely doesn't stop the economy. especially when that tax goes towards paying for other goods and services and gets put back into the economy rather than sitting in a wealthy person's bank account until that wealthy person dies and passes it on to their employee. It does way more for the economy. This is how I know you actually have no idea how an economy works. The best thing to do for an economy is to keep money flowing through it at a healthy pace, right? So when people are exchanging money for goods and services, you tax a little bit. You benefit the people who benefit from the infrastructure, the publicly available just services, which we have. Again, remember how we explained how roads work to you? Yeah. You tax a little bit. But also in those taxes, as you pointed out yourself, nothing is free, which we know, we said taxes will pay for it. When you pay someone to go out there and build roads, or you pay someone to go out there and drive a bus, or you pay someone to go out and be a daycare worker to provide universal health care, universal child care for the working class, you are still like existing within the economy. You are putting money, and that money is flowing through the economy. Even if it goes into taxes, and then those taxes go to pay the daycare workers, they help to cover the costs for like the rent, the building, etc. That is money that is going into the economy and continuously moving in the economy. That daycare worker that you're paying for the universal child care program, they're going out and they're shopping, they're buying things, they're spending more money, they are operating within the economy as well. Again, rather than have all of that money sit in a rich person's bank account and not flow through shit. Who gives a fuck, dude? I don't care. I don't care. Like, the funny thing is, people like you who you think you're a capitalist, but you're not. You're so obviously not a capitalist because you don't understand the fundamental fucking requirements for a healthy capitalist economy to work. Like, that's what's so fucking funny, dude. And not only that, by the way, like when we're talking about services, like there's a reason that taxes pay for roads, right? And not only is the money going into the economy by paying for the labor, by paying for the materials, et cetera, and then like continuing to flow in the economy when it gets taken out as taxes and then paid to the labor, materials, whatever. Not only that, but the roads are also beneficial to capitalism because the roads allow for people, laborers, to get to and from work, to get to and from the grocery store where they spend money, to get to and from the mall where they spend money, to get to and from everything. They allow the companies to deliver the goods and services to their retailers. They allow the companies to receive materials to make their products out of. Like, the reason you do that is not just because it puts money into the economy. It's not just like out of the kindness of your heart for the working class, but because you need the working class to be able to exist and function and participate in the economy. Otherwise, you don't have a fucking economy. You don't have an economy. You don't have a capitalist economy, dude. That's the fucking funny part. So things like free buses. Yes, I'm going to call them free buses because the theory is that they're free at the point of usage. Paid for by taxes, right? Because you get confused with that very simple concept. Or universal child care. Again, free at the point of usage, but paid for by taxes. Why do we do that? It's not just out of the kindness of our hearts. It's also because, I mean, we should be kind out of the kindness out of our fucking hearts. We should be saying that, like, people deserve decent fucking lives and not to struggle every moment. But even setting that aside, because you're a shitty person, so you don't care about that, right? It is smart because it stimulates our fucking economy. It strengthens our economy. Not just, again, by putting money in, by paying the daycare workers, by paying for the land that the daycare is set up on, whatever, by paying the bus driver, by putting money into the economy for the repairs and maintenance of the buses, any gas or fuel that is used for the buses, any labor that is used for cleaning the buses, etc. Not only are we putting money into the economy that way, we are also making it easier for the working class to get to their jobs, to get to the stores, to spend their money, to put their kids in childcare so that they can go to their jobs and work and make money, not just for themselves, but for their wealthy fucking boss that you don't want to tax. Like, it doesn't just benefit the working class to have these things in place for the working class. It also ironically benefits their bosses that are the people you keep trying to protect. Because then their boss can rely on a worker that doesn't have to call out sick in an emergency because they have no one to take care of their kid. It doesn't fuck over their boss to have an employee that is able to reliably get to work on time every day and not be fucked over because one day they don't have the right amount of change or they don't have enough change. Like, it's fucking, if you like capitalism, you should fucking understand this. Period. Yeah, okay. Nahuel, you literally just don't understand anything very clearly. The fact that that's what you think, you just don't understand how economies work, dude. You might be the dumbest person I've had in here in a long time. Like, truly. I don't say that lightly. You might genuinely be the dumbest person I've had in here in a long time. No, I don't block people because I disagree with them. Yeah. If they're stupid people, dude. Son idiotas. La gente que piensa así, like, they're just fucking stupid. Anyway. It's better than empty grocery stores in socialist communist Russia. What is? Also, you know that Russia isn't communist or socialist, right? You know that Russia is a capitalist country, right? Yeah, sleep is also like, free bus is communism. Again, if a free bus is communism, then so are roads. It's the dumbest thing. I can't believe people are this fucking stupid. And in fact, I don't. That's why I'm like, okay, that's why whenever I encounter this, I'm like, okay, this has to be fake, right? This has to be fake. It's not a logical fallacy, Zordle. Also, you said it's probably actually dictatorship under. So I'm sorry, Zordle. So people pointed out that Russia is neither socialist nor communist, and you said it's actually probably a dictatorship. You know that no economy is actually like any type of economy can exist under any type of government, right? Like they're not mutually exclusive. They're not mutually exclusive things, right? They're two separate things. Stupidity should be taxed, you know. Yeah, right? Only the rich are allowed to have socialist aspects of their lives, like subsidies from the government. You guys are cool with just giving money away to the wealthy and to corporations and shit, but you're not cool with using that same tax money to fund a universal child care program that would allow workers to work. Something that, wealthy people should want. That's clever. Evil Lotto says, stupidity is taxed. Show me the state lottery. That was funny. Yeah, Zordal, you don't know, you don't seem to understand the difference between economy and just government structure. My heart is in the right place, but so is my head. I actually understand this shit. Uh, Thanks for the good luck, but I'm quite frankly gonna say you should keep it because you're gonna have some trouble surviving in a system that you want. Yeah, you guys can ignore Nahuel. He doesn't understand what he's saying. Pretty sure most of it must be like ChatGPT at this point. You don't care about any of this except you care enough to come in here and comment. Again, Zordal, you don't seem to understand like the difference between an economy and a government structure. That's not like a matter of opinion. That's just like basic definitions of words. You also seem to think that Russia is socialist and communist, which are two different things, by the way. Neither of which it is. No, socialism is not the state owning the means of production. Socialism in general, and there's many different forms of socialism and different degrees to it. Socialism is the workers owning, and by owning, I would always caveat as controlling the means of production, right? I'm not sure USA is capitalist. Well, that's the thing too. What a lot of like these idiots don't understand, the people who like think socialism is evil, therefore like reveal that they don't understand what socialism and capitalism and what the US is, like seem to not understand that capitalism and socialism, there's no like hard line between them. In fact, most capitalist systems have socialized systems, things that you idiots would call socialism, and vice versa, right? Many forms of socialism still include capitalist or capital based pieces to the system. Like you can have market socialism, right? Which still involves commerce. Market socialism is like what it sounds like. You still have a market. You are still exchanging goods and services. You can still be rich under socialism. All these people are afraid that socialism means you can't be rich, while simultaneously saying that like, oh, look at what a failure Venezuela is, because of socialism. Is not like really socialist in that sense, because there's a few people who are super rich and everyone else is not. So, okay, which one is it, buddy? Because that sounds like America to me. America sure sounds like a country where a few people are very, very wealthy and control just about everything, and everyone else is not. So, is that what you like or isn't it? Is what you like about socialism that no one can be rich? If that's the case, then why would you describe Venezuela as socialism and complain about all the rich people? I don't, you see what I'm saying? Like, you guys, like, you're fucking stupid. Um, you meant that in the idea that the state is nationalizing industries. But no, untrained professional, but socialism doesn't require the state to nationalize industries. It doesn't require that. And if that's the definition of it, so is Trump a socialist? Because he just nationalized some shit. No, you can have private property in socialism. Many forms of socialism still include private property. Again, you don't seem to understand anything that you're talking about. If ignorance is bliss, what is stupidity? It is self-pleasure. Just because I can't use the word. Flower Child, y'all should go to PDX and visit Winco or Bymart, employee-owned, profit-sharing, reasonable prices. Yeah. I know of a business, a local business, that's similar. They basically switched to an employee-owned structure. It's fucking great. And there's like also, the funny thing is, again, it's like, and you can't have like detailed conversations with these idiots because they can't even understand the basic concept. But even within that, there are varying degrees and forms of, workers owning the company, or profit sharing, right? Like you can have a thing where it's not like they outright own the business. By the way, one of the most socialist systems in theoretically socialist systems in America, according to stupid people's definitions of socialism, is the stock market. Because in theory, the people can own the means of production. They own the company in that case. You see the problem with your very rudimentary, I don't want to say understanding, but rudimentary understanding or lack thereof. But like, so there's different, so in some countries, let's say, with some systems where maybe the employees don't own the company, but there's profit sharing, right? So if the company makes more money one year, is more profitable one year, that success translates to different size paychecks for the employees, right? So like you can still have people making a lot more money and people making a lot less money, but that year, like that's kind of what bonuses are. Here we are, bonuses, right? That's some ways a bastardized version of like profit sharing in theory, right? If the company has a good year, then at the end of the year, the workers are supposed to benefit from that very good increase in profits, right? Another form of like technically socialism is the employees being given stock options, you know, in the company that they work in, not just like the stock market itself, but like if you're an Amazon employee, when you get hired, they give you, I think after like 6 months, they give you a bunch of Amazon stock options. That is the employee partially owning the company. And theoretically, the theory, not the practice, is that they are then incentivized to benefit from the financial success of the company, right? If it profits and the stock goes up, theoretically, these employees that were given a piece of ownership in the company are supposed to benefit from that, right? The problem is, of course, stock buybacks, and it's not really an investment, and it's not really anything that you make money from until you sell it, shit like that. But that's a whole other fucking rant. Like, this whole, like, boogeyman thing about socialism among Americans is just, like, it's so fucking stupid, dude, because Walmart has those. Another one, yeah. It's, you know, oh no, the workers control the means of production. Okay, that can mean a gazillion different things. In some, so we talked about profit sharing, right? In some countries, or let's say schemes, because it doesn't have to be limited to countries specifically, but like you can do all of this in the US as well. You have basically like the workers have a vote in a lot of the decisions for the company, right? Again, that could be mimicked with the stock market. Shareholders have votes in shareholder meetings. So if you were to like basically give all those shares, if you were to give a significant amount of shares to your employees, then they would have significant voting power. But the problem is, like, we don't prioritize the voice of employees and the value to employees. So we give them minimal, like, you know, stock options, and then like cede most of the control to just people who hold capital. You know what I mean? But like, it's just like every form of like scary socialism, it like exists in a bastardized form in the US. It just prioritizes capital over actual labor. You know what I mean? It's just like, I think in communism people live under freedom and a workers' democracy. No, I'm not talking about communism. I'm not a communist. Again, you were told this, but whatever. Therefore, countries get rich in capitalism and poor in communism. Okay, so here's a great example of how stupid this is, right? The U.S. is very, very rich. Yes. When you say that that is good, what do you mean by that? If the majority of Americans are not enjoying or experiencing that wealth, who gives a fuck? Like, who gives a fuck? You know, a country could have a huge GDP. If people are going hungry, 42 million Americans are on food stamps. And the vast majority of people on food stamps have jobs, by the way. They have to work to qualify unless they are like disabled or like a child. 42 million Americans. That is an insane amount of Americans who cannot afford to feed themselves while working sometimes multiple jobs. The fact that the US is rich doesn't help those people unless we are taxing that wealth. And so, and another like great example of this, because you were like, oh, if we tax the rich, or if you tax the rich, they'll leave. I'm saying, okay, cool. If they're here not paying taxes, they're doing less than you know, they're just doing less. They're benefiting from infrastructure and shit that my taxes pay for. So if they don't want to pay their fair share, they can leave. I don't give a fuck. They can leave. There's no point in having rich people near you if they're not like paying taxes. It really doesn't help you all that much. And the ways in which it does help you only actually help the wealthy, right? So we were talking about this the other night. 15% of the population. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. So the, I know, right? Traven? First world people thinking they're poor. Ha ha ha. Well, what would you call not being able to afford to feed themselves, Nahuel? What would you call that? I don't know. I mean, that's the word I would use. Poor. Underprivileged. We were talking about this the other night. We were talking about Texas, right? Because Texas, and I looked into it a little bit deeper. So Texas, in the propositions, the ballot proposals that it passed, you know, we were talking about, for those of you who were in here, we were talking about the no taxes on capital gains and stuff, and the no taxes on certain forms of like sales of securities. So those are already law in Texas, but they were putting them in the Constitution, which is fucking stupid. But they were doing it so that people thought that they were cutting taxes that already don't exist in Texas. Fucking hilarious. God, I mean, just the asshole of America. Nahuel, do you really think there's many poors in the U.S.? Nahuel, what would you call someone who cannot afford to feed themselves? Let's establish that baseline. Let's define what poor means, and then we can look up exactly how many poors there are. Let's define what you mean by poors. So basically Texas is trying to set up their own stock exchange. And so they're trying to curry favor with wealthy people. They're trying to convince them over. And so Texas basically charges no income tax, charges no tax on capital gains, and this is state tax. Obviously federal taxes do whatever, but no tax on certain securities sales and stuff. So basically all of that like benefits the wealthy the most, because you still pay like sales tax on normal goods and services. What you're not paying sales tax are stocks and income tax, you know, they also cut it. So once again, all the taxes they're collecting are basically from sales, which like unduly puts the burden on the less wealthy. You can look this up, you know. But the funny thing is, they're also, for number one, I always make fun of this, their electrical grid is fucking ass. Maybe if they actually like charged people the right amount of taxes, like they would be able to afford an electrical grid that doesn't fail every time it's too hot, too cold, or the wind is a little too strong, multiple times a year, guys, literally. Sometimes for weeks at a time. That is, you know, if we're talking about how many poors are there in America, would you call people whose electricity goes out for weeks at a time regularly, would that be living in poverty? I don't know. You fucking tell me. So firstly, I think it's funny because setting up a stock exchange in a state that can't even build like a halfway decent electrical infrastructure is hilarious. Like, all it's going to take is one blackout for everyone to lose their fucking minds on you. And by everyone, I mean every like trader, every corporation, like every bank, every hedge fund. If that affects people's bottom lines, which it will, Texas will be bankrupted, like, by all the fucking lawsuits. Firstly. Secondly, if they do turn out to like capably build the electrical infrastructure specifically for the stock exchange, it's just going to show that like, oh yeah, they're happy to do it for the wealthy. They're happy to do it for them, just not for normal everyday Texans. Huh. But also, here's the thing. So Texas wants to bring all these like wealthy people over, right? They're trying to get like the stock bros, etc. over there. What good does that do for Texas? If Texas isn't getting isn't charging them any sort of income tax, it isn't charging them any sort of sales tax on any of the things that they're buying and selling in work that, where they're making money. It isn't charging them for anything of that. What does Texas get when a rich person moves there to go be a stock trader? I'll wait. Look at what happened during the Texas Super Bowl. It all got shut down due to weather. I don't remember that. I'm going to write that down. Statistics says it all. There's almost no poor people in the U.S. Again, how do you define poverty? And also, what are you talking about? Statistics show that there's a lot of poor people in the U.S., at least, by the definitions that actual people use. Yeah, citation. Come on, cite the source. Cite the source, buddy. Cite the source, Nahuel. Cite it. Come on. Let's see. The Texas Super Bowl, yeah. Again, so I'm still waiting on someone to say, especially you, Nahuel, what does Texas get from rich people going there? How does Texas benefit from rich people, stock traders specifically, moving to Texas to go trade stocks there? I will wait. Super Bowl 2011. Thank you. Also, thank you, W, in the chat for everyone who was also doing the legwork with Nahuel in here. 67% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, according to Investopedia. Yikes. Yeah, I'm sorry, Nahuel. Again, Nahuel, you're just proving how stupid you are. GDP per capita doesn't show you anything about the percentage of people that live in poverty. You don't understand how averages work? In fact, the fact that if you understand that billionaires exist and you're looking at GDP per capita, then you have to understand by definition, if the GDP per capita is not billionaire levels of GDP per capita, and you know that billionaires exist, then you know for a fucking fact that the vast majority of people on that GDP fucking scale are going to be on the exact opposite end. If you're going to balance out the billionaires making hundreds of billions of dollars and everyone else, and you're going to end up with GDP kind of further down along the scale, you know what that means? That means there's a fuck ton of people not making that much money. The ratio of GDP per capita / hours of labor is high in the U.S. No, you're not, dude. Bro, you don't even understand what you're fucking saying. Cite the source. Cite the source on that specifically. Cite the source specifically. Because also, here's the thing. Elon Musk is supposedly CEO to 5 companies, last I checked. 5 companies. The guy's a fucking billionaire. But there are 24 hours in the day, even for Elon Musk. I will say this. The fact that Elon Musk supposedly can be a CEO to 5 companies tells me that CEO as a job is very easy and requires almost no work. Because let's say he's spending just as like equal amounts of time on all 5 of them. Let's imagine, right? Let's round up to 25 hours in a day. Let's say Elon Musk somehow broke the code for time travel or time manipulation, right? 5 maximum if Elon Musk is spending 0 money sleeping, 0 money eating, traveling anywhere, or playing video games, which he also has like posted about him doing all the time. If he's doing spending 0 amount of time doing anything else, at most he's spending 5 hours a day in a 25-hour day on each company. Let's say he works 7 days a week, right? So that's 5 times 7, right? So 35 hours total per week as a CEO of each company. And again, not eating, not sleeping, not going to the bathroom, not showering, not playing video games, not traveling, not doing anything, not spending a single minute doing anything else. And this is in a 25-hour day. Sounds to me like being a CEO is pretty fucking easy. Doesn't require all that much time or attention or work. Don't forget to budget in enough. Yeah, exactly. Skyrim. Like we gave him all the wins, you know what I mean? Like we're making it as generous as possible for him, where we're counting 25-hour days. We're assuming he does literally nothing else, including sleep. So that every single waking hour is spent working. And even then, he's not and that he's doing it, all of this 7 days a week. And even with all of this, with 25-hour days on the docket, he is only doing 35 hours of work in each job per week. Okay. So fucking stupid. You know what's hilarious though? The like smartest job to replace with AI, truly, would be the job of a CEO. Sorry. I'll be right back. Come to a third world country? Yeah, so now, well, you have no argument against anything that I've said. Yeah, most executive VP and above, their job is to justify their job every day, quite literally. Yeah. Yeah. Hi, Joe. Anyway. Nothing is free, Nahuel. Nahuel, you don't understand the concept of taxes paying for things. You don't understand that concept, remember? Don't forget. You have to act stupid so you can pretend not to understand the concept of taxes paying for things like universal child care. On a lot of people moving to NYC for Mamdani, I think that's going to make rents skyrocket. Don't do it. Guys, don't do it. We elected him We elected him so that rents would go down. Don't move here. Elect your own Mamdani. I mean, listen, I'd rather have like 10,000 of you than one billionaire. If the billionaires leave, you guys should absolutely come. I mean, you guys can come. I would just refer you guys here than the billionaires. You guys should come and like push the billionaires out. Yeah, Nahuel is Argentinian MAGA, and he's very, very stupid. Warning. But guys, instead of moving to New York City, which you can absolutely do, we are welcoming to all, but it's fucking expensive, and a huge influx of people moving here is going to make everything more expensive. You guys need to start electing progressives locally for you as well. And also, and I'm not just saying it like for you, go help yourselves, but I'm saying it also because we need we need you to as well, because the Democratic Party is very clearly still not fucking getting it. Yeah, he lives in Argentina now. Hell yeah. Username, you can, dude. I will not accept, like, I'm saying this more as in, like, I'm not trying to, like, victim blame here, right? But I'm saying don't, attitudes like that are literally, like, you are being told that every chance they get because they want you to give up before it's even time for you to cast your ballot for anyone, okay? It is a very real tactic. It is the most dangerous tactic in terms of what can successfully weaken democracy and democratic systems. Convincing people that it's pointless to engage, that their vote won't matter, etc. So I understand what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. I'm not trying to like say like, no, you like, it's fine. But also like, you know what's definitely not gonna like change anything towards more progressive policies in your neck of the woods? You saying it's pointless and staying home and not doing anything about it. You know what I mean? But it was wiped by the time. Well, so also you got involved in Texas. We shifted blue selection. That's great. Ada. Here's the thing also, like shifts are really big, and a single election, don't use a single election as like your metric for like did it work or not, was it pointless or not. You know what I mean? Like nothing ever changes in a single election, unfortunately. I mean, you know, the most dramatic recent ones notwithstanding. It drives me crazy when people are like, well, it was pointless in this election. That's why I give up on the system. It's like the system wasn't designed to satisfy your need for like instant gratification. That's not, as much as we would all love that, that's not how anything works. So shut the fuck up and keep working at it. It's, you know, same with like protests. People are like, protests are pointless. What did that one protest do? It's like, I don't think a single protest has ever changed anything, but protests have almost always been a part of a sustained campaign of protest, and they often change things, actually. You know? And then also specifically, thank you, Steve, specifically for Texas and a lot of these states that are gerrymandering, there is a strong theory, and I'm getting a little excited about this, okay? And I think if you're in Texas especially, like, we need to spread this because I think Texans should know. I know a lot of blue or left-leaning Texans are feeling very, very defeated right now and have been for a very long time. And by the way, number one complaint I hear about your fellow blue Texans or left-leaning Texans about you, general left-leaning Texans, is like they're like, everyone who's left, who's blue in Texas has given up and thinks it's pointless, and they don't fucking bother doing anything. So I'm giving you tough love, but I'm also basing this on like, we have a lot of blue / leftist Texans, you know, in our little online community, and that is the number one thing that they bitch about. They're like, everyone thinks it's pointless, so they don't fucking show up, and it's like really frustrating. But anyway, there's no fun. Oh, Jesus. Oh, okay. You're responding to someone who isn't stupid enough to follow for your like very obvious misinformation. So the um whatchamacallit? Sorry, I got distracted by the chat. Um the what was I talking about? Sorry, I'm looking at all these other chats. Are these translating to my multi-chat? Is my multi-chat showing them? Showing YouTube and Twitch? Sorry guys, if it hasn't been. Oh yeah, so the one thing that's happening right now, that there's a theory, and I think it's worth spread the word in Texas, because like again, the most effective means for basically undermining and destroying and weakening a democracy is by getting people to feel like it's pointless for them to show up. So that's why they want you feeling that. That's why they want you assuming that things are rigged. They want you assuming that things are pointless. They want you assuming that your voice doesn't count. All this stuff, because that is the best tool they have for you to basically take over the system and break it and whatever. So share this with Texans so that maybe they can get excited. There is a possibility that this gerrymandering effort may actually backfire in Texas, because they did it based heavily on the Latino populations, based on the assumption that because Latinos went so hard for Trump in this past election, right? Specifically and especially Latino men. And so a lot of this gerrymandering, they really kind of pushed their redistricting to the limit where they, like, in order to do it, they basically narrowed a lot of their margins, assuming that those margins were pretty secure. And just based on this election that just happened, we were seeing some crazy margins, like outperforming on the side of Dems in a lot of areas. I mean, all of them, like crazy fucking results. So if that is in fact how much farther Dems are able to push those margins at this point in time, there is a strong possibility that Texas may have overplayed its hand, so to speak, and that those margins could be big enough to basically have the gerrymandering backfire on them, okay? But you got to organize. If you're in Texas, and if you're in other hi Frank, if you're in other like red states that are gerrymandering in the same way, keep that in mind. Like, be talking to people, be organizing now, be preparing to get people engaged now. Like, not all hope is not lost, right? There's a chance that they fucked this one up. And even if they didn't for this election, there's a chance that 2 years later you may garner just enough support to like it is not worth giving up at any point. It is not do it, because yeah, maybe our work will be fruitless. It's true. Maybe we'll work our little butts off to try to rectify things and whatnot, and maybe at the end of the day we won't be able to fix it. Maybe it's pointless, so to speak, in that we're not going to be able to make the changes that we're trying to. Yeah, that's possible. It's always possible. No one's guaranteeing you anything. But you know what I know isn't going to bring about that change? Giving up and being like, well, it's fucking pointless. I know that for a fucking fact. So you might as well try. So, anyway. Trying will be more fun than binge watching Friends. Well, I don't know if that's always true. Trying isn't always fun, but it's just, And yet, Nahuel, you're still in Argentina, aren't you? And once again, the funniest thing about capitalists, like, I think it's fucking hilarious for capitalists to be against taxation, because that just shows that you don't fucking understand the system you claim to love. You just don't understand how it works. That is the dumbest fucking take I have ever heard. And it never ceases to amaze me. Pivot! Pivot! I know, Argentina of all countries. You should be embarrassed. You should be embarrassed. Oh, you're thinking about it? Cool. People are constantly thinking. Milei changed it all. Yeah, to the point where now you literally needed 40 billion fucking dollars from the United States. Wow. You're doing great. Thanks for proving the point. Yay. We can let Texas fall. You know, there's more Democrats in Texas than there are Republicans. Literally. Live. Yeah, gerrymandered. Exactly. But again, gerrymandering isn't the end of anything. It just, here's the thing. Here's the other really, really important thing that like you need to understand and we need to understand, right? And sorry, it's more of the like, they want us to give up because that's the easiest way for them to actually take over and destroy democracy, is getting us to preemptively not engage, not participate. But like adding on to that, right? All of these things, they can do things that make it harder and harder for us to win, right? To have any power. They can disenfranchise, they can gerrymander, they can, and by disenfranchise, I do include like trying to get rid of mail-in ballots, trying to cut the amount of polling places, especially in areas that they think are not favorable to them. They can, create more hurdles in order to vote. They can do all these things, but all of that, firstly, if they're doing that, it's because they are still afraid of the power of our voice, right? There's no point in weakening our voice with all, this is a lot of work. It's a lot of work to pass legislation. It's a lot of work to gerrymander, redistrict, etc. It's a lot of fucking work. So there would be no point in them doing all of this work to make our voices just slightly weaker, even if it's just a minuscule amount with each little change, if our voices did not have power, right? If it was not worth it for us to use our voices, number one. But also, the more like, what this means is that as hard as they make it, as difficult and seemingly impossible as they make it, there is still always a path for us to collectively, to like use our voice. If enough of us put in the work and do it, we can still override whatever difference they're making in that, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? In that it's just a difference. There's no absolute capture of it in a way that if enough of us show up, we can't basically reverse or balance. Does that make sense? If you believe in it so much, move to Texas, I dare you. No, I'm not moving to Texas. Why the fuck would I move to Texas? Thank you, Caroline. What do you mean exactly? Yeah, it's thanks to fucking Republicans. I'm not moving to a red state. But the point is, if Democrats in Texas like started fucking, not just Democrats, but leftists in Texas started like turn things around. My town is red, but our mayor is a Democrat. It's possible to shift things. It is. It is possible, Ada. You want us to stay here to try and change it? No, I'm saying that if you're going to be there, like, why are you sitting? I mean, if you're, listen, username, if you want to sit at home and not do anything to try and change it, fine, go away. I don't give a shit. You're not worth talking to. You're not worth my time or my energy or my attention. You've given up, you have conceded to them, and so you are not a part of, when you say us, you are not part of us, okay? We are us because we're trying, like, we have ideas, ideals, and beliefs and goals, and we're trying to go towards them, right? You are someone who just doesn't seem to care enough to even try, so you're not us. You're just not. You can be a part of us if you care enough to fucking try, but, like, you know, I just don't have patience for people who are like, it's so pointless. Stop saying that there's a point in trying. Fuck you. There is a point in trying. Because watch, like, we literally just saw it this week. I have proof for me, for what I'm saying. Do you have proof for you? No. Like, number one, and by the way, this whole argument that I'm saying of the number one tool that they want is to basically do what username is doing, stay home because it's pointless. That's not just like my theory. This is like backed up by fucking data. And I was writing in this notebook. I was recently literally at an event for the Brennan Center for Justice. They are doing incredible work, right? They're fighting a lot of the Supreme Court stuff, including for, trying to protect the Voting Rights Act, all this stuff. They're doing incredible work. But at this like little event, they were talking about it, and they were talking about the biggest threats to our democracy. And they said themselves, they're like, the number one biggest, most powerful threat to our democracy is them successfully convincing people that it's pointless to participate in it. That is the most powerful fucking tool they have. So, username, cool. They won. Congratulations. You are now like, you are helping them. By staying home and not doing anything and saying it's pointless, you are helping them. You are now a tool of their fucking thing. It's just, Almost every person I meet in Texas thinks they are the only Dem on the block, and they are wrong. Yeah, Ada, you're not the first person to say that. That's the thing. I've talked about this. I was talking about this earlier. Or that's like another version of like what I was saying earlier. I have a lot of people in here. A lot of my mods are from Texas, funny enough. And one thing, like when this specifically comes up, like, Brenna with the Kendrick bar. What's the Kendrick? Which one was the Kendrick bar? I'm in Texas, and that's how I feel. So a lot of Texans that I know and talk to about this all the time, they get frustrated because they are leftists. Most of them are actually leftists, not just like blue, Democrats. And they get frustrated because they're like, yeah, every Democrat that I talk to thinks it's pointless. And so they don't even bother. Like half of them don't even bother to vote. And they're very frustrated. Like you know what I mean? Like blue dots and leftist dots in Texas get very frustrated, who go out and even just vote, right? Let alone anything else, but even just show up to vote, get very, very frustrated. Their biggest complaint is like, the Democrats in Texas don't show up because they're convinced it's fucking pointless. There are more of you than there are of them in Texas, okay? You think the AI bubble burst because NVIDIA is asking for a bailout? Destroying inflation and have a surplus for 2 years? Pfft. Now, Joel, then why did you need 40 billion American dollars? Is the surplus our fucking money? Brendrick Lamar said they not like us. Oh, yeah. I said, you are not us. I'm pretty sure I know more than you do. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I'm being facetious. I know more than you do. She said that? What did I say? What are you claiming? She said that. Why are you angry? Why are you screaming? Again, username. You're sitting in here saying it's pointless and like. So, okay, cool. Wow. If it's so pointless, then leave. I don't know why you're in here having this conversation. Thank you, Rusty. I mean, I'm also like a fucking fatalist. Yeah, democracy literally requires involvement. It's like a system isn't going to change for or by its non-participants. Like, just period. You know what I mean? I don't know why non-participants expect that to change a system that is quite literally defined by its, like, the system is about participation. I mean, every system is about participation, right? When we talk about power, we're talking about who gets to participate. Who gets to, like, yeah, that's what we mean by power. And how much your participation changes things. So, listen, if you want zero power, congratulations. Not participating, you did it. You did it. Congratulations. But if you want zero power, I don't know why you're out here trying to convince other people to have zero power. You know what I mean? Like, in that case, someone who wants zero power, trying to convince other people that they want zero power, that's what you are, is not someone who wants zero power. You are clearly trying to, like, assert influence over people on behalf of others that are trying to have more power than those people. Does that make sense? Like, you are by definition helping those people. Texas employee, another state of Texas employee got fired for making a leftist TikTok. No, I didn't. When was this? Nah, well, you're literally an Argentinian. If you were to come to the U.S., Trump would stick you in a fucking concentration camp. You are an Argentino. America's doing so well with Trump. Oof. Non-participation is sheeple behavior by definition. Yeah. Taylor Remmett. Who's Taylor Remmett? Oh, nice. On second thought, Nahuel, you should come to the U.S. You should come to the U.S. You should see what your boy Trump likes to do to people like you. Thank you. Sadly, this is such a... I know, it's a dark take. I know, I'm sorry. I always feel weird with like takes like that, but also like... Nahuel thinks that if he comes here legally, he will not have any issues. Oh, yeah, you should try that, Nahuel. You should try that. You should. Yeah. Come on over, Nahuel. I'll pick you up at the fucking airport. How's that? You can literally crash on my boyfriend's. He's got like a pull-out couch, you know, with a whole bed thing. You can sleep. We'll give you a fucking bed. You don't have to pay for the hotel. Nothing. You should come to America legally. See how that goes. I talk about it, John. So John is saying, I've been writing to the Danish embassy regarding the U.S. election being tampered with, and I'm wondering, yeah. So John, you're not going to like this, but I have yet to see any actual evidence that there was any tampering. I have yet to see any actual evidence of it. If there's evidence, I will acknowledge it as a possibility, but so far the best we have is statistical analysis. But the problem with the statistical analysis that they're looking at is that it ignores how abnormal the election was in the first place, where they're like, oh, it's so abnormal for these like voting patterns. It ignores the fact that so was the entire fucking election. Like, never before have we had an election where the guy who was running, the incumbent, who got selected during the primaries, drops out like 3 months before election day. If not, yeah, it was like 108 days, right? 108 days. So just over 3 months before. Never before have we had an election where the candidate was basically chosen by committee, not actually through primaries, where the candidate was not very popular when she did primary like 4 years earlier. We don't have enough elections to analyze where the candidate was a woman, let alone a woman of color. We just don't have like this, the statistics saying that it was abnormal. Any real statistician will tell you that is manipulative data. That is not enough to like prove anything in this case, especially because of how statistically abnormal this election was in the first place. If we see real evidence, we could talk about it, but what's the evidence, Michi? If you have that evidence, I'm shocked that it hasn't been seen by anyone. What is Nahuel saying, that they're risking the prevent? No, Nahuel, there's literally footage of. Oh, thank you, that one guy. Thank you for the $20 on YouTube for the Rizzo Vet Fund. That's sweet. Thank you. There's literal videos of just like normal fucking citizens. Again, you're just making shit up. I'm a capitalist. I live in my nation's capital, TC. Let's see. Let's see, not the numbers I have. Again, that is a claim, but we have yet to see that evidence like verified. Listen, again, I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm just saying like there is no evidence for it yet that has actually been like vetted and verified. There is a court case they're suing, so I'm like, great. There should be plenty of like testing of that evidence. But also, like one thing, and we were talking about this earlier again, right? Like, let's say that, yeah, it was stolen. If so, or tampered with, let's say tampered, right? Tampered. If so, we still have enough power to basically overpower the tampering that they're currently capable of, as evidenced by the results this week, right? So I think it's possible, and I was talking about this with Juan earlier, my friend who was on here, who's in Denmark. Yeah, you mentioned the Danish, ironically. We were talking about this, like, I think that if there is any sort of tampering, it's going to be very, very subtle, and it's going to be, tiny margins, or at least not very obviously noticeable margins, because the risk, especially in a country that is so well armed, is to basically show your hand too much. And I'm basing this on like statistical analysis of recent modern day authoritarians and autocracy and stuff. I've made videos about this. It's about informational autocracy. You can look up my video on this. There is the key is to not make it too obvious a lot of the time. So if they're doing it in small enough margins that could make a difference in a very, very tight race. But that means that we are still able to basically override any sort of undue influence and subtle sort of benefits they are able to give themselves if we are participating in large enough numbers. That's the key. And that's why I'm saying, like, and that's why they don't want us participating. Again, they want us giving up. They don't want us showing up, because that way it makes it 10,000 times easier for them to win, with or without any form of, unfair influence. Thank you, Traven. Thank you so much. Oh yeah, I saw that, Leanne. I saw the interaction where he was like, "Oh, he's like a scammer or something like that," and Joe Rogan was like, "Well, but how else is he a scam? I don't know if that's the word, scammer." And he's like, I mean, I know he used all the fake accents, and I don't know what the comment. And then obviously, sorry to finish this, Elon like was unable to like answer. He was like, "Oh, well, just saying things that people want to hear." Okay, so what's Trump then? That's the funny thing. That's an interesting like definition of scammer though. Like, oh, if someone says something that sounds nice, they're a scammer. But if someone is being racist and shit, that's how you know that they're not. You know what I'm saying? That like requires the understanding. That literally requires the assumption that anything that absolutely no one out here is going to do anything to help anyone else. Like that is the understanding of the world that requires. That guy must be lying because he's saying that he's going to do things that are going to help other people. And I am incapable of comprehending that as a potentially real intention or goal or statement, right? But this guy who's out here being racist, saying horrible things and just, making fun of like, handicapped people, whatever, and just saying disgusting things, he, I can tell, is telling the truth, because that to me sounds like the truth. You know what I'm saying? People who think that way are just revealing their hand. They never, ever, ever, they just assume someone is lying if they talk about doing things that will help other people, because they are incapable of wanting to help other people. That's it. Okay. So he said oh yeah, but so the thing of so he said, oh yeah, the different accents. So I don't know what the, you don't agree, you apologize, I want to have a healthy conversation about it, but okay, they can set the votes to whatever. Okay, I mean, John, sure, you could say that, but then why did they lose all the recent elections? Also, your opinion is contradicted by like the actual research into this and the things that all the actual experts that are fighting. I'm talking like lawyers, the researchers, like people whose entire life's work is based on like democratic systems, whether they're fighting for the laws that protect them or are analyzing the systems that are both good and bad at it, they all disagree with your opinion on this. Like, yes, it's possible. It is absolutely possible that they will do it to a point, an extreme point. However, they run a risk there of, showing their hand. If it becomes too obvious that that's what they're doing under the wrong set of circumstances, that puts them at much higher risk, okay? That puts them at much higher risk from the population. Again, like I said, I've done videos on this talking about informational autocracy. There is we're in an era where most autocrats are benefiting from systems that believably appear or even involve democratic processes and systems within their authoritarian system and government and within their autocratic regime. Because we are at a point in time where being very obviously undemocratic can actually backfire. Just saying that. Sorry. To respond, I was responding to someone else. Yeah, the danger behind these assertions is the unintended impression that elections and voting in general doesn't matter. This week disproved a lot of that. Yeah, exactly. And Also, again, I'm just going to repeat this. I said this earlier, sorry, but they would not be spending so much fucking money and time and effort on doing things like disenfranchising people and gerrymandering and shit if our votes like still didn't matter. If it was so easy and it made no difference for them to just flip a switch and like change the results to an extreme amount, if it really wasn't that big of a fucking deal, they would not be spending this much money and time on and effort, it's a lot of work, on doing things that disenfranchise people. Because I'm not saying that they couldn't if they had that power or that they wouldn't, but it introduces new risks to the system. Okay. That's not how that works, Nahuel. No, Nahuel, guys, just for everyone who's new in here, Nahuel is just a troll. Right-wing, stupid, by the way, troll who doesn't seem to understand how basic things like taxes work. He's just trying to rage bait you. Thank you, Alani. I have 2 sandwich posts actually now. Yeah, no, Kindred. That's what they're going to try to argue, but that's not necessarily true. They argue a lot of things that aren't legally true. Me and Good Trouble should have a podcast. That's a lot of time and work. I mean, I would love that, but also it's a lot of time spent on this stuff. But I'm always happy to go on his lives and stuff and talk to him. I would love that. But he barely knows me. I'm also not trying to like. Thank you, Tired. We were talking about Kornacki. I guess you were on my live, so you know we were talking about Kornacki. I missed Kornacki too. We got to get Kornacki up. So, what was the other thing we're going to ignore? No, Michi, we're not ignoring Rockland County. That's kind of what we've been talking about. I'm just saying that, like, Rockland County, they're going through a lawsuit right now, right? So, I'm saying that their evidence that is not available to us, by the way. We only have access to their descriptions of the evidence. So, I'm sorry, but, like, yeah, I'm waiting for their evidence to be publicly like demonstrated and actually tested, means tested, basically, you know? We haven't been ignoring it. I've been talking about it for the past 45 fucking minutes, dude. We didn't watch Kornacki because we realized too late that he was like live streaming and not on MSNBC. No, John, you can say I'm wrong. I have no problem with people pointing out when I'm wrong about stuff, but I'm telling you, you are saying this based on your opinion, and I am saying this based on the actual experts in these fields. Because it's not just one field. Like, that's why I said, like, I'm talking about, like, lawyers, I'm talking about legislators, I'm talking about researchers that have studied democracy, that do study democracy, that are actively involved in this fight. And they say you are wrong. And not exactly wrong as in, like, it's impossible for them to do it, but I've just explained. I feel like I was very clear in explaining to you why that's not exactly the fucking solution for them that you're presenting it as. You're just saying, like, well, no, they can tamper with it as much as they want, and they will. If more of us engage, they're just going to tamper with it, and so our votes don't matter. Okay, well, again, if that's the case, get the fuck out of here, dude. If it doesn't fucking matter, then go not matter elsewhere. Don't tell other people that they don't matter. Just don't, because that's you trying to matter more. You know what I mean? If you don't want to exercise your voice, if you want to truly believe that your voice is completely cancel outable, go home and stop talking. And I'm not trying to, I know, I'm like, it's mean, but like, you understand what I'm saying? But also, you are wrong about this idea that it's as simple of like, it doesn't matter how many of us show up, no matter how much we make up that difference of tampering, they're just going to push it even further. And it's just because we have no idea how people voted. firstly, it doesn't matter if we don't actually see the ballots. You can do hand counts. You can, in fact, do hand recounts. And if that were fucking true, then people would not be out here claiming that there's evidence that it was tampered with. Like, here's the thing. You saying that there's evidence that it was tampered with, but also there's no way that they will be able to tamper with things as much as they want because there's no way for us to know, are two conflicting ideas. Either you believe that there's evidence of tampering, or you believe that it's impossible to figure out if it was tampered with. You understand the problem there? But secondly, even if it's true, even if they could just flip a switch, I am explaining to you that there are other actual considerations that don't make that the simple solution that you seem to think it is, okay? Because it introduces other factors, and there's tons of research on this that actually put them in more danger of losing their power, which is all they want to do here. They want to maintain their power. So, like, still. So again, John, but you understand, so now you're back to no one has done a sufficient hand recount. Okay, so you understand that once again, you are contradicting yourself. You are saying that there is evidence and that someone is talking about and showing the evidence, but at the same time, you say that if they can tamper with it, they can tamper with it to any level or extreme, and no one can ever verify it otherwise because no one knows how people voted. Again, hand counts are a process of doing that, so there is a way of actually checking tampering like that. And the problem is, dude, like, John, the problem is, and this kind of proves my point, right? If the margins are close enough, if there's any tampering, my theory, again, just for the people who knew, I'm saying that the margins by which there are going to be changes or tampering are going to be pretty small. They're going to be pretty fucking narrow. Because the more they try to do, the more obvious it becomes, and there are lots more problems that get introduced when the more obvious it becomes. One of the things that becomes a problem, an obstacle, if they do it more to a bigger extreme and it becomes more obvious, is that is more likely to trigger hand recounts. It is far more likely to then basically trigger that sort of reaction where, in fact, we will be pulling out the evidence. So they have to keep it somewhat subtle. Yeah, we don't do full hand recounts unless they are triggered. And what do you think triggers them? Like, yeah, I agree. I think that hand recounts should always be done anyway. I think that every election should have, like, ingrained both electronic and hand recount. I agree. Completely independent with zero communication between the two counting things. And then they can check their work against each other. Yeah. Nahuel, like, you're so fucking stupid, dude. That's not true. How are you this fucking stupid? You're rage baiting. What's so funny about, like, then how do you get them? How do you get what, dude? Right, John. Again, my point is, if you can only go off stats, no, you can't. Oh my God. How are you claiming that there's any evidence of tampering while simultaneously telling me that it is impossible to get the evidence showing tampering? You see the fucking problem here. Also, one of the claims you made earlier was like, the problem is that we have no idea how people voted. You can't see the votes. Therefore, they can tamper as much as they want. Firstly, again, that's not true. That's what hand counting is for. But also, that's what, like, we have way too many third-party polling companies that can, like, demonstrate how skewed the data is. And, like, literally, like, you You are contradicting yourself. I'm having a hard time explaining this to you because you are contradicting yourself in your own fucking premise. You're literally pointing to a court case where people are saying, hey, look, this seems skewed, this seems tampered with, and they are going through that process, right? And you're saying, look, there's evidence, but simultaneously saying, no, it's impossible to get any sort of evidence. Fucking pick one, dude, and then I will have a conversation with you. You would rip out a whiteboard for me? I'm literally just using my words. Like, and I know that you're just typing, so it's a little bit harder. I mean, it just takes a little bit longer than me speaking. But again, John, I am not just saying this out of my opinion. I am explaining to you that actual experts in this, what are your qualifications on this? Like, and I'm not trying to like appeal to authority here because I do feel like I have been trying to explain to you very like in simple terms, like this, the contradictions here, right? But I'm also telling you like what the actual experts, what the research shows. It's not even like individuals. It's what the actual fucking research shows, right? And once again, I have conceded. If they want to flip a switch, if they can tamper just a little bit, fine. But and you're saying, well, they can tamper as much as they want just to make up the difference. If so many of us show up, that is going to override. You disagree with the premise that if enough of us show up, we can override small margins of tampering. Firstly, my proof literally this week. Firstly. Secondly, I am saying, yes, I'm sure if you can tamper a little bit, you can tamper a lot. Yeah, that's what that capability looks like. However, I am fucking explaining to you, there is research that shows the more obvious it becomes, the more risky it is for the person that is tampering and for the administration that is tampering. That increases the chances that they will end up, I can't even describe it here, strung up on a fucking wall. That is like, we have the research that shows this. So they are also being very fucking careful, right? The more obvious they make it, the more risk there is to them. And so I'm not saying that it's like impossible, but I don't know how many more like ways to explain it to you. You are saying, well, there's no way of proving it because no one has any idea how anyone voted. Once again, if there are statistical anomalies, like the ones you are claiming there are, that are currently being tested in a fucking court of law, you can say, hey, let's fucking hand recount this. You can say, let's fucking investigate this further. You can. And in fact, I'm fairly certain that in every state, there is a process by which the loser is allowed to challenge and demand a recount, no matter what the circumstances. I know that in some places there's like within a certain margin, there's an automatic recount, but for other cases, you can, I don't know if it's 100% of the states, I do believe that yes, but in most places at the very least, you can demand a recount, you just have to pay for it yourself, right? So you don't even need statistical evidence of it, but you need to be willing to fucking put your money where your mouth is and be like, hand recount, okay? Here's the thing. Kamala Harris, her own internal polling showed that she was going to lose the entire fucking run of her campaign. It showed it. You can speak to anyone who worked on that fucking campaign. It has been written about extensively, if I'm not mistaken. Everyone fucking knew it within her campaign that she was going to lose. There's a reason that they did not challenge any result, and that is because they were unsurprising to them. They were not surprised by them. However, if someone... You're wrong if you think tabulators can't be tampered with. I hope you're fucking talking to someone else. And yeah, so that one guy, I'm so tired of seeing we're cooked and it's over on Reddit. If you believe that, go hide under your blanket. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm fucking saying. I think I looked at some of the court documents very early on. I think that's what I saw, John. But again, I'm waiting for the actual like evidence to come out. You know, I can allege anything. I'm not saying they're fake, but I'm just saying like I'm not going to assume that there's evidence that I have yet to see, that anyone else has yet to see, by the way. And like, except John Jed, but you're not. You're also basically telling people that no matter how much we show up, it's very easy for them to, and they're going to basically, to just like override it. So like you are actually, whether you claim to or not, you actually in fact are basically sending the message that it's pointless no matter how much we show out. Like this all started because I said like, look, we should see like this at the very least as evidence that even if they're tampering with things, and my theory is they're going to be like very subtle about it, even if they do, like if they do, when they do, for at least at this point in time, it's going to be subtle. We have the ability to basically overrule or override those changes when we show up in strong enough numbers, right? And I cited the sources. I said this recent election, that should be an example of it, but also the research, the fucking lawyers, like everything, right? That is, yeah. If they are tampering, I'm not saying that they're not. I'm saying I have yet to see any evidence of it. If they're tampering, it's clearly not working to a certain degree, right? Why is that? Because they're doing a different approach. Why are they doing a different approach? And I've explained to you, because going more extremely is often harmful. And I have repeated over and over again, that does not mean that they cannot go more extremely, nor does it mean that they will not ever go more extremely. But I am explaining to you why I strongly believe that at this point in time, they will not be willing to go more extreme on it. I think it's highly unlikely. Therefore, that is why, even if you believe that there's any form of tampering, which again, we have yet to see any evidence of, you should still be assuming that if enough of us show up, we can override it. That is, like, I have hit every fucking point on this, dude. And I don't know why, I don't know what it is that you are disagreeing with if what you just said is true. You don't disagree with me. I have fucking explained every level of this. I'm getting tired of this, dude. Yeah, it's on YouTube. Sorry. And the comments are on screen here. Oh, Jesus, John. Okay. Yeah, at this point, I think you kind of have to be fucking with me, dude. Yeah, right, Kindred? Anyway, you don't have a crystal ball? But don't I have a crystal ball? Yeah, Raven also says voting machines have no network connectivity at all. The code is black box, impossible. Yeah. I mean, Raven, I'm a general believer in never say never, right? But I'm also a general believer of like, if you're going to make a claim, fucking back it up with evidence. You know what I mean? And I know everyone is very, very excited about the Rockland County shit. Like, I looked at it. They are making claims based on statistical analysis, and they're making claims about, like, miscounts, whatever. Okay, I can make whatever claims I want to in a court case. That is why I am waiting. Whenever people ask me, I say, I am waiting to see if anything else fucking comes out. And nothing that has happened in the Rockland evidence, John Jed, contradicts a single fucking thing that I've been saying this entire fucking time. I'm getting so tired of this, dude. I don't know why, like, it's so, like... Okay, but Raven, so that's... You said two things that aren't... Just because they are not connected to a network doesn't mean that they aren't hackable, and you should know that. Because those mean two different things. Not being connected to a network possibly means that they're not remotely hackable. Sure. That doesn't mean that they are not hackable. And you know that. I think it's auto moderation, Baltor. I don't think... I'm not filtering any messages, but that was your first message that I've seen, Baltor. Well, there's literally also, to be fair, and again, I am this whole thing, like, I am coming from the angle of like I have yet to see evidence of tampering, real evidence, not claims or descriptions of evidence. And again, and I am looking forward to the evidence that has been described in court documents being put to the test. Again, because literally anyone can make any document that looks like fucking anything. I don't know why it's so hard for people to understand this. Like, evidence needs to be, like, basically tested and verified by third parties, by people who are trying to challenge it. Just because a document, like, I can make you a document right now. I can make you a document right fucking now that has proof, right? And I could file that with a court. I could do that. That doesn't mean shit. So I'm saying, so all that, I'm not trying to spread misinformation or conspiracy theories here. There are literal contests. When people say one of these machines is not hackable, like, that is not true. And I know that because there are literal contests where people try to hack these machines. And the last one, it was like some 16-year-old that won the, like, hacking contest on these machines. Now, that does not mean that they have been hacked. That does not mean that they can be hacked remotely. That doesn't mean it's necessarily easy for them to be hacked, because, like, this kid, I believe there was access to the internal, machine and stuff in order for him to do it. Like, it wasn't like just someone online could just do it. No. But hacking, like, not having certain capabilities is different from not being able to be hacked. Literally everything can be hacked. Everything. Okay? Baltor says, basically, directly changing the vote is largely unnecessary. Yeah, that's also what I'm saying, Baltor. I'm saying something similar, too, which is, like, if in fact it was so easy with zero ramifications to tamper with the actual machines, if in fact it was that easy with zero potential consequences for just doing it, for flipping a switch and just always ensuring that you win and come out on time every single time, then they would not be spending this much time, these many resources, time, labor, energy, money on doing things like redistricting, gerrymandering, and all the other forms of disenfranchisement, like trying to get rid of mail-in ballots, trying to make it harder to register, trying to make it harder to verify your identity, trying to make it easier to purge, trying to make it, like, all these things, you know what I mean? Trying to close polling places so that it's harder to get to, trying to make it so that you can't give someone water waiting in line. Like, all of these efforts, which they are undertaking still today, as we know, it's like big news all the time, they would not have to be spending this much time and effort on that if it was quite as easy and as simple as, like, yeah, we'll just make sure that we win every time. There are other considerations. There are other fucking considerations. Oh, so you think that elections in Ukraine are all fake. Got it. Exactly. They're trying to not need to hack because it's hard and noticeable. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. If you do it in a way that is too obvious, that can very easily backfire, especially under certain circumstances. Like, in some countries, it's easier. It's fine. It's safer for them to just make it, even if it's fucking obvious, right? Under some circumstances, it's totally fine to be that fucking obvious. But in the circumstances that the U.S. finds itself right now, it is not safer to make it that fucking obvious. My friend who worked polls in Florida returned after a bomb threat to find something inserted in a machine. What do you mean? Well, that's the other tactic, right? Yeah, the threats, on the day to evacuate places. It's not necessarily that it's easier. It's just that, like, I'm saying, and this is part of, again, I know we've been going in circles here, that even if they can tamper, right? Even if they can, let's just assume that they can, and they do. I'm saying there's a reason they are probably going to do it very subtly. In the same way that gerrymandering, they're going to be using all of these other tactics, because the more subtle, the better, the safer for them. Very simple, which ultimately means that no matter the tactics that they use, the gerrymandering, the disenfranchisement, the tampering, no matter that, because they are hoping that each tactic just does a little bit more, just like minuscule amounts, they are hoping that all of that adds up to a solid, win for them, right? Or makes whatever difference they need to win. It means that all of these tactics can still be basically overridden if enough of us show up. So the solution is literally never don't participate, because it's pointless. It is literally never that. Because also, part of all of those tactics, and this is important, is the visibility of those tactics. They don't care that you know that they're gerrymandering. They don't care that you think that they are tampering with the results. They don't care. They want you to think that it is pointless because they want you to stay home. They want you to think that it's already lost, that it's a lost cause. That is the most effective method they have. Why? Because once again, if enough of us show up, we can absolutely override any sort of these tactics. And they fucking know that. So better to keep us home by telling us it's pointless. Yeah, if voting isn't important, why are they trying so hard to discourage us? Exactly. If it wasn't important, they would be spending a lot more time trying to convince us that we totally have power. You understand? Like, that's the thing. It's once they tell us, it's like once, I mean, this can be, I don't want this to be misinterpreted, right? Because I want to say, like, once it feels great, once it feels like we're totally empowered, that's when you got to be suspicious. Yes and no, because obviously sometimes we may actually we may one day get to a point where we are empowered and we feel that way. So I don't want to, introduce conspiracy like thinking. But like, when you are no longer being told constantly like it's pointless, that's when you start to have to get worried. You know what I mean? I think it's due to a lot of reasons, Susie. John, again, experts don't disagree with what I'm saying. They don't. You have a couple of statisticians in Rockland County that are claiming to have evidence to the contrary. And once again, I have never fucking said that they are lying or anything. I'm just saying that their evidence has yet to be actually fucking verified by third parties. That is all I'm fucking saying. And I'm saying that far larger bodies of experts disagree with what you're saying. So if you want to believe the experts, like, you are fucking wrong, dude. And I can't believe you're still pushing back on this. Like, we have gone point by point by point by point. Nothing of what I have said has been, I've barely even contradicted what you're saying. I'm not saying that they didn't tamper. I'm not fucking saying that there's no evidence. I'm saying that we have yet to fucking see verified and tested evidence that's not just, like, a fucking court filing description of evidence. Like, I am losing my fucking mind here, dude. You are not hearing me. You're not fucking hearing me, dude. You're saying walk and chew bubblegum at the same time, but what you're doing is you are walking and you're chewing tobacco and calling it fucking bubblegum, dude. Like you are making false claims now. And you are unduly describing the weight of expertise in the field of like what they're saying, of how at risk from tampering we are and aren't. Like you are misrepresenting it. You think, okay, fine. Chenoweth is one of them. I forget the last name of the other fucking researcher. Let's see. I literally, and actually, John, multiple times I told you that I go through some of the research in fucking videos about informational autocracy. So you could have spent this time educating yourself by watching the video. On YouTube, it's one video where I go through the research. You could have fucking done that, but instead you're in here claiming something. Chenoweth is one of the researchers. Maria J. Stefan is the other one. That's like the big sort of, they do a lot of the, sorry. Chenoweth and Stefan do more about nonviolent resistance and stuff. The research I go through in that video is Guriev and informational autocrats. And what's his other name? Guriev and Treisman. So Sergei Guriev, Daniel Treisman, they published a bunch of research about informational autocracy and the value in like not tampering with shit too obviously, which I've been describing non-fucking stop in here. What else? I mean, I've already described to you how evidence works. I don't need a source for that, but you could Google like fact-checking evidence if that's really what you want, you know. Like you don't have to go through my entire video catalog. I give you like the title and shit. Look up informational autocracy. But fine, you don't have to go through my video catalog and use the search function on the world's largest search engine that is powering said video platform. Sure, you don't have to do that. You could also just look up the research I just gave you. Sure. But also, if you found that video, you would actually see links to the research, which would save you some time. I mean, you know, at this point, you're pretending to, like, this is weaponized incompetence. I need you to know that. This is clear weaponized incompetence. I can't. This is ridiculous. It's getting ridiculous. Well, but so then don't claim that I didn't give you any fucking sources. You know what I mean? If now the issue is that you just didn't have time to go look at the source because you're in here repeating the points that have been like we have talked through and basically debunked in many ways, right? Over and over and over again, then don't claim that I didn't point you in the direction of some fucking sources. So you don't want sources. So you don't have time to look at the sources. Okay. So then why? Oh my God. I'm being an asshole, John, because you are not hearing. And it is incredibly fucking rude to force someone to basically like refuse to listen to someone. Yeah, it is actually incredibly fucking rude. And it has been explained to you multiple fucking times. And I think that what you're doing fundamentally does actually spread harmful misinformation. I think you are doing something harmful right now. And I think I've been very patient for a very long part of this. I should just stop responding to you. Yeah, I should. But also, like, I'm being an asshole because I'm very deeply annoyed. You are refusing to listen to... It has been explained to you, whatever. Okay, I'm fucking over this. Yikes. But he's on YouTube, Raven. So he can't, it's not on TikTok. I'm not ignoring valid info. I've actually read the information you're telling me to look at. I've actually seen it. I've already seen it. You have seen none of the information that I am talking about. So why would you keep assuming that you know more about this than me or than all the other fucking people in the chat that are talking about this? It's crazy, dude. I'm not denying evidence. You are. You're the one who's refusing to fucking look at the research because you're busy. Okay, well, I've looked at the evidence that you're talking about, and I have explained to you, like, the standards for which I am waiting for that evidence to be verified. I haven't even fucking said that your evidence is bullshit. I have yet to fucking say that. So the fact that you are mad that I am saying I am waiting for that to actually be verified and tested by third parties that have access to that fucking evidence, and that pisses you off, shows me that you understand the irony of you calling me or comparing me to fucking anti-vaxxers when you're getting mad at that, where I'm just saying, I am not saying your evidence is false. I'm just saying it has yet to truly, truly be verified. Am I fucking I haven't read it. What are the rest of them, dude, John? I told you, I was like, yeah, I'm pretty sure I went through the fucking court docs. I know I've looked through, I don't know what the most recent ones are. I know I've looked through some of the court docs, but I don't know if it's the most recent filing. Because I don't fucking assert things as fact if I can't, tell you exactly what it is. I don't know which fucking, when you said, have you looked at the documents? I've looked at some of the documents. I don't know if there's other fucking documents that I haven't seen from it, but I have looked at the fucking evidence that was released that everyone was freaking out about, by evidence that was released. I'm talking about the court filings that people were, first freaking out about when it first dropped. The last couple of times I have gone to look at it to update it, because I do check in on it every once in a while. Nothing new had come out. So unless something has some new evidence, groundbreaking evidence has come out in the last 2 weeks, maybe 3, I think, no, 2 weeks. Yeah, I've seen it. Thank you, Heavy. Is John a lawyer? I hope not. No. I certainly hope not as well. But I doubt it. Definitely not a researcher. Definitely not a scientist. Because you are refusing to treat evidence the way, responsibly. So. But why do some people say the party switch didn't happen? Are you talking MAGA say it, right? Because they know deep down that conservatives are always the fucking racist, misogynist, and backward thinking ones. They know that. So they want to claim that no. When you talk about Southern Democrats and whatnot being pro-slavery or whatever, they know it's wrong, and so they want to pretend like it's the other guys. So the trick to when you're talking about something like that is set aside the party switch did happen, but even if you don't believe that the party switch did happen, let's talk about one thing that has a basically relatively constant definition, not a party name, which you can change at any point. Tomorrow, the Democratic Party could change its name to be the super more conservative than Republicans party. And it doesn't necessarily describe any of their platform, but they could call themselves that if they wanted to. But so setting that aside, talk about one thing that we always basically understand is the spectrum from conservative to liberal. And I'm talking the spectrum, not the terms that we use when people say I'm not a liberal, I'm a leftist. I am one of those people who says that in the correct context, okay? I'm talking not the American self-labeling of political spectrum points. I am talking about literally just the more general conservative to liberal spectrum, okay? So talk to them in those terms. Be like, okay, whether we agree that the parties switched or not, one thing we do know, who are conservative and who are more liberal, right? What are conservative values? Like what were the conservatives like always doing? And the conservatives were always pro-slavery, misogyny, fucking racist, all that shit. I appreciate you guys standing up for me. Yeah. I'm annoyed. I think I could be a lot fucking meaner. I know I could be a lot meaner. But also, I don't know why you think I have to respect someone who's so clearly ignoring everything. I have given you so much of my time and my energy and my attention. And the fact that you're demanding more of it, you also demand that I basically go against very principled, you know, stances on evidentiary verification, which are pretty standard also. The fact that you're mad about those basic fucking standards and you expect me to basically end up on your side versus listening to everything I've said. I mean, whatever. I'm not going to say it. The chat already said it earlier. It's just you seem very entitled. I don't know what why you feel so fucking entitled to my niceness when I have given you so much. Despite your absolute disrespect. I don't think, and to be clear, I don't think respect means agreeing with me, but I do think that respect means not insisting on the same fucking point that illustrates that you are not even hearing what I have said. And insisting that you know more about something, despite the fact that I have demonstrated that I have read more research on this than you have, and I have spoken to actual experts on this than you have. Now, is every expert on is every self-described expert going to be correct? No, obviously experts can contradict each other, but I feel I was very patient in spending my time walking you through a surface version, granted, of how this research plays into this multiple times. I pointed you in the direction of not just research, but my video explaining the research so that I could actually save you some fucking time. And despite all this, and I told you that I had read through some of the court documents that you are trying to get me say something that even those court documents, that somehow disprove or, prove you right and disprove what I'm saying. And all I'm saying is, I am not saying that what's in those court documents is false. I'm just saying I'm waiting for it to be verified. Despite all of this, you somehow think that you are entitled to my niceness. All of that to me feels incredibly fucking disrespectful. Incredibly disrespectful. I don't need you to agree with me, but everything else that you're fucking doing is so fucking disrespectful. And the fact that you still think, whatever. I didn't give you shit other than yelling at you? All right, yeah. Fuck off, John. I'm done. I didn't give you shit other than yelling at you. Except for the research that you said you're too busy to watch. Except for the research that you said that, because you're talking to me, you can't go look at. Except for that. I gave you the same fucking explanations 20 fucking times. I gave you my time. I gave you my attention. I gave you my respect. Fuck off, dude. Yeah. I mean, at this point, it is absolutely, has to be, I'm not saying it. I'm not fucking saying it. Yeah, you were too busy having a conversation here to go watch the video that explains it, that was told to you by name. And then, actually, no, first it was that you didn't have time to go look through my entire video library, despite the fact that I told you the name of it. So you couldn't Apparently, and here's the thing also, it's laughable that you expect me to trust that you have seen and done more research on this, despite the fact that you have exactly one piece of evidence that, once again, I have yet to say is false. It just has yet to be verified through the proper fucking channels. That is all I'm fucking saying. The fact that you think that you are better researched on this when you don't even know how to use a fucking Google search bar on YouTube is fucking embarrassing, my dude. There is zero possible way, and I am so open to the fact that there are experts in here all the time that absolutely know so much more about stuff than I do, that people that are way better researched on stuff than I am. But so far, all you fucking have is one court case that, yes, I have seen those documents from. Your inability, self-described inability to find a video whose name you know and creator you know, and the platform that it is on you know, and you still want to suggest and pretend like you are better fucking researched on this subject than me? Bro. Jesus. I don't need you to send a link. I know how to find the Rockland court documents. I know how to find them. As you know, because I've told you, I have seen them. I'm responding because, like, you know, I want you to understand how embarrassing it is that you're acting this way. Yeah, I would love to, but you're also just in here being a fucking loser. So, yeah. Here's the fun thing. This is my stream. I get to address whoever the fuck I want. Why are you still responding at this point? I don't know why you're still responding. For no reason. Dude, I blew up for very, very good reason, dude. Very good reason. John, again, so I've seen the documents you're trying to get me to see, and I have seen more documents, more research, and I've spoken to more experts on this. What exactly makes you think that you know more about this than I do? And I hate pulling this card out because it makes me sound like I think that I know more than everyone. I don't. I don't know more than everyone. There's a fuck ton of people in the world is in these conversations often that know more than me. But I do know more than John about this. Unless John can give me a good reason why he believes that he knows more about this than me, I will wait. Simple question. Why do you think you know more about this than I do? John Jed, I have spoken about the research and the experts I've spoken to. You have yet to mention anything other than the one court case documents, which again, I have read. So again, and by the way, I provide proof of the research I have in fact done. I'm just taking your word for the fact that you read the court documents, which again, I have seen. So why do you assume that you know more about this than me? You can't answer the question, John? Can't answer the question. Very simple question. If you're incapable of answering a simple question like this, again, I'm going to refer to why the fuck would you assume you know more than anyone, let alone me, on this. Once again, if you're new in here, I know that there are a lot of people that know more than me on just about everything in the world. But I am fairly certain that I know more about this than John, based on the conversation we've been having for the past hour. No, you haven't answered. The topic is men who feel entitled to basically everything. It's possible it's getting blocked. Can you find another way of saying it? There's auto mods on all the fucking things. Mule. Report. Okay. The Mueller report? Yeah, I've read that. How the fuck? I'm sorry, that's what you think. So that's why you think you know more about this than me? The fuck? How does that answer that question? Which, by the way, doesn't. Firstly, John, that literally doesn't disprove anything I've said. Doesn't disprove a single fucking thing I've said. Does not. But that's why you think you know more about this than me? Okay, once again, none of that disproves anything of what I've been saying. So you truly, truly have not listened to a single fucking word I've said this entire time? What a waste of my fucking time. Jesus. Yeah, again, I have the multi-chat up on screen. If you think your comments are getting filtered, you should be able to see whether or not they're filtered on that chat that's like on screen. You think you know more? So again, you're a developer and DevOps engineer. Cool. So you know fuck all about democracy, which is what we're talking about. Once again, and refuse to listen to a fucking word I have said. I can't fucking believe this is so outrageously dis-fucking respectful. Like, how little do you think of other humans? I mean, fucking women, let's be real. Like, is it because I'm a woman that you are so fucking incapable of listening to a single word I have said? This is the most insane. Oh my God. So you know fuck all about democracy is what you're saying. I have repeatedly said and asserted that I'm not saying that there is no tampering, that there has been no tampering, that there cannot be any tampering. I have never said that this is a question of technical ability. I have literally repeated this so many fucking times, but I have said that there is a reason for certain choices and tactics to be used to certain extents. I have said it is very possible for them to flip a switch. That, by the way, is a fucking metaphor. That is what I have been saying for God knows how long now. Repeatedly, I'm saying I have no doubt that it is possible for them to have the capability. Like, I'm not even challenging that right now. I am talking about why or how they would go about the extent of tampering that they would engage in and for what fucking reasons. And I have talked about it based on the research by actual democracy experts, which you are not. I have listened to every fucking word you've said, John. Every single fucking word you have said. Yeah, I know you've literally never said anything about me being a woman. I'm trying to figure the fuck out why you don't seem to have heard a single word I have said. Like, the only reason I have talked about the research I'm talking about democracy, dude. No one is arguing with you about technical abilities, and you would fucking know that if you listened. So, I am asking, why are you refusing to listen to me? Why are you refusing to think that I am fucking explaining to you about why people might make a choice on how to go about tampering with something or the extent to which they will do it? Like, and why are you assuming that you know more about that? You are Just like you are saying that you know more about this than me because you're a systems expert. Cool. I'm going to assume you yourself have hacked into a machine yourself. I'm going to give you every fucking benefit of the doubt here. You are the most world-renowned cybersecurity fucking expert, and you have the capability personally to hack into every single machine that exists in the world. I'm going to assume that, okay? No fucking part of that contradicts anything I have been explaining to you about the tactics used and the choices made in the extent to which tampering should be engaged in. None of that disproves that or would leave you understanding democracy and authoritarianism more. Like, I can't. I fucking can't, dude. You said the developer comment in jest, it's not a qualifier here. Yeah, exactly. It's not a qualifier here. Okay. It's not a qualifier here. Yeah, thank you. That's my point. So you have no fucking reason. You're a college dropout. You're not even a DevOps. Okay. So you have no fucking reason to assume that you know more about this than me. Not a single fucking reason. And we talked about Ukraine when you fucking brought it up. And once again, Ukraine in no way fucking contradicts anything I've said. Nor does Ukraine verify the evidence that has been presented in Rockland County. I can't. No, I am okay, so now you are a DevOps engineer. So before, okay, you're just, at this point, it has to be a troll. Oh, Lord. I'm a professional. Says, I had no idea this was a regular thing. I'm on YouTube. TikTok, social media is not my thing, but this is dope. It's a masterclass on the psyche of a stubborn man on the internet. Yeah, sorry. You said it in jest. Okay, so you weren't joking. It was real, but it was also a joke to say it. So why don't you respect me enough to answer my question honestly and taking it seriously? The fact that you were whining earlier that you have no idea why I'm being an asshole to you, because you have been respectful. And not only do you not respect me, like, because you just straight up ignore every fucking thing I've said, but you also just can't respect me enough to give me a straight answer to a simple question. And you think I should respect you in response? Yeah. The yelling came second, John. Alive deconstruction. Raven says that's because he's not a DevOps engineer. Who even says that? I don't know enough about that. Oh, I had plenty of reason, John. Plenty of fucking reason. John, you've been in here like disrespecting me. For it has to be since the moment you got in here, because you've clearly not listened to a single word that has been said. I spent a lot of time trying to answer your questions, trying to have discourse with you. Not a single fucking moment have you heard a single thing that I have said. That is disrespectful as fuck. And to think that I then have to just be nice to you and that I can't yell at you. I mean, I'm barely yelling also, by the way. It's fucking funny. All right. I'm over it. I'm over it. Yeah, he wants attention. I'm debating. Do you guys want to keep? I didn't start yelling at you right away. Oh my god, you understand that I have recordings of this, right? I had a conversation with you for a very long time before I started yelling. I can't believe you're claiming this right now. I can't believe you're doing this. Okay, do you got shooked? If you scroll back through the comments, you can see the precise moment that his fragile ego got shooked. Let's fucking do it. What's the moment? Yeah, you started with, hey, writing to the Danish embassy regarding the U.S. election, blah, blah. And I had a very I was addressing your fucking question like a normal fucking person. You said, I don't agree. I apologize. I want to have a healthy conversation about it. Sure. We were still having a conversation about it. And then you said, I feel bad because I'm coming in here saying, no, you're wrong. And I said, I have no problem with you saying I'm wrong, but I'm like saying that your points, what you're saying is like, I have basically debunked it or explained why it doesn't matter in the way you're saying it matters. I mean, Jesus. We're having a whole ass normal fucking conversation. When he entered the room. Autumn. I wasn't even talking to you for most of that at that point, John. I like took your question and I addressed it and I was like talking to other people, I remember. So like I think you're just very, very sensitive. I think it's clear. Because you also, the fact you said, I feel bad for saying you're wrong, that's because you think it's insulting to be told that you're wrong. That's why, I mean, God, I'm usually better at like spotting that, actually. I'm sorry. I apologize, guys. I should have spotted that. Someone who thinks it's insulting to say that someone is wrong is someone who will never, ever, ever admit that they're wrong. John is incapable of it, but whatever. Oh, and now he's sensitive about being called an insult. That's funny. Who has my vote for the next presidential election? I don't know. I mean, unfortunately, probably whoever the Dems run, but I certainly fucking hope it's not going to be Newsom. Buckwickian? You mean Bushwickian, First Lady? Rama Duaji being the nation's first Zillennial Bushwickian First Lady. Yeah. Technically, she's Texan, but yeah. And they live in Queens. I don't know why you're saying Bushwickian. Why is she Bushwickian? She was born in Texas. Yeah, Astoria. She can run? Run for what? Yeah, hello. We're getting another one. Who can run, Alyssa? Might have gotten blocked. Someone from Bushwick. But I don't think she's Bushwickian. Why does she count as being Bushwickian? Yeah, exactly. They're not Gen Z. They're actually millennials. That is very, very clearly millennial humor. I'm sorry. And we had confirmation because at least the identities that were released were millennial women. She was born in Texas. She was born in the U.S., if I'm not wrong. Marjorie? I don't think so, Paige. I do think, unfortunately, it's very likely to be Gavin Newsom, but I was thinking about that. I was like, today I was thinking of making a post. It's a big post to talk about this early on because, like, God, that fucking suck. What he's done to California is so bad. I mean, Michi, like, chill. The only thing that he's done to California that sucks is that, like, he has vetoed progressive policies. So he hasn't, like, really made many changes. He hasn't allowed it to change for the better, despite the fact that the legislature has passed multiple more progressive policies. That's the complaint that I hear from Californians. I used to split my time with like LA and New York, and the number one complaint that I hear from them is like him vetoing actually progressive policy that is very popular in the city and stuff. Specifically because he is always running for president. They're like, it sucks. He's just always running for president. So instead of, you know, allowing the legislation to pass that Californians actually want, he's worried about how it's going to affect his chances in a general election one day, and so he vetoes it. Oh, thank you, Cryptic. You missed the excitement in here. That was... She's pulling away to save herself, not because she... Yeah, I know, Paige. But that doesn't mean that she's going to be a presidential candidate. She's pulling away, not just to save herself, just to be clear. It's not as simple as to save herself. She's pissed also. AOC talked about this recently. She wanted to apparently run for Senate in Georgia, and Trump said no. So part of it is that she's lashing out. She's pissed at Trump and the party that was like, settle down, Missy. Yeah. She's just going scorched earth. And this, by the way, this is like, it's also like, I mean, she hasn't even been saying that much like groundbreaking shit. You know what I mean? She's a raging anti-Semite, and that's the only reason she's like critical of is. I'm not saying that criticism of is anti-Semitism, to be clear, free Palestine, but I'm saying the reason she is critical of it is because she is, in fact, a raging anti-Semite. Anyway, but beyond that, she's talking about healthcare stuff. All of a sudden, she's pushing, like, all of a sudden, she's come to the left. She's understanding that the left is like, no, you have to make sure people can afford healthcare. All of a sudden, she's acting as though she's shocked that her party isn't behind that. She's pissed. She's looking out for herself. She can't fucking afford healthcare because she wastes all her money on some other bullshit, clearly. Not that, you know, she gets a decent salary. I can guarantee it, especially for someone who lives in Georgia. She's mad that she got like, yeah, she's mad that they told her to settle down, sit down, and she's not principled enough. She's just not like principled enough. So it's very easy for her to fucking flip flop. That's the problem with the right. They will flip on each other on a dime because they don't have principles. Or their principles are so based on like divisiveness and hate that like they can be aligned on things. Basically, the way I view it mentally, because like it's always visual for me, is like there's like this scale of like groups of people that they hate. You know what I mean? And it's all like intersecting and stuff. But like they'll all be aligned in general on like, okay, but we all hate a certain general group of people, right? Cool. And then there's like the outer layers that get chipped away, right? So now you see people like Vivek getting Ramaswamy getting fucking torn apart on X anytime, and he's still a fucking Republican, by the racists that he aligned himself with, right? So it's like chipping away at the outer circles. Like he's aligned with them on hating everyone outside these circles, but he just didn't realize that he's on one of the outer circles. So most of the people in there still hate him too, and they used him until he started to think that he was as good as them, and now they're gonna fucking kick him to the curb, right? So there's just the entire ideology is based on these different like degrees of hating people or just believing that certain groups of people don't deserve basic things. That's what it all comes down to. That's what it is. It's the entire idea is that certain people don't deserve things, basic needs being met, right? Don't deserve food, don't deserve home, don't deserve to live a halfway decent life. That's the entire concept. So what fuels that? There's a lot of things that fuel that, and one of the things that fuels that sort of ideology is hate. So if you convince a bunch of people, hey, like not everyone deserves something, that means you got to define the group that does deserve the thing and the group that doesn't. So it is an ideology that by necessity has to make someone else undeserving. Someone else has to be the wrong type of person. So you're going to have everyone aligned on this idea, hey, not everyone deserves just basic needs. Not everyone deserves to be treated like a human. Someone out there deserves less than I deserve. That's the premise. And they'll be aligned on that basic thing, but then they're going to be misaligned on what it means, who exactly deserves it, right? Everyone is like, well, someone else deserves less than me. That's the rule. And some of them think that the person who deserves less than them is the guy who's standing right next to them. And that's where it gets dicey. So there's an inherent, like, it is principled in a way that results in very unprincipled approaches to things, right? Because it's too, like, principles are helpful to think outside of your personal benefit, right? You have selfishness and then you have principles. And then, of course, you can say, well, the principle that is selfishness that feeds that. But I view like principles and practice for this sake. Let's talk about principles as something that are beliefs that you prioritize that are outside of like, I deserve everything and no one else deserves as much as me. Selfishness. It is by definition a very inherently unprincipled thing. The only principle it has is me, 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 me. So whatever that means at any given moment is going to change. If that makes sense. Hello, Boston. That also seems so uniquely American. It's yes and no, Kindred. I mean, I know hateful fucking people. Fascists exist outside of America. And it's the same principle. Not everyone deserves, like, that even is more extrapolatory, right? It's I deserve more than other people. So how do you convince yourself that, right? How do you got to like build a structure around that basic belief. I deserve more than other people. I am better than other people. Okay, how are you better? Like, are you more skilled? Are you more educated? Are you smarter? And if you can't convince yourself that you're better than other people for those reasons, because there's going to be someone else in the world that's more skilled than you, and there's going to be someone else that is in fact smarter and more well-read than you. The way you land on how do I feel like I'm better than someone else and therefore deserve more than they do? Yes, I was born white. Fascism. Boom. Racism. Bam. In some ways, Kindred says even conservatives in other countries are more community. In some ways, sure. In some countries and in some ways, sure. Yes. But it's still predicated on the idea of like, I deserve more than other people. Everything I got because I deserve it. Everything I don't have is someone else's fault. Is because someone else took something that I in fact deserve. You know? So like, I know, I have, I hesitate to use the word friend. I use this word loosely. Someone I grew up with, right? Who is a fascist. He likes Franco, right? And yeah, he's just a terrible person. He was born rich as fuck. He was, he was given like every benefit in life. He literally like purchased his wife. Literally, for a guy who hates immigrants, she is I'm not going to give too many details, but she's a woman from another country that he basically was dating, but she was going to run out of her visa. He very clearly, he wanted a beautiful woman that, because he has a lot of money, he wanted the life that his parents had, where his dad was very wealthy, his mom was very beautiful, and he stepped out on her all the time, and the trade-off was that she got to live a life of luxury. So similarly, that's what he wanted. And so he found a very beautiful woman that he would never be able to get if he wasn't rich, and basically married her for her visa, so she could stay in the country. She's entirely dependent on him to be able to stay in the country. And she expects a very luxurious lifestyle. And she has one. And in exchange, he controls everything she does and says and eats and thinks. And but basically, I'm like just describing this in general, but basically, he believes that everything he has, every benefit that he has been handed in life, he deserves, right? He's like superior, whatever. He earned it. Never mind the fact that he was born rich, and the businesses he has started have all failed. Never mind that. And he believes that people who have less than him have less than him because they work less. They didn't work as hard. They aren't as smart as him. They aren't whatever. I'm not talking about the president, no. There is, and now, sure, at a certain point, yes, in some ways, like, I will say, and I've talked about him, he sounds like a real winner. Oh, yeah. He's like quintessential. He's a perfect example of, like, I think a perfect illustration of how much fascism is born out of insecurity, I think, and how much hate is born out of insecurity. Because despite the fact that he was handed so fucking much in life, it's like when a small thing like doesn't, he's basically like a raging alcoholic. He's a raging alcoholic. And actively goes out of his way to try to upset people, literally. And like, he's like a real life troll. Like, his entire persona is like he's trying to get a rise out of people, including like, you know, my friends were telling me this story about like he was like mimicking this guy's accent when they were like on vacation somewhere, just like constantly just mimicking this accent. This guy who's like, you know, some fucking, I forget what the job was, but like a service, someone who worked in like service or something like that. You know what I mean? And all he wanted was for someone to be upset with him over it. He's filthy fucking rich, dude. He's filthy fucking rich. Always has been. And the thing he needs in an interaction is to upset a service worker who has an accent enough for someone to be like, hey, you're an asshole, so he can laugh at it. No, when I said someone I know, someone I grew up with. That's why I said I use the term friend loosely. Someone that is like, I just grew up with. I've known him for over 30 years. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's funny because we had this conversation. He was at a wedding I was at. He was at 2 weddings I was at recently. And we had this conversation. He's like, well, you know, but like, oh, but we're friends, right? Like, we fucking disagree on everything. And I was like, that's why I think, I forget exactly how it went, but basically I was like, yeah, sure. I see you more as like a sibling, because it was like, not in the good way, right? Of like, I'm sort of stuck with him in certain ways. I'm stuck with him in my life. He's in my life, whether I like it or not. So he's like a sibling. I don't like him. I don't like him. We're not friends. But he was like, yeah, we fucking hate each other and blah, 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 but we're still friends. We're stuck with each other. We're still friends, right, Brenna? And I was like, yeah, we're stuck with each other. More like siblings. I would say we're more like siblings. Definitely stuck with each other. And whatever. Yeah, such a Spanish thing. Yeah. But we're friends, right? In the loosest form of the word, literally just in the sense that I have known you for 30 years. I've known him since we were both 3 years old. Did I throw a sub at him? No. Kind of feel like nobody's his friend. Yes and no. That's the thing too. And it bugs me, but also there's a level to it of like the Spanish culture, because like I have friends. It was interesting. Like I ran into him at a couple of weddings, right? Weddings of my friends that I've also known since we were 3 years old, right? We've all kind of grown up each other in a very sort of like insulated-ish community in Spain. So we're all like basically in each other's lives still. I don't really consider, it's weird. It's like, I feel weird saying like he's not my friend, even though I don't consider him a friend, but he's in my life in a way where I'm like, I know him too much I know him too well to be like, he's nothing to me. You know what I mean? So this guy's going to watch the VOD. Let him. I don't care. He's welcome to. The associate, I don't know if that's even the right things. Nobody's have to put up with all these pardon fascists, their money, their power structures. Well, so, okay, but it's putting the finger in the wound on how all the Francos got off basically scot-free after the dictatorship. Yeah, exactly, right? And so basically, so he's still friends with some of the people I grew up with. And, like, some of my friends, like, one of my friends who's, like, my best fucking friend growing up, he calls his kids my sobrinos and stuff. You know what I mean? His children he basically calls me their aunt because we truly consider each other siblings. And like, there's like a really nice interaction like this where I'll be like telling Philippe met all these people recently. And I was like, oh, I was like, Natter's my brother. And and I was like, oh, I got to meet his son, and it came up at one point in conversation with like Philippe where I was like, where Philippe was like, I mean, hemming and hawing about the plans we were making and stuff. And I was like, I mean, I have to meet this kid. This kid is basically, Nader is my brother. This child is basically my nephew. And then later, like a few days later, we were hanging out with another friend. And when I like repeated this conversation of like, oh yeah, he made this joke of like, fuck saying his, Nader's kid. My friend Jawad was like, bro, that's her brother. That kid is her fucking nephew. Like we had the exact same interaction. I'm not telling the story very well because whatever, it's late. But we were having basically the same exact interaction. I was like, bro, that's my brother. He is my brother. That child is my nephew. And then Jawad was like days later, not knowing this conversation happened. He was like, bro, that's her brother. That is her brother, man. That child is her nephew. No, this is a different person, Javi. Nader is my bestie. He's my brother. I'm talking about, he's not the fascist, dude. No, he's not the fascist. What I was saying, though, is that, like, a lot of my friends, like my friend Nader, are still good friends with this guy, because we all grew up together. And, like, Nader, the one thing that really bothers me about Nader is, like, an enlightened centrist type. Don't even get me fucking started. He's the only person that I don't accept it from him. I give him so much shit, but he's like, I just want everyone to get along. I don't really like thinking about that kind of stuff. Blah, 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 blah. And I'm just like, bro, that's fucking fine and dandy, but like you're friends with a fucking fascist, like whatever. But I just don't want to think blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Must be nice, bro. Yeah, right? And but then my other friend who's also friends with them that like I know I'm so beyond putting up with damn centrist. I know, but again, this is all outside of Spain. This is someone, he's like, I don't know, I just think like it's really annoying. It is really fucking annoying. But he's also someone who's like not on social media and like barely on the fucking internet and all this shit. So like on some level, I'm like, okay, you're somewhat safe. I love him, but also he will believe the last person that talked to him. That's like the last thing too. You know what I mean? So it bothers me that he's friends with this guy that we grew up with who's a fascist, because it's like if he's the last guy that he spoke to, all his talking points are basically that other guy's. But if I talk to him, like by the end of that conversation, he's like, you know what? You're right. You know what I mean? He's, but I love him. He's a very kind person and stuff, whatever. So yeah, okay, but so I have another friend that's in this group also who's much more of like a lefty, and he watches all my stuff. He doesn't watch my live streams, but in case he is, hi, Luis. You rock. They are all friends, but And like Luis is more just like, I mean, like we grew up together. I think, you know, our fascist friends like thoughts are fucking appalling, and he's the guy who will give me some of the dirt of like, oh my god, and he was doing this, just he was like doing this horrible fucking thing to this guy, you know, and whatever. But he's also like, but also he's someone, he's like, I think we can change him. Like on a certain level, you know what I mean? He's like, but I think we can heal him. Like, okay. And not exactly that, but somewhat that. And then but where it really gets interesting is like, please heal him. I don't think he's healable exactly. On this, yeah, yes, yeah, MLK, yes. The but it's also, but it's a different, this is in Spain, dude. Baltor, yes and no, like, but if you know Spain, which you do appear to, like, you know that the context is still different for a lot of these conversations, right? And beyond that, the context is even more different for all these conversations because like, because of this community, like it's a very international community. Like my friend who's like the enlightened centrist, also, just for example, like his family is Persian, you know what I mean? They left Iran like not that long before the fucking revolution. So like he was raised in a very just like, don't say nothing, don't do nothing, you know? And my friend, that's more de izquierda, similarly, like his dad grew up in Uruguay, I think, you know, and like his uncle escaped, like his dad escaped one or two different dictators. His uncle escaped I don't know how many, right? And eventually ended up there. His mom is fucking American, right? Californian. So like we have, there's like a very different context to a lot of these conversations that, yeah, you know, dictators America manufactured. Exactly. And, so, you know, whatever. It's like, there's a lot of commonalities in these like dynamics, which is why I talk about them to people, but also there's like these interesting kind of quirks to them as well, where it's like out of context, none of this relationship would make sense in the United States to me. You know what I mean? It is a completely different context. I think in Spain and especially in this community. But so my friend, they scared of that, like, there is a level of like, we've all known each other for 30 plus years, right? There's that level. That is definitely a part of it. God, 32 years almost. 32 years. 32 years, I think, almost. Yeah, 32 years, at least. I met them when I was 3. It would have been like right around now. I am 34. So 31, but I'm about to be 35. Yeah, so 31 years. 31 years. 31 years. Your mom was almost disappeared during the dirty war in Argentina. Yeah. Yeah, so our parents have stories like that, right? My dad grew up under Franco. But Luis's dad, yeah, and uncle and stuff grew up like during the fall, and like one of them like lost the love of his life. She was disappeared, all that kind of stuff. I don't look 25. Thanks. I'm a real adult, yeah. So yeah, long story short, like we've known each other, all these people, we've known each other for 31 years. It's not as simple as, like, in many ways, it's not as easy as to like just, it's not that it's not easy. There's like a weird relationship there, right? Especially in a community that's so insular, with like all these like third culture kids. It's a very sort of like alienating thing to be this like third culture kid thing, and there are a few people in the world that really get you in these like weird specific ways, and like these people do, just because of how we all grew up. And so as a result, there is like a connection between the guys in this group that, like, I understand, right? Like as different as they are in beliefs and as disgusted as some of them might be with the others, there's like a weird sort of like bond there that's like really hard to just cut off. It is like a sibling thing in many weird ways. However, where it gets interesting is with the fucking wives. That's where it's interesting because the wives don't have that, right? The wives don't don't have that weird bond that like keeps them glued together in a way like. And so third culture is this phrase, this concept for kids that grow up in a household that has, I'm going to butcher this definition, but like two or more cultures represented. So either their parents are from two different cultures, or their parents are from a culture that is not the culture that they are existing in. I think that also falls under it. It creates this weird sort of subculture that has similarities. Like I have met, so I grew up, this is like basically an international community. A lot of our parents, we grew up, this is in Spain, but a lot of our parents are from outside of Spain. Sometimes mixed, like my mother was American, my dad is Spanish. My friend is Persian, but his parents like lived a time in the U.S. Other friend, South American dad, American mom, grew up in Spain. So I have, not only did we grow up together, but this third culture kid phenomenon actually creates this weird subculture that has certain similarities like across borders, where I become very good friends very easily with kids that grew up in similar ways, like that grew up going to an international school in a country outside of the U.S. So it's like I meet those people every once in a while, and like there is a weird culture there that even if it's not directly shared among these people, there are these certain understandings and similarities in, you know what I mean? It's a very unique sort of thing. I don't know. So that's basically what that means. So, but it also means in some ways that it's also different enough that a lot of kids that grow up in third culture like feel more comfortable around other third culture kids, but it also can result in feeling less comfortable around non-third culture kids. Like there's not like that you're uncomfortable. It's just like there's a different enough experience that it's like you may not always like understand on certain levels. No, I'm still in contact with my dad. Why the fuck would I be no contact with my dad? I love my dad. My dad's great. I spoke to him on the phone earlier. So anyway, that whole thing, I'm just like talking at this point. We're not talking about anything interesting. The wives are funny. I'm just saying. There's like a weird bond between all of us weird third culture kids that grew up together, because there are very few people in the world that like are part of this weird little subset of culture. And we understand each other better than we understand like other people and vice versa. So there is a level of like forced bonding there. But the wives don't have that bond. So it's just an interesting dynamic. It's just a very interesting dynamic. Oh yeah. At one point we were talking about the selfishness and being unique. That's how we got here. No trolls making me mad. Yeah. Yeah, Baltar. Yeah, I agree. The selfishness being unique to the I don't think. Yeah, I mean that was like several topics ago. To be fair, this isn't just entirely tangent. Oh, David. Yes, I am third culture. Yeah, TCK. Damn. $13, that's it? $200, yeah. That's a lot when, like... Third culture. Let me look up the definition because I was like trying to explain it. It'll be faster. A third culture is a hybrid culture developed by individuals who spend their formative years in a culture different from their parents'. This term most often refers to third culture kids, TCKs, who build a shared identity with others from similar backgrounds, creating a third culture that blends elements of their home culture, host cultures, and the experience of being a global nomad. So that experience of being a global nomad is the like element that is shared between third culture kids like across the globe. But of course, like the cultures that are intersecting also obviously have to do, it's not like every third culture kid is exactly the same, but there's that element of the experience of being a global nomad. That's a very pretentious way of putting it, but that is the sort of element that is shared globally. Yeah. Company pays the rest. Oh, gotcha. So. There's been rumors of Chiosei possibly primarying him. I really fucking hope he does. Yeah, I feel you, Baltar. The word's been around for a while. A couple decades, I think. There's like, I mean, it's it's like proposed by some author at some point, whatever, but. Who? Hakeem Jeffries. Chiosei is rumored to possibly challenge him. There's some dude in here that comes into my lives, like it has been coming in like every night lately, who claims that he's primarying Hakeem Jeffries and is a progressive, but I've asked him like, okay, what's your platform? And he can't. He's just like, we're gonna like kick out establishment Democrats, and that's like there's no real, he doesn't really have like a platform that he can whatever. And I've told him like, listen, I literally live in Hakeem Jeffries' district. I am his constituent. So anyone who wants to primary Hakeem Jeffries, let's fucking do it. But also, if you're gonna do it as a progressive, you gotta be better than that. You gotta do better than that guy. Like you gotta be able to, like on cue when asked, have a very clear and concise set of like details to your platform, not just like platitudes and shit. You know what I mean? Being rad AF, exactly. Chiosei is like, he's a local politician. He's not the borough president, is he? Why did this just? Why are you losing? There we go. Why am I? I'm him. My platform, I'm him. What's up, Riz? Are you okay? Are you okay, Riz? Chiosei City Council, thank you. Yeah, Chiosei might be that guy, but some people, I was talking about it with my friend, my progressive friend, who's a lot more involved in like local politics than I am. I was like, well, what about Chiosei? How do you think? And he was like, I think Chiosei needs to cook a little bit more. It's like, I don't think he's ready. And I was like, is my dog better now? No. We are currently operating under the assumption, I took her to the vet yesterday, and she got some tests, and she was given some pain meds and stuff like that. And today the vet called and was like, test came back fine. How's she reacting? Blah, 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 blah. Long story short, currently we are operating under the assumption that it is a slipped disc, which is not great, but it's a lot better than the alternatives. So she's basically on bed rest, total bed rest, except for like I literally have to carry her outside, put her down, wait for her to do her business, and then carry her back. Just like no walks, nothing like that, for like 2 or 3 weeks while she's also on like pain management, um, in the hopes that she improves. And the reason she can't walk around is because a slipped disc can heal. It takes a couple of weeks, but it can also very suddenly get a lot worse and become like an emergency, and like paralyze her and stuff. So hence the like bed rest for a couple of weeks. Hopefully she will get better. If she gets better, then it was a slipped disc and it's healed and we're good and that's fine. And we just gotta, treat her gingerly with the care she needs. If she does not get better in like 2 to 3 weeks, it could be something more degenerative, more long-term, more scary. Hakeem Jeffries inspires me. Not a single person ever. She is accepting the bed rest. In fact, she has been insisting on it. Oh, I'm sorry, Michi. Oh, I thought you were saying that your dog has cancer or something. No. Never mind. Oh, you were saying this. They offered to put him down, which my hubby said no, so we went home. I mean, that's the thing. Like, my decision, I have always known, like, as soon as she's, like, experiencing, like, pain day to day, or, like, it's a struggle day to day, like, if she loses mobility in her legs, that's fine. You know what I mean? I will give her little wheels for her back legs. We will take care of her. We will give her wonderful 8 months or 6 to 18 months. But as soon as it's like, I don't want to extend her life if it's uncomfortable for her. You know what I mean? Whether it's pain or like if she like can't get up at all, you know what I mean? That just seems cruel. I don't want her like trapped in a body that she can't use, and I don't want her in pain. So that's like the line for me. You know what I mean? A lot of people will extend life, and once they start losing their bowels, yeah, probably. She had to be on a walker. Yeah. Yeah. But hopefully it's just a slipped disc. She's 11. Aqua physical therapy. Yeah, John. When they refuse to eat and drink, yes and no, right? Because like sometimes she will, like, yeah, I don't know. Are you okay, Riz? I'm talking about you, little girl. She's accepting the bed rest well. It's funny because I mean she's basically like insisting on bed rest, like not moving and stuff, which is what started really freaking me out. And I was like trying to get her to like walk a little bit and stuff, and I was encouraging her. And so the vet was like, "Oh, I'm sorry, Kindred." But they I don't know, I'm fucking losing this. So yes, the vet was like, make sure she's not moving, blah, 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 blah. So I was like, okay, that's not going to be a problem. The only thing is when the pain, currently she's on one set of pain meds and I have to go pick up the second type tomorrow. They called me today and they're like, we're going to give you another one, blah, blah, blah. The problem is that when the pain meds are like in full force for her, like 2 hours after she takes them, she's like standing up, walking around. Not as much as usual, but she's a lot more just like, yeah. And then I took her down for a walk earlier at this moment and she was like, let's keep walking. And I had to unfortunately be like, no, like pick her up, be like, sorry, dude. Like, we gotta take you, So part of That was helpful. Name 3 things the animal loves most in life when she loses second one time to say bye. Oh, that's true. That's good. Didn't even know CK's favorite animal was. I mean, I don't. Does everyone have a favorite animal? My favorite animal is my dog, specifically. But if you're just talking about, like, animals in general. Giant anteater? Okay. That's a good one. Half of his face was hanging? Damn. Ankylosing spondylitis? But yeah, so I'm a little bit worried that with this other medication added on, she's gonna be like, it's weird because like obviously I don't want her in any pain or discomfort right now while she's healing. Hopefully, knock on wood. So I'm glad that she's got these pain meds, but I'm a little bit worried that by adding the second one on, she might feel good enough that she like wants to be more active, and that's dangerous for her right now. So hopefully we'll see. We'll see. I'll pick it up tomorrow. Ay. And tell me that. Yeah. I'm going to pick it up tomorrow. And she also said like we'll start with like one of these little capsules of this new one. I'm going to see how she reacts. Cuz also Rizzo isn't all like she isn't like a high activity dog in the first place, you know what I mean? Before this, she spent most of her day like napping and lounging and stuff like that too. It's more just like, yeah, I just don't want her. Thank you guys. I feel bad because she's definitely sleepier, you know, now. So she thinks cat-like. She's very cat. Yeah, I always say I love cats. I'm a cat person, but I'm allergic to them, so I got a dog that's basically a cat. Literally. Always say that. I feel bad because she must be bored, you know? Not that she does that much, but she's not even like playing with her little lamb chop and stuff. But I gotta carry her out soon. It's about time for another walk. To both? Oh, I'm sorry. Turn on dog TV? What's dog TV? The problem with her also for TV is like if she sees animals on TV, she gets excited and she like starts barking at them. She wants to get them out. So I want to be careful with any television for dogs. But what do they put on it? Well, if it's like footage of other dogs, then I don't want to do that to her because that's just makes her anxious. Other dogs, nature, birds. Yeah, that shit, that's going to make her. She doesn't like other animals in the apartment. I mean, she's fine with like real life ones. You know what I mean? Like I'll dog sit sometimes for other dogs and she's fine. You know, I mean, she gets a little bit like haughty about it. But if they're on TV, she wants them out. Oh, I'm sleepy. Because I need food. Oh, my friend texted me. I didn't even see this. Was it like an hour ago? It's the Canine Uncanny Valley. What is? I will say she freaks out with Uncanny Valley for humans sometimes. If humans are on screen but they're moving a little bit weirdly, she'll like freak out. Interestingly and stuff. And then the other night it was the first time in a while that it was the first time ever, I think. She was growling at some humans that were like in some sort of costume, but they were still like humans, you know? And it was funny, even though like after she realized that they were humans, she was like still growling. Or after I thought it was obvious that they were human, I don't know. So I was literally like telling her, I was like, they're humans, Riz, they're humans. What are you doing? I might wait. Cartoon movies. I think she doesn't like animation either. Like, if it moves in a way that is not human, she doesn't like it, basically. Including animation. I'm fairly certain she has also not liked animation. But I can try. Let me see. Did anyone watch my video? Damn. It's like not. Sorry. Everyone just went silent all of a sudden. Chat, where'd you go? Where'd you go, chat? What should I have for dinner, guys? Oh, 5 a.m. Damn. All right, Walter. Oh, did my YouTube chat stop like updating in here? I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. No, you're still in here. Sorry. YouTube, Altor, thanks for hanging out. What I notice. We need those court reads. Yeah. Not no one. I posted an update video. The guy was found not guilty. Did you guys see that video? Go watch that video after this or now or whatever. That one got almost no views. I don't know why. It's filled with puns. She commented on the video. She said, "I'm here," or "I'm in here," or something like that. But she hasn't made the video yet. The Sandwich Saga is great, guys. Watch it. See? YouTube agrees. It's great. You listen to it on loop for a good 15 minutes? Wait, what? The first video? We're not mutuals, Babylon. She doesn't follow me. I wish. I'd be honored to be a mutual. No pressure to rep. But she was like one of the first creators I ever followed on here. I love her. She's so great. But no, we're not calling Denmark. I had a friend. I have a friend in Denmark, and he was on the phone earlier, and we were like talking to him and stuff. Sorry. I haven't changed the stream name title. Da, 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 singing a song of angry men. Yeah, the music of a people who are. Sorry. The fucking TikTok has undergone some serious changes recently. Like now the captions include punctuation. That's a big upgrade. That's why you kept listening? Oh, that's funny. The song. La 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 la. I thought of like a better line for the song that I sang for my version of it after the fact. I was like, fuck. But yeah, if you guys haven't seen the second video on it, I made a video with more puns because he was found not guilty of assault with a deli weapon. So I used, a bunch of people were using puns in the comments. So I tried to credit everyone. I mean, a lot of people made the same puns. So I just grabbed like the top comment that made the pun and I put them like on screen when I said the puns, just trying to, anyway. I popped up on your feed, first timer. Welcome, first timer. My name is Brenna. La, 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 la. What should I have for dinner? Should I make pasta? Yeah, mayo recovery. Go well. If you like the puns, there's more in the second video about it. It's pretty punny. Pretty punny. La 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 la. Yeah, right? Pasta is hard to. Subway smells. I kind of want a Subway sandwich now that you mention it. Are we boycotting Subway? Can anyone tell me? Are we boycotting Subway? I don't even know if I live near a Subway. I do, every once in a while, I do like, I know it's Subway, like not great quality, blah, 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 blah. But every once in a while, like their bread has such a specific smell by design. And your clothes smell so bad. Yeah. Yeah. There is such a specific Subway smell. And yes, we are boycotting it. BigBeautifulBoycott.com. But every once in a while I get like, I kind of crave it. You know what I mean? I get this craving for Subway sandwich. Their bread isn't considered bread in the rest of the world. That's true for much of American bread. Period. The allure. Okay. Big Beautiful Boycott. Oh my God. Speaking of buying things, I bought something stupid. I don't spend that much money, to be clear. I live a very frugal life. So I don't really buy that many random things. I gotta use the restroom. Excuse me. But so when I do, oh, do I? I bought something stupid, way overpriced. I'm kicking myself. I shouldn't have done it, but also I'm glad I did. Okay. Ugh. Oh, thank you, Anima. Yeah, okay. Hi, Riz. This is not for you. This is for me. So, yeah. Gingerbread. These are German. Nürnberger. Wicklein. Gingerbread. Wicklein. Oh, I keep forgetting there's a thing here. It's a gift from Philippe, a little treat. No, I don't want to open that because I want to. So you were in the NYC Vogue commercial I directed. Oh my God. Hi. Wow. Thank you. Look, guys, proof that I direct. Hi. I did in fact direct an NYC Vogue commercial. I still haven't put that on my website. I know I need to. But thank you. Thank you for doing that, dude. Oh, good. I'm glad. Good experience. Good director? You don't have to fucking answer that. You don't have to fucking answer it. I'm just fishing for compliments. Feeling insecure about my directing career. I don't know where he bought these. He bought these somewhere in New Jersey. He was working on a Bruce Springsteen video. 11 out of 10. Thank you. You're too sweet. You're too sweet. Oh my Lord. You already told your mom about us? Great. Oh, the stupid thing that I bought. You guys want to hear? Oh, it's so stupid. So stupid. How do I tell you? Did you guys see the New York Post edition with the Zohran Mamdani like win cover thing? Did you guys see this? Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. No, I'll show you. Fuck the New York Post, by the way. But they are a rag. Let me. This was the cover. The red apple on your marks, get set, zo. Socialist Mamdani wins race for mayor. This, I mean, it is redonkulous. Oh yeah, they're a rag. They're Rupert Murdoch's. They're basically the print version of Fox News. Just FYI, they have so much misinformation. But yeah. So this was their their November 5th cover. Ridiculous, obviously. Amazing, obviously. Historic. You know what I mean? Like, talk about Red Scare propaganda. And so, of course, when this dropped, people freaked the fuck out, and everyone was like, I need a copy of this. And it sold out. It sold out, like, everywhere. And people... It sold out so quickly that people basically were selling them on eBay. Now, I did not decide to buy this in time. So I bought it on eBay. Oh, Riz. Hi. You're moving. Are you hungry? My pup is moving. Yay. I mean, she's not supposed to move, but I'm going to have to take her down. I know. I bought it on eBay. But to be fair, in my defense, This is sort of, firstly, I mean, like, I talk about history, I talk about politics. This is a historic moment. I still regret not having, not like going out and finding the newspapers on historic days like, like Trump winning and stuff, just to have it for the fucking history books, and like Biden winning and just important moments. But then also I'm like, whatever. But I talk about this sort of shit all the time. This just feels like, I was like, you know what? Anyway, I spent way too much time on it, or I spent way too much money on it. But also, I don't feel that guilty about it. I both spent way too much money on it, but also not, it's like not that big of a deal. Like, also the right amount of money on it, if that makes sense. Ephemeral nostalgia. Yeah. Print a screenshot of a website. Yeah. I considered that. I did consider it. But this was more fun. I just wanted a piece of history. You know what I mean? I wanted a piece of history. I like history. And sometimes it's cool to like have a piece of it in your hands that you know is going to be history. You know what I mean? I also have, just also, for example, one thing I have and have always kept is, even though it falls off sometimes, I have not. This isn't exactly history, but I had it from this was from the March for Our Lives. Right. Trump is a symptom, capitalism disease, socialism is the cure. PSL. This basically hangs on my bulletin board back there. Sometimes it's visible. From 9/11 and Obama. Yeah. So whatever. I'm not trying to like collect newspapers and stuff, but I did think basically, I was like, that newspaper, this paper feels like a good companion piece for this. You know what I mean? It just feels like a good kind of companion piece for it. I'm not trying to like collect every important newspaper ever. This is just also fucking funny. It's funny. MAGA tears. You know what I mean? Can we just enjoy the MAGA tears while we get them? So anyway, I spent $50 on it. You want food, Riz? I'll get you some food. Yeah, girl. Worth it, right? Worth it. Okay, thank you. You get it. You get it. See what I mean when I'm like, I spent way too much on it, but also, like, it's not that bad. It's not that terrible of an amount. $50. $50 for a piece of history that's fucking hilarious. Also, I'm sort of like, it's like one of those things that I'm absolutely gonna like stick back here. So I'm also like, it's work related, It's work related. We're gonna stick it somewhere on these shelves back here. If I can figure out where to, yeah. Somewhere here. It's fine. Worth it. It's a business expense. Business expense. Work material. Write it off. It's a write-off. It's a write-off. Sorry, I just gotta. Here, Riz. Let me get you some food. Good girl. Yeah. Wait, hold on. Hold on. Let me get this food. Just a second, Riz. Rest my chest. Good girl. Don't go too far, Riz. You can't. You're on bed rest. Okay, you're on bed rest, bubs. Don't forget. Here you go, bubs. It's gonna take a sec. It's gonna take a sec to soften. Careful. And then when you eat, I'll give you some more pain meds. $50. Just saying. 10. I'm sorry. Maybe in Texas, God. 10 bags of potatoes? Are you fucking kidding me? Maybe in Texas. Oh my God. You saw a bunch of TikToks about the Rockefeller tree, and the comments were saying that he was going to take Christmas away. Do me a favor, everyone. Save these videos and these tweets and these comments and stuff. Save them somewhere so that in a year we can come back to them and laugh at them. And like comment on them and be like, tree's still up, bro. Christmas still exists. You want up, Rose? Rose, you want to go up? Rose, careful. More than that, God. I'll check next time I'm in the store. How big are the bags? Well, wait, God, did you see the cover? Did you see the cover? Here, Chris. Here you go. Please be careful, Bubs. You're not supposed to be walking. I mean, isn't it so good? I kind of thought of you. Thank you, Donna. We were just celebrating. I kind of want to make this my fucking computer background. On your marks, get set, Zoe. Oh my God. I've always wondered what it would be like to be alive during the Red Scare. Now we've got our very own. Our very own. I'm gonna have to take Riz out soon. What am I eating? Well, no, the New York Post, I mean, this is, you know how I said like the right has no fucking principles other than me. Perfect example of this. New York Post, the fact that this went so fucking viral, the New York Post has capitalized on that, and now they're putting out merch with images of this. So you can buy t-shirts and totes with this image on them from the New York Post. Fuck no, by the way. That's the other good thing. Buying it from eBay, even though I way overpaid for it, that way that money's not going to the New York Post. I'm assuming, though I do feel like someone at the New York Post was like, oh, fuck it. We could sell these on eBay. $1.49 per pound of potatoes in New York. Is that New York City or New York State? Good girl. I know. It's going to take a sec. It's going to take a sec. Yeah, Elaine. Isn't this hilarious, though? Missa. Missa. You've been in here long enough to know the peppermint ice cream lore. Where can I find it? Oh, Donna. Thank you. Why do I have chocolate on my... I can't... Texas? It has to be in Texas? I'm not going to Texas for peppermint ice cream. No, I'm not going to Texas. David, don't you fucking worry. This cover went viral and sold out. We're talking about the cover. Hello. Thank you, Genesis. You got it. I am living. And thank you for stopping by and saying hi. Okay. All right. Bye. Why does everyone in the U.S. think everything is a conspiracy? You talking about this? This isn't like as simple as like the U.S. thinking everything is a conspiracy. This is the right wing. Oh, let me turn off this little sliding text thing. This is like right wing bullshit. This is the right wanting people to think that there's a conspiracy. And I mean, this isn't really conspiracy theory-ish, not so much, but like it's all manufactured. You know what I mean? Oh, I did, Donna. Did you see that RFK like bounced as soon as it happened? Do we know who it was? GLP-1 patient collapses. Oh my God. Was it a patient? Oh my God, that's so fucking funny. Oh my God. Oh my God. I mean, it's not funny that they collapsed, but if it was in fact, like, New York Post is claiming it was an official, but someone else is saying that it was a GLP-1 patient. GLP-1 is basically Ozempic, right? And Wegovy. And Trump basically, if I'm not mistaken, this is all because, you know how Trump set up this fucking scammy, hold on, scammy ass, he's basically he set up his own like drug company to sell, where he's basically like blackmailing big pharma into giving him lower prices on shit so that he can make fucking billions off of Americans. I can't fucking believe this guy. He's a crook in every single way. So Prop 50 for the win. Yeah. And he was just, so Trump just stood there. I mean, this was classic. The whole thing was classic, right? So this person collapsed. The reason I'm saying like, oh my God, it's hilarious if it was a patient is because this, if I'm not mistaken, was the announcement about Trump RX, his big pharma company, and grift and oh my God, I can't fucking believe it. I can't fucking believe this timeline. He's about to sell Ozempic, basically, GLP-1. So I believe this was like the announcement of it, right? And so if that person was a patient, a GLP-1 patient, that is fucking hilarious. Yeah, Trump RX, look it up. Not stoic. Stoic, I would say, has too positive of a connotation. But yeah, he literally just sat there, like staring off into space. RFK Jr. bolted. Let's see if we can see all these snippets.
Great, thank you,
That's
Chris.
RFK Jr.
It's truly an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, are you okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
He's just standing there. He stands up. Look at that. RFK Jr. just walks off. Hold on. Let's replay. Let's fucking replay. Instant replay that shit.
Jobs. But today, are you okay?
Oh.
Gordon, you okay?
Gordon down. Gordon down. RFK Jr. over here. Oh, man. Damn. We got to get the other angle. That shoulder, there's actual footage of him. That shoulder was RFK Jr. looking and just walking off. This is Trump, just standing there staring. Oh, man. Let's go find the fucking photo.
Companies, and one of the companies got a little bit like...
Okay. Let's go fucking... Let's find... Let me see. Yeah. That was crazy. GLP-1, wait. White House collapse. RFK Jr.
It's really an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonist that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, my company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, are you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Oh, boop. Do you see that? He just, bloop.
Press, we're going. Thank you, press. Press, right, guys. Cameras, we're done rolling. Cameras.
Press out, press. We can't have us having someone fainting while we're trying to advertise for Trump RX. Because that's fucking funny. Anyway. Funny. But let's find out who that was. Because I don't know. It's not clear. Who collapsed at the White House? Guest collapses. Was one of Eli Lilly's guests. Dude, that sounds like it's a fucking... That genuinely sounds like that might have been. Daily Beast says GLP-1 patient. New York Post says pharma exec. I don't trust that. We just talked about the New York Post. They are basically they're just Fox in print. But this is the photo of Trump just like standing. Oh wait, you can see that. Sorry. This is the photo of Trump just standing there and staring off while they're all dealing with it. I mean, what a wow. What a guy. Really. What a guy. Oh, Lord. True leader. True leader. Like that one scene from Community. What scene? Yeah. He was like, does not care. Could not give a fuck. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, wait, let's. Well, he's annoyed. He's annoyed that someone's taking his thunder, basically. Let's see. Is anyone going to tell us who this was? A man, blah, blah, blah. Dr. Mehmet Oz. Ooh, careful. Hurried over and caught the man's fall. Girl. Laid him down, blah, blah, blah. Man was doing okay. A representative with one of the companies. What does that mean? We don't know who this is. Who the fuck? One of the representatives of one of the companies. Gordon. The man was initially identified by Getty Images as Gordon Findlay, the global brand director for Ozempic, manufacturer Novo Nordisk. Though the pharmaceutical company later shared a statement with multiple outlets saying Findlay was not present at the event. Dr. Oz was also present during another medical interruption at the White House earlier this year when his granddaughter collapsed at his swearing-in ceremony. She fainted. What are they doing in there? So, not Gordon Findlay. Yeah, I know, but it seems... But I'm willing to bet... So, Getty Images identified him. I'm willing to bet that it's because someone heard Gordon and then, like, looked up photos... Or looked up people named Gordon. Or they're lying. Maybe they're lying. Fox News says it's Gordon Findlay. The person who collapsed was a Lilly GLP-1 user, per Washington Post reporter Dan Diamond. Okay, hold on. Post Dan Diamond GLB1. Collapse. Dan Diamond on X. Let's see. Per multiple sources, I hear he's okay now. Seeing some false reports about the man who collapsed in the Oval Office. It was not Novo Nordisk executive Gordon Findlay. It was a patient who uses Lilly GLP-1 drug, per multiple sources. I hear he's okay now. I don't remember what my password is on here. Password is. Oh boy. Forgot password. Why shouldn't you be in here commenting? No, what did Steve Bannon say today? Um. Thank you. Why does he still matter? Who? What's his name? Dan Diamond. Oh, wait. If you go to official pick. Okay. CNY Central. That's funny. Someone's saying, sorry, I'm looking at the debate happening on Twitter. I'll show you guys. So, Dan Diamond seeing some false reports about the man who collapsed in the Oval Office was not Novo Nordisk executive Gordon Finlay, patient who uses Lilly GLP-1. I understand how people can hear a pharma exec say, Gordon, are you okay? Plus Googling people who work at Novo Nordisk and Eli Lilly named Gordon. But a good case study in how bad info quickly spreads. Novo Nordisk has confirmed that Gordon Finlay was not in the Oval Office. Podium speaker said, Gordon, are you okay? He said, yes, there's more than one person in the world named Gordon. I love that. Were all the people in the world right there in the Oval Office, numpty? You're right. Only one person named Gordon could possibly be related to these fucking companies. Blah, blah, blah. But wait, there's... Okay. So Gordon who? Learn more. Think it's not... Okay, I don't know what that means. Post unavailable. All right, well, that's reassuring. Looks like him. So someone else pulled this up and said it looks like him. Kind of looks like him. I mean, does it? I don't know. Does it look like him? They're just old guys. This guy has more hair, I think, and a bigger nose. sorry. 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 You see that? I don't know. I don't know if they're the same guy, actually. Do I think the Democrats would do that if they regained power? Depends on which Democrats regain power. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, that doesn't totally look like him. I don't think they're the same guy. This guy looks more like this guy, in my opinion. You know what I mean? He looks more like this guy than this guy. He looks more like this guy than this guy. Like even just the hair. I know, the one guy asking Grok, what fucking... People are so stupid. People are so fucking stupid. And Eli Lilly said that Gordon Findlay was not there. If you squint your eyes, yeah. Interesting. All right. I don't know. How could we find out who this guy is? I'm trying to think. Because Getty would usually be a good... Let's see if we can look up the full event. Maybe on C-SPAN. FaceSeek, does that work? C-SPAN. Eli Lilly, White House. I mean, they can't, just because it's a medical event doesn't mean that they can't release it, but.
At drastic discounts and very effective drugs. And
God.
so far, I've never heard anything bad about them. I only hear good about them. I looked at the money, but they're entitled to weight loss drug.
C-SPAN. I want the C-SPAN one. One of the cancer drugs. Where did you hear that from? Thank God Nancy Pelosi's leaving, but... Schedule. No, they have denied. They've said that Gordon Findlay was not there. They announced it like Eli Lilly or Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk put out a statement and said he was not there today, so it's not him. Yeah, they don't release White House visitor logs, right? Yeah. That's what I was thinking originally. I was like, I don't think so. Yeah, I saw that, the Hill. A guest, which I thought was interesting, a guest. Dan Diamond of the Washington Post said that he has multiple sources, but, like, he just, like, tweeted that, saying that it's, like, it was a patient. Okay. Let's see if... Is this really where it started? Yeah.
Well, this is very exciting, because again, we're bringing drug prices down to levels that will be as low as possible. Someday, maybe it'll come out, which will notify you immediately. Wegovy, patients that will save lives and improve the health of millions and millions of Americans. Amazing thing. They are amazing. I want to thank
Why does he sound like that?
Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine.
I mean, is it just me or he's like
He
fucking
and I
slurring?
got this
He's like,
whole thing
shh.
started in a way. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at their money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies are doing very well. Along with Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCary, and Director of Medicare Chris Klump. And we have Steve, where's Steve? Is he here? Head of Public Relations for the White House.
Why does he sound like that, dude?
He's taking it.
He's taking it. He's
The
taking it.
United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13% of all prescription drugs, yet pharmaceutical companies make 75% of their profits from the American customer. I would say that's not so good, right? Order earlier this year, instructing my administration to do everything in our power to implement most favored nation's drug pricing, something that has put this in the case, and they immediately say, we'll do a price, or you'll pay $150 for $20 in our country. Pfizer has their prices for American patients, and today, phenomenal
Precious.
list of the
Precious.
most exciting announcements. I mean, nobody's ever had announcements like, and this has
Nobody's
to do with
ever
other
had announcements like
pharmaceutical
us.
products also.
So many
So we're
announcements.
covering this today because it's
Nobody
such a big
nobody
seller,
ever
because
had
it's the
these
number one
many
selling video
announcements.
today. These are two companies that behind the groundbreaking weight loss drugs that have helped millions else. These are the two companies that really break care for. They've often cost consumers more than,
Let's go back here.
including the drugs known as Zepic. The health of millions.
Because he's-
Thank Eli Lilly, CEO, are amazing. Health of millions and
Here, he,
millions
like,
of
listed
Americans.
some
amazing
names.
thing. They are amazing.
We're trying to figure out
I
who
wanna
this guy is
thank-
that collapsed.
Eli Lilly, CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine. We've worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a way. And Novo Nordisk CEO Mike Dustar for joining us today. Great, talented people. They make a lot of money. I looked at their money, but they're entitled to the money because the companies
looked at
are
their
doing
money,
very
but-
well.
This
Along
guy is
with
fucking
Secretary
insane.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr., Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard?
Not yet.
Okay, good. CMS Administrator Mehmet Oz, he doesn't take it. Food and Drug Administrator Commissioner Marty McCary and Director of Medicare Chris Klump. And we have Steve, where's Steve? Is he here? Head of Public Relations for the White House. He's taking it.
He's taking it.
The United States is just 4% of the world's population and consumes only 13.
So he said 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 names. Okay. Let's look at the photo. The photo is gonna be not that photo. Let's see. Whatchamacallit? He said 8 names just then. White House collapse. Okay. So stop, pause. Okay, so this guy, who's this guy? Who's talking? This one we can find. Let's do this by process of elimination. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We might be able to figure out who this is. Okay, so who's this guy? Does anyone know who this guy is?
From Lily, and then Mike Dustar from Nova.
Okay, that's Mike Dustar. Or some. Is that Mike Dustar or something? He said something Eli Lilly and then Mike Dustar from Nova.
From Lily, and then Mike Dustar from Nova.
Great. Thank you, Chris.
So that was Chris. That's Chris Klump or something like that. Okay. Let's put numbers on all of these. Hold on. You don't know it was a pharma exec. That's the thing. You don't know it was. It doesn't. It might have been a patient. That's the funny thing. How do you think Reddit knows things like this? It's because of people like me. Okay. Let me do screenshots. Oh. Let's go here. All right. So, can we draw on this? Okay. So this guy, so this is going to be, let's just do 1, 2, this is going to be star, okay? 3, 4, can you read those? Also, 5, 6, 7. Is that a guy? 8. Okay. Can you guys sort of see that? Okay. So, number 4. This is a mystery. Donald Trump, no, yeah. Oh, hi. 6, 7. Yeah. Great. Okay. Dustar is short, bald, red tie, right? So is that this guy? Is that this guy right here? Dustar?
It's truly an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease.
But that also
in our
makes it
country.
interesting, you know what I mean?
Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonists that we've been speaking about.
So is this kind of small on your screen? Is this the guy? Okay, so that's Dustar. What's his first name? Dustar. Who is he? I don't even know who that is. Dustar. What's his phone? Yeah, we will. We'll be doing this, but no, Gordon Findlay. No, they released a statement saying Gordon Findlay wasn't there, so we're trying to figure out. Hold on, guys. Who the fuck is Dustar? What is the name? Oh, Mike Dustar. Okay. Thank you. So, Mike Dustar. Yeah, that's him. Okay, cool. CEO of Novo Nordisk. There we go. Maziar, Mike Dustar. Okay. Mike Dustar is number... Where is he? That's number 3. Okay. Number 3. Number... Jared Mencken. Who is that? Wait, what? That's an actor. Okay, let's knock off some easy ones. This guy is some politician, right? Why does he look familiar? And this guy is another politician. He said the name here. This guy? This is Dr. Oz? Oh my god. Oh, I didn't even fucking recognize him. That's Dr. Oz. That's so funny. So he's number 6. Dr. Oz. Number 6. I also just do 1, 2, 3. Oh, whoops. 1, 2, star. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So number 7 is RFK Jr. Number 6 is Dr. Oz. Number 3 is Maziar Mike Dustar. Number 2, okay, number 1. Seven left. Yeah, RFK Jr. left as soon as he saw him collapsing. Crazy. Number 8. Okay. Let's see in the actual speech. Let's look at let's look at the C-SPAN one again. Because where is my...
For nearly 150 years...
Here. Okay. He says something to the guy right behind him, too.
Junior Secretary for American patients that will save lives and improve. Wegovy, often called Ozempic. This is a triumph for American patients.
They're in different order
save
here,
lives
but...
and improve. Are amazing. I want to thank Eli Lilly CEO David Ricks, a friend of mine.
David Ricks.
Worked long and hard. He and I got this whole thing started in a way.
It says Gordon Findlay. That, I don't know. On roll call, The company has basically denied that Gordon Findlay was there. Roll call. Copy text. Yeah, he says Gordon. He just says Gordon. He doesn't say Gordon Findlay. Oh, but here. Okay, so here we do have Chris. So Chris Klump, David Ricks. Okay, here we've got this. Thank you. This is great, the transcript, because this has some of the names. Novo Nordisk press release was unhelpful. Exactly. That's the thing. It's weird because they're denying it's him. Okay. So Chris Klump is the guy. David Ricks. All right. Chris Klump is the guy that was talking. No, that's not what I need. Is the first guy who was talking, which is that guy? What guy was it? Sorry, this is confusing. So this is Chris Klump.
From Lily.
Blue tie, Chris Klump, meaning 5. Number 5 is Chris Klump. Then the guy he introduces, who did we say that was? That is roll call. David Ricks. Okay. So the guy he introduces here, kind of purple tie, is David Ricks. Oh, thank you. Yeah. Okay. So what number is that? 4. Number 4, David Ricks. Eli Lilly. Oh. Yeah, he said Gordon. Yeah. But we don't know. They have denied that the Gordon was that Gordon. So the other names, he said David Ricks. We figured that out. David Ricks. This guy, RFK Jr. HL. Who was HL? Roll call. No Gordon? Yeah. 9 speakers in the transcript, no Gordon. Yeah. Okay. Howard Lutz. Thank you. And let's see. Howard Lutz. Howard Lutz. Howard Lutz. He was behind Orange. How do we know that? How do we know that? Is that him? Is he number 1 or number 2? You saw pictures of him? Where? I just need to be able to find it myself. To like double check, verify. Howard Lutz. I Googled Howard Lutz and I did not really get anyone. Who is Howard Lutz? I guess I can probably see the names. I don't know if the if roll call does the entire, let's see, transcript. No, it's Howard Lutnick. See, this is what I need. Speaker tab, talk. I don't think, they didn't all speak though. Howard Lutnick. Yeah, Secretary Howard Lutnick. Do you take any of this stuff, Howard? Right. So says that to the guy who says no, and he thinks it's the not yet. He thinks it's the most hilarious thing ever. That's this guy, Howard Lutnick, Secretary Howard Lutnick. Is number 1. Secretary of Commerce. Thank you. Number 2, it names the photos and photos. Okay. But we're being told that there's an incorrect ID. But okay. But for the others, we could actually do that. Yeah. Thank you. 10 entities. Haha. Thank you. So, wait. Where do we see the photos? 9 speakers. Chris Klomp, Mike David Ricks, Mehmet Oz, RFK Jr., Howard Lutnick, Marty Macri. He doesn't have a phone? Oh. Okay, but Marty Macri. Who the fuck are you? FDA guy. Images. This guy. Okay. Where is he? I think that he's number 8. I think Marty Macri is number 8. FDA. Okay. Here's Cloutwood. Steve something. So that's probably this guy. He doesn't fucking name him. That is so weird. It looks like he will have named everyone in the room except for a mystery guy. Why are we doing? Because someone's hiding something. It doesn't though. That's the thing. We looked up Gordon Findlay, and I don't think he looks that similar. Face Seek. Does that actually work? I've never used Face Seek. But let's do it. Let's do it. Just a sec. Let me confirm the last one. Steve something. Let's just label all these other guys. Where's roll call? No. Steve something. So Steve whatever is also not listed here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2. We have 9 people here. But where's Steve? Oh, Donald Trump. Okay, so we actually have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's 2 people in here that were not identified. The picture source is just a screenshot I took from the video, one of the videos, and we numbered it. So the star is the guy we're trying to identify. And we have, number 2, so Steve, what did he say? What did he say? I just want to, we need a roll call. That's what we need. But the actual transcript. How do we transcript itself. Full transcript here. Steve. Here, head of public relations for the White House. Okay. Is that Steve? Because he also kind of, I feel like he looks off. No, the picture is a screenshot from the video. From one of the videos. Steve, public relations for the White House. PR for White House. So he might not be that guy. We might have two guys. Steve, White House, PR. Steve Chung. That's right. I forgot. Steve Chung. So that's not Steve Chung in there. Okay. Steve Chung is off camera. So we have two unidentified individuals. Number two. Well, that's what we're trying to figure out, Erica. That's what we're trying to figure out. Okay, face seek. That's what you're saying. What is face seek? Or face seeker? Face lookup? Or like, let's see. Do I have David Moore? No. Who's David Moore? Who's David Moore? EVP of Novo. Novo Nordisk. Images. This is what he looks like. Oh, that could be him. Yeah, that actually kind of looks like him. Let's look at the video again. Oops, sorry. It's like this kind of. That could be him. Let's see. Mm-hmm.
And Novo Club, 75% been helped now. That
Oh my gosh,
it's going to equal suffering from obesity.
That guy
Co-pays
here.
for Medicare patients will be as low as $50. This is tremendous.
That looks like
now you're talking about from 1,300.
That, yeah, that kind of looks like David Moore. Yeah, someone passed that on camera, and the ID of the person is kind of a big question mark. Because they're denying that it's the guy that was identified. Sorry, David Moore, right? So number 2 is David Moore, looks like. And the CEO who was there was Mike Dustar. Yeah. David Moore. Novo. David Ricks, the Eli Lilly CEO we have in there. Mazir Mike Dustar. He was... Okay. So this is the big question mark. This guy. And in this angle, again, I don't think it necessarily looks like Gordon Findlay. Gordon Findlay is like way too young. From, what is it? Novo. Who does Gordon Findlay work for? Novo Nordisk. this guy. He doesn't look like him at all, dude. That's the thing. Like, I'm sorry. They don't actually look alike, in my opinion. He just happens to be bald. Look at that guy. I mean, am I crazy? He doesn't look... It's the nose to you. I really don't think it looks like him at all. This guy looks so fucking... It looks way older, firstly. And they have a different shape head, I think. This guy also has, I think, more hair than him. Like, especially in this shot and stuff. And this shot. We need the Getty images. That's what we need. Not just the video. The Getty images are going to be. This guy. He's got more hair. Look at that. Look, he's got hair. I know, they're all just old white guys. GLP-1 White House. Here. Let's look at these. Getty should be higher quality. We should be able to get better quality images. Yeah, look. This guy has hair. I knew it. Look. He has a whole ass head of hair. I mean, it's not particularly luscious. It's not the White House that's denying it. It's Novo Nordisk. That could be spray. I don't think so. He's around a lot of bald men. Look, every other man in this room is bald. You know what I mean? Let's look up some more. I'm really not like, I try not to like engage in like the conspiratorial thing. Like I want evidence, but I am saying this guy just he doesn't look the same to me. Here's another angle where you see a little bit of hair. He looks a lot older. Okay, but you know what we can also do? Getty. What's the guy's name again that they're claiming? It's Gordon Findlay. You say that like Reddit isn't just populated by people like me. Okay. This is a Getty image from today. When I posted it, someone made that claim on here. I wouldn't trust her. Look at that fucking profile picture. She has no idea what she's fucking talking about. Claim that was later disputed. Yeah, it's been disputed. All the news is... Does anyone have LinkedIn? German? Can anyone go on Gordon Findlay's LinkedIn? I'm sure that that's where this image came from, but I want to see if there's anything else. Yeah, that's probably where it came from. That guy's bald, though. That guy's fucking bald. Novo Nordisk executive. That's not. Whoops. Don't dox me. My shitty old email. Can't find images on Pim Eyes. No. Yeah. Okay, let me see. Hold on, where are we? Let's see. I know, that's why, Kat. That's why we're trying to figure out who this is. Because it's weird that we don't know who it was. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to log in to another fucking thing. Can be surprisingly IDing. Okay, here's another Gordon Finlay. Hold on. From Johannesburg, Gauteng. Gauteng? Gauteng. South Africa. But let me see. Work in education? No. Okay. Gordon. A lot of people are searching for him. People. How are there no fucking images of this? Let's look at, what's the website? Novo Nordisk? Novo Nordisk. Website. Only necessary. Let's see. Partnering. Okay, about us. Corporate governance. Executive management. Oh my God. Members of executive management. It's available here. Okay. We have that. We have that. We have these guys. There's no one here. Right? I don't see anyone here that looks like that guy. We don't have photos. We have like screenshots from maybe Henrik. I don't think so. Doesn't look similar to me. Who else could it be? It's not members of the board of directors, I'm sure. We'll check Eli Lilly and others in a sec. Martin Mackay. Is that guy one of the guys? Marty. No, I had a Marty Mackery, not Martin Mackay. Okay. Hi guys. Yeah. They said, are you okay? Ilya Yafa from Eli Lilly. Basel, Switzerland. Okay, Eli Lilly website. Where is the where can I find the Eli Lilly thing? Leadership. Meet our team. He's not listed here. Oh my God, did they remove him? Did they delete him? Where is he? He's not here. Did they delete him? Don't refresh the page. Open a new one. Oh, wait. Executive committee. David Ricks. Oh, yeah, UFO. No. No. And then what was the other? So we have Novo Nordisk, Eli Lilly, and who else? Was there another one? Oh, that's true. But I mean, some of these guys are like David Ricks was the guy there. But that's also why it's weird. So Gordon Findlay, global director, is based out of Basel, Switzerland. When it seems like all the others are on the American executive teams, right? This is weird. Were there any other companies there? Represented there? I forget. I don't feel like listening again. Hi. Yeah, right, Traven. Um, this guy is like old. He's by far the oldest guy there, except for maybe Trump. He's very old. Sorry, no offense. But he's got a full head of hair. Full-ish. Not super full, but, you know. He's got hair, which is more than most of these guys could say. You saw an article where Eli Lilly said he was theirs but never named him. Yeah. Wait, so they said, yeah, he was a guest of Eli Lilly, right? So when people say Gordon Finlay, was Gordon Finlay Eli Lilly? No, he's Nova Nordquist. So he's an Eli Lilly guest. Not a Nova Nordisk one. That's a simple one, too. That's a simple detail. Eli Lilly. Lily Gordon. Is it Gordon Brooks? No. They became overwhelmed by the events of the day. We're trying to identify this guy that collapsed in the White House because he is not Gordon Findlay. Oh, look, this person's saying it also. Okay, yeah, see? He's receiving the best medical care. Spokesperson. Yes, yeah, exactly. Rix has hair. Yeah, Traven. Which makes sense, right? Because, like, spokesperson, collapse, White House. Don't make me Google the whole thing. A no. See, this is why you don't trust AI for factual answers, as we always point out here. Sorry. A Novo Nordisk. That's wrong. That is factually fucking wrong, as we have figured it out. A spokesperson for Eli Lilly said he was receiving the best medical care. Yeah, this guy. He's very different from... How about... Yeah, we laughed about that. That's fucking funny. Gordon Sondland. No. I don't think so. He looks, I'm going to be honest, he looks more like he's got like a McConnell vibe about him. I don't know if it's like easy to see there, but he's got this weird like McConnell vibe to, I don't know. I know, but they're wrong, Bobby. We have confirmed that they're wrong. This is why, like, I mean, you know, journalists are great. Mainstream journalism, great. Often get it right because they have the tools to get a lot of information right. But they are wrong about this. If you look up the photos, they don't match. The companies, the guy was not with Novo Nordisk. Firstly, Gordon Findlay is a Novo Nordisk employee outside of the U.S. Novo Nordisk said he was not with them. Eli Lilly said the guy was with them. He was their guest, so he's not a Novo Nordisk employee. They have denied that Gordon Findlay was there. The photos look nothing alike. It is not Gordon Findlay. We know that. Yeah, no, we have a lot of photos. I mean, this is the video. I will say there's also, it's interesting. I guess he's got like this older style suit. He's got this older style suit and his pants don't match the jacket. Like, I don't, it's interesting. He's got the one with the more like the 3 buttons as well, which is like a little bit like older vibes too. Like what Gates did to McCarthy. That's funny. Good. I want them to eat each other alive. I love that. I love that for them. Let's look at, okay, who was he standing between? Because he's standing by David Moore, Novo, and as your Mike Dustar. Who's Dustar again? Dustar is with who? I forget. Oh, Dustar. Novo. Also Novo. Interesting. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter that much. Is it Eli? Thank you, Gerard. Who's Chris Klump again? Forget. Gordon. I don't know. Dr. Gordon. No, it's probably true, Charity. Trump has basically started his own pharma company because he's a fucking grifter. And he's making sure that medications are too expensive for people to afford. People are losing their health care. And so he's basically blackmailing pharmaceutical companies into dropping their prices to sell them through him so that he just makes money off of everyone. He's a fucking grifter. Eli Lilly can go fuck themselves. Yeah, Charity. No, $35 a month per insulin I believe, was repealed basically by, like, recently by these guys. Yeah, he says, Gordon, you okay? Can't figure out who this guy is. Sorry. Yeah. Honey. This is it. I mean, this is weird. It's interesting. Ugh. It's weird, but it's interesting. Gordon. Who was the guy who was talking when it happened? It was David Ricks, right? Eli Lilly. Yeah. Okay, so that confirms that. Because David Ricks called him by his name. Gordon, are you okay? So he seems to have known him. Yeah. I don't know. Well, that is definitely not Gordon Findlay. That's for sure. Dan Diamond is the one guy who basically is claiming this is the one guy. An associate of Rick's. Okay. ABC. According to who? Do they say? The eyebrow game is dark. Yeah. It's not, guys, it's not Gordon Findlay. We've basically confirmed that. Like, there's too many things saying it's not him. And the photos, when you get a high quality image up, it looks completely different. Where's our Getty? Like, we pulled up the Getty. I feel like the Getty images were the highest quality. Yeah. Where are they getting images? I'll just open this. Among the other photos, this guy doesn't look at all like him. Also, he has hair. This guy has hair. Gordon, and whatever, something. So, yeah, Nova Nordisk, both Nova Nordisk and Eli say the guy was with Eli Lilly. Yeah, King, we have that. That's the tweet we have pulled up here. But he's the only one who's saying it was a patient who uses Lilly GLP-1 drug. And that's why we're saying it's interesting. It's fucking funny. I mean, it's not funny that he collapsed, but it's interesting that this guy who might have been there to be possibly like the example patient collapsed. I mean, there's something interesting about that, I think. I don't know. I'm just saying. No, they aren't. They just said he was like overwhelmed with the excitement of the day or something like that. And here's the thing. Listen, like I'm an easy fainter. You know what I mean? So it can obviously be like nothing. It could obviously just be nothing. But also, they're like, it's just interesting. Andrew Harnick from Getty. Yeah, that's the one we, yeah. The Getty images we got here. This is Andrew Harnick image. He's got a few good ones, but I thought I kept the page open, but Getty Andrew Harnick. Wait, let's see. P1. Ugh. We had that thing. White House. Here. This guy. Yeah, but that's normal for fainting also, guys. None, like, I don't think there's anything weird about the way he fainted. That, like, and honestly, it could be as simple as the fact that he, like, locked his knees. You know what I mean? He could literally, it was probably something like that. He was standing there, he had his knees locked, and you know that, like, cuts off, that, like, restricts blood flow. You can faint really easily if you're standing for too long with your knees locked. Something, or dehydration, whatever. It's not necessarily something like nefarious or crazy or anything like that. However, low blood sugar, yeah. I mean, however, yeah, it is interesting if he in fact was there as a user of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. It is, yeah, it's interesting. It's curious. Again, yes, like Traven, I also faint very easily. So, and you feel it coming on. Like it rarely, at least in my experience, it's never been like that. It's like you feel it coming on for a second. But someone collapsed in the White House and they are refusing to identify who. And it's interesting. Yeah. Pim eyes. Okay. This one's a little blurry. But how good is Pim eyes? Hi. I know, right? That's the thing. Someone's saying we have one journalist claiming that he was like a GLP-1 user. So, and the thing is, they keep saying Eli Lilly said he was an associate of David, what's his face? Ricks, the CEO, the Eli Lilly CEO, an associate. So not an employee, not an Eli Lilly employee. He's been described as an Eli Lilly guest. I'm just saying, it sounds like this was... Can I get a wager with you? It's not. We've already figured out that it isn't. Yeah, one of the refs from one of the companies. What am I looking up? Oh yeah, screenshots. Timothy Mellon? Oh, like the guy who like gave the money or whatever. We also just like save. I feel like look at him asleep. Hi. Perfect photo for AI search. Start search. High resolution. Okay. So I guess, no, I can't use that photo. And this guy. See, it's not that guy. It's not what's his face. It got deleted? It's probably just the auto mod. No, Rusty. I can get banned for talking about that activity on a TikTok specifically. I'm not sure if I can on the other things, but no. I think Twitch also, actually. So I'm going to assume YouTube. Are you just trying to get me banned? Kind of sounds like it. Who's this guy? That's also a weird looking dude. Oh, I guess he's that guy. This guy. He just looked weird in this photo. I guess he's not there. That's once he was gone. Okay. I don't know. All right. Yeah, it's a regulated activity. You can't be like doing that on most platforms don't allow you to do that. Oh, there's more pages. There's more pages of these photos. But I think this is after the guy. Oh, okay, that's before. Beam, 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 beam. Ooh, beam, beam. Oh, look, here's another one. This one's pretty good. Oh, I think this is like when he's fainting. Look at that. Look at that guy. That is not... What's his face? Ay, ay, ay. Okay. The fuck is this? Oh my god. Oh my god, these fucking losers. It says, okay, Biden, he wrote it on with a fucking Sharpie. And by he, I mean Trump. He wrote Biden, retail now, and then this is or lower. Then it says or lower for Trump, MFN. But they blacked out here. So what does this actually say? Now here's another fucking mystery. That's interesting. No. What the fuck? What did I just do? No. Ah! Damn. Getty. GLP 1 White House. Yeah, we are, Michelle. That's basically. But now I want to know because he fucking. This is funny. Look at this. Why are you opening on that fucking window? No one told you to open on that window. Oh my God. Look at this. He wrote with a Sharpie on here, right? This is the thing. He wrote, okay, list. This is, here it says list. Let me see if I can zoom in for you guys on here. I guess I don't know if you can see that, but here, right here, it says list. He wrote in with Sharpie, Biden. Here, whatever it said, he blocked it out with Sharpie. And then it said retail now. That's definitely not what that, like they, and here it says Medicare, you know, the $245 Medicare copay $50, Trump MFN or lower. Like, what is the white? So this one says list. So that's like list price, right? This says around $500. He wrote Biden. That doesn't make sense. Biden has nothing to do with the list price. Here he blocked out whatever the fuck this says. It says retail now. I'm willing to bet that this, because this says about $500, I'm willing to bet that this is basically like average copay or Medicare, Medicaid, current Medicare, Medicaid, something. I bet this is like average Medicare. You think so? It might say Medicare, yeah. But then here it says $245 Medicare copay $50. I know, right? Out of buy pen. Yeah. And then or lower. Because, yeah, so this is list. This is Trump MFN. So that, like, this thing. You know what I mean? So this is something in between. So this is probably, like, average actual price. Well, this is list price. So that's like what it gets listed as. Yeah, I guess maybe so. This is what it actually, like, if you buy direct from Eli Lilly, maybe. I don't fucking know. But they blacked it out. Yeah, they blacked it out. Retail now. I mean, the press release, who fucking knows what the press release is? Like that retail now. What does it say here? That's what they're claiming that was for, but what does it actually say now? Like, or what did it actually say? I know that that's what they're claiming. $500 was the retail now, but it's wild. Or lower. It's also just like fun. Oh my God. I can't fucking believe this. I can't believe how much this works on those fucking idiots. What absolute fucking morons. I wish one of those, I wish a photographer or someone in the White House had the balls to walk up closer to these things, to these signs, and actually look closely to see what was blacked out, because they would be able to see it. I'm fairly certain. You know, you can see like how the ink dries on it differently. There it is again. She pays $170 a month after insurance for it. Yeah. Yeah. So he's going to be selling it for $245. Medicare copay $50. Pretty sure the copay is already fucking set by Medicare. God. Can't believe this. Can't believe this stupid fucking timeline. Let's go to the next page. I'm so angry at these people destroying this country. What losers. What losers? I wish. Oh, nice. The streets. I like the streets. It's fucking. Don't tell me, dude. Oh, I could almost see that. Oh, I could almost see that. I could see the writing except for this fucking thing. I think it says Biden. I think it says Biden. The first part. Oh my god. Did it download with the thing? Oh my god, I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding. Andrew Harnick, why the fuck? Don't make me pay $270 something. Guys, I'm pretty sure it says Biden there. Look. B-I-D-E. Did you see that? Am I crazy? It looks... Can you see that there? Oh, wait. It's off screen for you guys a little bit. There. Look. Look there. B-I-D-E. You see it, right? Yeah. He fucking switched it. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's see if I download from here. I'll do it. Come on. It's just lower quality. Yeah. Damn it. My god, why? Why would you put that fucking watermark right there? Right there. Page 2 or 3. Let's see if there's any others. I'm not paying. Can I print the image? Not without the watermark. And I don't want to pay $375 for this image. I just spent $50 on a fucking New York Post. Don't make me crowdsource for this. Is this the one? Yeah. Damn. I feel like it says SE here. You know? Maybe an A. That might be an A. I feel like this is an S. Could this be a little dang? Could this be like price? That might be price. Biden. I think it's Biden era price. Possibly. Watermark remover. Could I reach out to Andrew H? I think he might be. We could try, but I'm going to assume if he has access to the White House like this, he's like a buddy with them. Should I try it? It does say Biden price. I mean, how do you know? Andrew Harnick. Trump obesity chart. Images. Did they save it? And not did they save? It's not going to be high quality. But maybe. Yeah, I can make out the bot. Yeah. Someone else noticed this thing too. Yeah, but he didn't notice the. I can almost guarantee it says Biden something. I think it's probably Biden era price or something. I really don't want to spend. Andrew Harnick. Does anyone have him on X or anything? Large. What I would really want is the large one. Just $500. Jesus. Come on, Andrew Harnick. Are you fucking for real? Most favored nation. Thank you. Yeah. Biden proposal. Biden proposal. That's interesting. That actually. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, because that's why it looks more like a fucking A to me, and there's an L there. Yeah. Yeah. Whoa. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Whoa. Saved it to your phone and lightened it. You think this goes with it? Let's see. Oh my God. Oh my God. That's even crazier. Biden proposal. So the thing that Biden was trying to fucking do, that wait. This is the link you're sending me? Wait, what am I checking here? What am I checking? Oh, okay. At a dramatic proposed by the... Oh, okay. Proposed by the Biden administration. Less than half the price. Yeah, you're fucking right. This is it. You're right. You're smart. Good job. Good job, dude. Good job. Now, what is, do we remember the specific Biden proposal? Yeah, I think it's this one. Yep. Look at this. Well, this is list, negotiated price. Interesting. Here's another. This is what's interesting. Thank you, Charity. The Anti-Inflation Act. Okay. Also, hi, God. The Inflation Reduction Act, right? Biden. Drawing prices. Medicare. Yeah, well. Who was in here earlier saying something about $35 in 2020? That was you too. Where were they saying that? Because you were reading something about, oh, they said that he lowered it to $35. And I was like, I'm pretty sure that was fucking... Yeah, this is where I was just at. Okay. So now what's curious, though, I kind of want to know, because the number they provide, this is the same one, right? Yeah. Okay. What's the, on the chart that we're looking at, what's the number that they provided on the big one? Because I want to see where that number comes from. I bet we can find it, have it line up with something. Yeah, the AI search was, yeah. But it also just gets shit wrong sometimes. Okay. Galati. Let's see. Are any of these like the same ones? No. Diabetes. Trulicity. Diabetes. Of the list price. Novolog. Traceba. Here we go. This one's here. Lifting. What is this? Savings. Negotiated price for a 30-day supply. But they did get it down to $35, right? Where's the $35? Oh, here. Will you take benefit from the Inflation Reduction Act's $2,000 cap on out-of-pocket spending, which would be fully in effect an average of $400 per year? No. Vivid Mama? You haven't been in chat. I'm not. Oh, I appreciate that. We're not really looking at the medical side. We're looking at the policy side of this. If that makes sense. 35. Yeah, okay. Okay, but where? Okay, let's look at the. I want to find this chart again. 1350. Okay, that's a specific number. 1350. Current list, yeah. List price specifically. Here's the thing, though. I think that was made up, too. Okay. So, these negotiated prices, 30. We got to find this, though. Second round of negotiations. Where is this? What is this in reference to? Give me a fucking link. Give me a source. No. Yeah, this is why you can't trust AI. They're just. Dems say Trump's taking credit for something they passed without GOP support. Yeah. Oh, damn. Well, here we are. I think, here's what I think happened. Yeah. He did the first insulin cap, but also in the Inflation Reduction Act, he also did, We'll have to double check this, but this will cast the cost of Wegovy from $13.50 to ultimately $2.50 a month. You think Biden could have done this? Trump seems oblivious to the fact that Biden literally did it. Per Reuters, under the terms of the deal, drug manufacturers, blah, 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 for $149 a month for Medicare. Per Reuters. Where's Reuters? Come on, fucking... Oh, that's just the deal. Okay. Yep. Save this also. Save. Mm-hmm. Night. Without insurance. Oh, okay. Oh my God. Copy text. Decrease about 40%. 80% will only pay $25. What? Over 80% of Americans with insurance only pay $25 or less per month for these important medicines. Okay, here. Taro. This. Okay, blah, 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 blah. Also offer discounts can bring the out-of-pockets and those without. You're right. That might be where they're getting it from. That might be where they're... Because it says about 500, which says that's a made-up number, right? Here's the theory I'm working on right now, okay? Someone was basically told to make this chart, okay? And it was like, okay, show list price and show all the crazy savings that Trump is going to do, and then show the estimated, like the Biden proposal ones, right? So someone did that. They were like, they started with the actual list price. Then they said about 500. It says Biden proposal under it. And then they showed the Trump one, MFN. Trump saw this and clearly was like, no, because that made it look like Trump was lowering the prices, even if it was a made up number. We haven't confirmed if it's a made up number, but that's why I'm like trying to find where's this $500 number from, even though it literally says like about. So it's got like the squiggly equal sign, about 500. Took off Biden proposal and then listed list price as Biden for no fucking reason. And then changed the middle one. What did he label that one? What did he fucking label that thing? Labeled it retail now. Not what that is. And then 245 and then did, the MFN. Yes, they're trying to do Yes. They are. They're trying to claim credit for something that was already done, but also I'm trying to figure out where this like original chart, what is originally on the chart that they changed. So I'm saying I think that the chart was already made up. And then he didn't even like what the chart showed that was made up. You know what I mean? Yeah. He reversed Biden with Retail Now. Yes. But I think, and that's why I'm trying to find the source of this like about 500 number, just because I want to understand exactly where that number came from. And I'm trying to figure out if that was entirely made up. You know what I mean? But I think, because usually they try to find a number somewhere that like is a real number. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to find what that 500 number could technically be coming from. Crazy. Manufacturers' discounts are usually capped also. Okay. Oh, wait, where is this? Sorry, I'm just trying to like find where the fuck we are again. Was that? Yeah, that was the one. Okay. Two down is lit up for and those without. So Novo and Lilly also offer discounts that can bring the out-of-pocket cost of their treatments down to as little. When was this from? July 2nd, 2024. High list prices. Blah, blah, blah. It's fine. It hasn't been that bad, I guess. Although I feel like my like editing program is like struggling a little bit more. Sorry, you're saying Eli Lilly patient savings card and read the fine print. Can you tell me what exactly I'm looking for? Patient savings card. Where do I see the fine print on those cards? Like, can you just tell me where to go? Oh, hi, sorry. Oh, God, sorry. God, I just accepted your request. I thought you just... Oh, there you are. Oh, there you are. Hi.
Hey, buddy.
Hi.
I'm trying to, it's been a while since I read through that stuff that in the Biden
Mm-hmm.
Anti-Inflation Act thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's where they were going to negotiate with those companies and then bring down the price some.
Yeah.
And in 2027, I think it's 2027, I could be wrong about the year, they were going to go back in and negotiate for an additional somewhere between, I think it was like 20 and 60% off. Okay. So if you go ahead and take the 20 to 60% off, I just done middle of the road there, and it's about $500 a month. Okay. So I'm pretty sure that's where they got that number from.
Okay, so the about $500 a month is, repeat that for me again, is
That would have been the price that it would have come down to, roundabout, give or take.
Yeah.
And 2027, if I remember the right year that they were supposed to re-meet to do that, to renegotiate.
Price.
That would be with the Biden Anti-Inflation
The
Act thing.
Okay. Renegotiation. Because you said it was like a 60 to what percent reduction?
It was 20. It's been what, a year, 2 years since then. I'm trying to remember because I didn't go look it up because my internet's being super slow. And I think the year that they were going to renegotiate would have been 2027, but I could be wrong. You'd have to check that.
Okay.
But it won't matter now because Trump, I guess, undone that. But that's what it would have been. So I'm guesstimating. My best guess is that would be the price under in that middle graph. That would be that thing.
We got to just find the Inflation Reduction Act. Thank you. Thank you. Act. 2022.
That guy looks familiar, but I cannot remember his name. But I know for sure I've seen that guy before.
The guy that fell?
Yeah.
You think so?
That's what I've been doing. That's why my phone got too hot. My internet's trying to not work. I'm thinking he was one of those doctors from back during the pandemic.
Oh.
One of the guys that was saying, wrong stuff, but I can't remember.
Yeah.
I know his face, but I can't remember exactly who he is.
Okay.
During the disinfectant time.
Yes.
All that. I'm pretty sure he was one of those guys that was regularly standing behind everybody then too. But I've been going through videos and videos and videos, and I just can't find him again.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, yeah. Someone asked if we figured out who he is. No, but we found a new mystery. The edited charts. This is fun.
The redacted edited charts.
The charts that were already like kind of sketch, and then the redactions. Yeah, the edited charts. I mean, it's crazy. It's
that
funny.
Old man with his oversized Sharpie.
Mm-hmm.
Jeez.
Okay. This is the Inflation Reduction Act. Price negotiation. Let's see. Price applicability. Negotiating period.
Does that say every 2 years? I can't really see it. I don't know if it's my glasses or just too little on the screen.
No, it might just be like too little on the screen. Let me download this because it's always like annoying.
Because I was thinking every 4 years. But like I said, I don't remember when I read through that. It was right when it came out, whenever that was.
Yeah. Okay, let's see. Okay. Is that easier to read, guys?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay. Let me get this even bigger.
That's better.
Yeah, okay. Jeez.
So it came out 2022. That's why I can't remember it. It's been years ago.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Lowering whatever. Initial price applicability year. Beginning with 2026. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Literally. This is why I keep saying Democrats are so fucking bad at messaging.
Yeah. And why ain't I ain't looked at the news today. I don't know if any of the news people are on this or not. The regular news people.
Just found one article saying it just now. Yeah, I'm on 18.
I did see something else about it. It was like, I don't know, a couple of years ago also that I don't remember what news article, but some of them was talking about it. But I don't, they said,
Oh, really?
was saying that drug prices, those prices on those prescription medications were already going to come down a lot if the Inflation Reduction Act wasn't, terminated due to Trump.
Right.
I'll see if I can find that later.
God, Democrats are so fucking stupid. They're so fucking stupid.
What did I say? 2027?
They're so fucking
So I was off by a whole year.
Stupid, guys. Democrats literally, I know sometimes they don't have the ability to do anything else, but, they literally set this up to basically, for the reduction in prices to happen in 2026, when Republicans were planning on having a Republican back in office. Then, they fucking play themselves. They're fucking stupid sometimes. Okay, sorry. Provisions as part of the case of initial price applicability. Okay. Timing for initial price applicability. Yeah. Shall be applied by substituting September 21st, 2023. Yeah. Jesus Christ. These are the edits that were made. Moving it from 2003 to fucking 2026. These fucking idiots.
Yeah, that wasn't a smart move on their part, was it?
So fucking stupid, yeah.
So I think what they might be trying to do is that Eli Lilly company and those other big companies, they might be getting Trump to undo this, because if the Inflation Reduction Act thing would have just kept on going, eventually those prescriptions would be super cheap.
Yeah.
But it would take a long time to get there. And they wouldn't want that. And they'll take a little bit of a decrease in their salary over a whole lot.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
But so, I guess I do wonder, what, I haven't, looked into the details of the deal yet. I just saw that, someone mentioned that Trump sicked the FDA on both Eli Lilly and Novo, in September. They said specifically. I don't know what they were referring to. I was going to go look that up, but so I don't know what the details of this, because what also might just be happening is that they might literally be just doing the exact same deal through this, and they're just sucking up to Trump in the same way that Apple, I think, recently was yes, we love Trump, that's why we're investing XYZ amounts of money in this, da da da. And it's it was already investments that were announced the year prior or whatever, or because of the Infrastructure Reduction Act or whatever, or Inflation Reduction Act. And you know what I mean? These big fucking corporations are doing Trump the favor of just giving him credit for the shit that they were already doing, thanks to.
So he's trying to get credit for all the Biden stuff.
Yeah, and they're letting him because they just don't want.
Which is right up his alley for the kind of things he likes to do.
Yeah. Jesus. Section of negotiation is selected drug.
There was quite a few pages of this, if I remember right.
Yeah. So, do you know?
It was well planned out. I read through it before, and I'm like, dude, that's it's well planned out.
Mm-hmm. In what way? In just the steps, the reductions every.
Yeah, and the steps. That way, the reductions every little while. That way, it's not too hard on the company. They won't push back too much, but it also brings down the price over time. It's a pretty good.
Yeah.
I thought it was a good setup.
Has been.
Because that's kind of the Democrat thing to do, is kind of, they want to help people, but they also don't want to be too bad on the they don't want to be too bad on the corporations and companies either.
Yep.
So they do things step by step, slowly. ease into it.
It took too long to go into action. Yeah. Yeah,
It
took
normally
way too
does
long.
with this stuff. The way Democrats set it up, that's what they do. They make
They're
it take
so
a long time.
fucking stupid, dude. They're so stupid. I don't want to read this like closely. I'm too tired, but I
I'll
can't
save
believe
it
this
for
is
later.
happening.
I'm gonna read through it again too because like I said, I ain't looked through that since it first came out.
Okay. If you do read it and you have like you want to summarize the thing for me, please let me know.
Okay, I'll see what I can do.
You don't have to, no worries. But so basically, this is so basically, I do want to see. But if you see exactly, if you can confirm that like 500.
Well, since it's not it hadn't been implemented yet, all we can do is what do you call it? Extrapolate what it would have been.
Yeah.
And what I done to get to the I think I got $540 a month or something, was just take the middle of the road from the discount from the 35% to the 70 whatever percent or 60 something percent, and the middle of the road would have been like $540 or something.
Yeah. I want to see. It's like I want implementation for 2026 through 2028. Okay, so this, including the amendments made for 2026. I want to see the percentages. Where does it say like the? Do you remember were there actual like percentages listed in here for?
I don't remember. It's a lot of pages. I do remember that. And the percentages, I'm pretty sure, was based off of their first little negotiation thing.
Where is that?
Which was in that. It was in that news article I saw. I had to find out who done that. It was a newspaper.
Okay. Must cut US. I mean, I just see this where he's like, you guys have to cut the prices. Well, this was already the signature Inflation Reduction Act sign says okay, blah blah blah, by requiring. But it doesn't say in there. That's what I want to figure out. I want to
say we're going down on.
Yeah, I want to figure this.
Every couple of years.
Yeah, the scheme. Like, how was it set up? You know what I mean? Of like, okay, it said the the blah blah blah. Inflation Reduction Act said, okay, that drug companies have to negotiate the lower prices, but it like, and what if they didn't? What were the, you know what I mean? Like, what were the requirements? What was the thing? Because okay, general for the purpose under the agreement, blah 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 blah. Shall during the negotiation period, respect to the negotiation and renegotiation process. Because a lot of these are non-duplication. Shall not be required to provide access to the maximum fair price under subsection with respect to such selected fair price eligible and blah 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 of the Public Health Service Act.
So to find out the percentage, you'd have to go to that subsection.
Yeah. I'm also, because this is all like the additions. A maximum fair price eligible individuals who, with respect to such are described in paragraph A of section blah 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 at the. Okay.
I have to read through the whole thing again.
Yeah.
And then go, like you got to do. You got to go to all the different little subsections and then go to all the other codes, and it's time consuming.
Yeah.
But entertaining sometimes.
Yeah, it is. When you like, I feel like when you get hooked into it where you're like, okay, I'm fully clear on everything that's going on right here, you know, and then you can read it and it all makes perfect sense. But it's like, yeah, jumping in and it's all just like references to other things, it's like that's the period where I'm like, hold the fuck on, you know. But it's like once I'm like, no, okay. You know what I'm talking about? That like feeling where you're like, okay, I know exactly where all this.
Yeah. Somebody wants you to do the search, but I don't know the search. Oh, okay.
Just percent. No, the percentage sign isn't there. Let's see. Percent equal to 1% of blah, 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 blah. Or equal to at least. Expenditures. No, this is about expenditures. Total expenditure for the qualifying single source drug under Part B of Title 1% of the total expenditures. Yeah. No. Are equal to at least 80% of the total expenditures under such Part B, as so determined for all qualifying single source drugs of the manufacturer. What? See, this, it's not. Respect to the initial price applicability, year 2027 is less than during the most recent 12-month period applicable under A and B of subsection D, blah, blah, blah. The dollar amount specified in clause I increased by the annual percentage increase in the consumer price index. Okay, so that's going up with inflation, right? That's exclusions. Okay. Increase. Again, this is CPI with respect to subsequent initial price applicability year. Is less than during the most recent 12-month period applicable under. Okay. Am I equal to the applicable percentage described that blah blah? In case. I think they set it. I think the original set price is based on some sort of. It's based on average manufacturer price or something, I guess. Just looking at the references here.
Yeah, from the time it enters the market, they can do their whatever price, and then from there it's supposed to negotiate down every 2 to 3 years or whatever it was. All the way down to their patent expires or whatever.
Plan-specific enrollment weighted amount for the prescription drug plan or MAPD with the covered Part D during the amount equal to under such plan under Part D of Title X. Net of all price concessions received by such plan from. Okay. No. Short monopoly drugs and disease with respect to the selected drug rather than the extended monopoly and long monopoly 75%.
Yeah, that's where they're saying that they have to. Shoot, I don't remember. Let somebody be able to equate model or version of the particular prescription medication after I think half of their 20 years.
For such initial price applicability year may not be less than.
I'm sorry, 10 years. 10 years after their release date.
Factors. For purposes of negotiating the maximum fair price of a selected thing under the. Okay, this might be it. Whoops. Page 30. Let's do pink. Research and development costs. Okay, prior federal assignment, blah, 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 blah. Data on pending approved patent. Okay. Renegotiation process. Okay. As defined, selected, blah, 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 blah. For years beginning with 2028, during the price applicability period, with respect to such drug, maximum fair price, renegotiate. Okay. Selection of drugs for renegotiation. Okay. Renegotiation process. Process specified under consistent with the methodology under subsection B and in accordance with subsection C, D, and E. Yes, of course. Maximum fair price. Okay. So here we are here. Long monopoly.
The adding something and getting an extension on your patent is something that this bill was supposed to do away with and keep companies from being able to do.
Like it explicitly,
like Coca-Cola and other ones.
Yeah,
they can't do that anymore, or wasn't going to be able to do that had this been still in place and whatnot.
Okay, so they were starting, it looks like at least partially, they were starting with, because it was the Inflation Reduction Act, it's based on an amount equal to the applicable percent described in paragraph 3 with respect to of the following. Okay, wait, hold on. Paragraph 3.
I believe that's how much the development cost them.
The first initial price applicability year of the price applicability. Should end prior to the first day of November. Yep. Look at that. They're doing it on time. Fucking assholes. So some of it appears to be related to like the 2021 price, basically. Okay, I gotta look through this whole thing. Obviously.
Yeah, it's gonna. It takes a minute. I don't remember how long it took me to go through that before, but it was a while. It was days.
Did it select the whole thing? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah.
But it should make for a good video, if nothing else.
Maybe, if I can somehow get through all this without. I want to simplify it, right? Like, I want to figure out what were the basic things for, like, this is how they're going to negotiate it. This is how they're going to set the maximum. And I want to tie it very clearly to what has just happened, you know? And I want to make it clear, like, this is what the law says. This is what they're doing. This is a result of the law in blah, blah, blah ways. And then the charts, this is what the chart specifically shows, what they changed it to suggest that it showed. And, yeah. Thank you, Sherry.
Yeah, but with things like this, there's so much
But you're good at that. You can shorten it up to a 10-minute video or less.
I think so.
There's so much.
Yeah.
There's so much verbiage. There's so much going on in these acts and in these laws and things. It's like hard
Yeah.
to.
But that's why I'm saying,
simplify.
like, I wanna get those points of like, okay, so they basically said, starting on this date, you're forced to negotiate to set a price ceiling based on things like, R&D costs, blah, 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 blah. But I think also there's somewhere in there, it says something about like based on like price applicability. It talks a lot about price applicability, and it mentions like 2021. So I think part of it was also like based on, because they were trying to basically rewind or so, like, so to speak, the inflation. They were like based on prices from 2021 that, I don't know. But I guess this was in 2022, so it would be the previous year. I don't know. So yeah, I want to see just like the big points of like, at this point, you're going to be negotiating and the ceiling is going to be set by this. And then from here on out, every year or every 2 years, you're allowed to increase it or renegotiate it by this, but within, simplify to the basics. And then, yeah.
I don't think they were going to be. If I remember right, they weren't going to be able to increase the price at all. It goes down every year.
Yeah.
After their release date, after their market release date, and then it was going. That's why I was thinking, if those companies don't want it to go down to like really low, like super cheap, then they would get in there with Trumpy and say, this is going to really get us in 20 or 30 years. Is there any way we can like not let it get that low? So,
yeah.
But maybe not. It may be set in this Inflation Reduction Act bill where they can't undo it that easily.
Yeah. Well, but also, because also there's partially like, because they're negotiating, it seems that like a lot of the negotiation, like this is why I want to know like what comes into the negotiation and stuff. Because if it's just like, okay, every year you're going to negotiate, that's like, that to me sounds way too fucking loose for a law, where it's just like, you're going to have to negotiate, because then it's like, okay, they'll play hardball maybe. But it also sort of like assumes a good faith actor in the fucking executive branch that's like, okay, yeah, whoever is negotiating is going to negotiate on behalf of American citizens. And it's like, of course, Trump literally was like, oh, wait, we get to negotiate. I bet if I look up the date on which Trump RX was like announced, it's gonna like coincide somewhat with one of the deadlines.
Yeah, line right up.
It's gonna
probably will line right up.
Yeah, because they have like a few deadlines in here of like, by this date, the Secretary of Commerce or whatever has to propose, have to submit this proposal. And I bet you Trump RX, the announcement is gonna be like within one of those windows. And it's because someone told Trump, hey, we get to negotiate with them, and it's law that basically says that they have to basically accept. Oh, sorry, my camera. Basically, it says in the law that they pretty much have to come to the table and negotiate with us according to these terms. So we could literally basically force their hand, and we can force them to basically do it in a way that's going to give you a fuck ton of money. And so it's going to be...
And make us look good in the process.
Make us look good in the process, yeah.
But it being done by the Democrats and Biden, of course he would expect or be thinking it'd be good faith actors doing the negotiating.
Yeah, exactly.
He always wanted to work across the aisle and whatever.
Yeah. These fuckers. Okay. Well, if you do have time and start reading through it and figure out the basics, please let me know.
Yeah, I'll see if I can break it down into shorter, simpler, easier to understand.
Like bullet points. Or at least tell me where I can find the things. But yeah, the ban. Okay.
Still don't know who that guy was, and I'm not going to be able to rest till I get a better notion of who that fella was.
Well, keep that in mind.
He looks so. I know I've seen him before. I just don't know. I cannot place him.
Yeah. We'll keep it in mind.
He's definitely he's been in their circle for a minute.
Are you sure? Because the thing is, he just looks very similar to Mitch McConnell in my mind. So I'm wondering if that's what feels so familiar about him a little bit.
Not Turtle Man.
He does. That's the thing. He looks a little turtly. He does.
Looks a little turtly.
He does.
That's funny. He does look a little turtly.
He looks a little turtle.
Turtle, very turtly.
Turtle. A turtle. Okay.
His face in the Google search doesn't work because they don't let you do that very much anymore.
Oh, really? Oh, so they
Yeah.
can do it, but we can't? Fucking assholes.
Mm-hmm. That's right. That's part of that other thing you should do a video on. Some more of that Trump stuff.
Oh, which part?
Where we can't image search people anymore.
Oh, yeah.
That was part of him meeting up
That
with
was-
all those,
Was
you
it
know,
really?
tech
Oh, I
tech
didn't know
people.
that.
Yeah. Yep.
Damn. Are you fucking kidding me?
Mm-mm. It always worked before, and now it don't
Can
work.
protect our fucking motherfuckers. Okay. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate your help. This was a fun little rabbit hole to go down. This was a fun little mystery. that
These are always. We love mysteries where we can get online and just start searching for things we don't know. It's so much fun.
It's funny because recently I know what it was actually, because I posted a video recently that was behind like a subscription paywall, and then I took it down because I was like, I feel weird about this. But basically, I was like, would you guys want some behind the scenes videos that were like subscription only? And someone commented like, oh, I would love to see like the behind the scenes of how you investigate, of like your investigative process. And I commented like, I mean, it's pretty much me just like hunched over a computer. So like, you know, like filming it isn't gonna really do the thing. But so it's kind of funny that we did this on the live, because we sometimes like start searching for shit like this, but I don't think we've ever done, maybe once or twice, like a deep kind of.
Yeah, I could just see me filming that, you know, just asking Mrs. God, hey, where's that notebook that I had 2 years ago? I left it here on the table. Where did you put it? I had notes in that now I need.
Yeah. that very, very important.
Me running about the house.
I know it was here.
Yeah.
And I know exactly.
Rummaging through boxes looking for a notebook. I know it's here. No, not the yellow one, the red one.
Oh yeah.
That's how mine would go. And then back to the internet. Then back to looking for the other notebooks. That's how that would go.
You know, it's funny.
Going through screen captures like by the thousands, looking for the exact one.
Yep. Yeah, that's the worst when you'll lose the research and then you're like, oh. Like I know.
Oh, I left a page open for that somewhere, and then I go to my pages I've left open, and there's like hundreds of thousands of them. Oh no.
Or at one point you forgot and you just assumed you got screenshots of everything and you restarted your computer. So of course you've lost all the pages because you're like, well, obviously I don't know what the pages are, so I must not need them. Ugh. Anyway.
Yep.
But they, fuck, I was gonna say one other thing. God, I forget. I don't know. Oy, whoops. Sorry, I can't hear it. Oh, I was gonna say, yeah, no. A while back I was, and this is before I really got into TikTok, because this is me. You know, I like to know things. At one point I was like looking into the requirements to get like a PI license, a private investigator license, because that gives you access to like certain like databases and stuff. But you have to in like New York, you have to like spend a certain amount of time working with like law enforcement and stuff or something. And I was like, I don't know.
No thanks.
Yeah. You basically have to work under a PI or law enforcement and stuff, and for a certain amount of time, you have to have like an internship or whatever.
Yeah.
And I was like, just give me a course, a test, and let me fucking get licensed so I can access the shit. PI access.
No, they got to make sure you're going to be one of the peeps that you know.
I know.
Before they let you do that.
I might look back into those requirements. Might be worth looking into them again. Who knows? Maybe there's like a different state that I could get licensed in that would give me the same access. I just wouldn't be able to like advertise myself as a PI. You know what I mean? Not that I wouldn't want to do it professionally. Maybe. I just want access to the stuff.
Yeah, that little bit more. Grant you a little bit more access would be nice.
Yeah.
It would make this sort of thing way easier.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Cherie is like, what about in another state? Yeah, same thing. Can't you pay for LexisNexis? Oh, maybe. Can you? But is it a gazillion? It's probably a gazillion dollars. Bajillion dollars? I don't know.
I don't even know what LexisNexis is.
That's like that fucking database that, like, I think cops use, right? But, well, no, because cops need a warrant or need, like, a specific, at least in New York State, like, a cop can't just conduct a search on a person because they feel like it. They have to have, like, probable cause, even if it's, like, a traffic stop, right? They have to be in a crowdfund.
Mm-hmm.
Crowdfund.
Crowdfund for the money for it.
Let's see. Let's look this up, and then we're going to bed. Okay. Can I access Lexis? How can I access Lexis now? ID. Oh wait, maybe not. Am I wrong about what LexisNexis is? Law school credentials. Oh.
Yeah, you could go to law school real quick.
I mean, I keep talking about it. I keep being like, if I could afford law school, but I can't afford the time. Lawyer. My friend was a lawyer, so that might be a requirement. Just buried the lead there, just a little bit, Simon.
Yeah.
Quickest way to become a lawyer. Accelerated programs. Juris Doctor, JD. Oh, I could get a JD in just 2 years. Without going to law. In 5 states, you can become a lawyer without going to law school. What? What state? Vermont, Washington, California, and Virginia? California.
I know that.
Currently, New York requires at least 1 year of law school experience, plus an apprenticeship program. I mean, 1 year's not so bad. But an apprenticeship thing.
Maybe you could run for the office of Justice of the Peace. You could get access that way.
Yeah. Oh, man. I've got friends who
You don't got to go to law school for that or nothing.
You don't? Wait, just for working for them or something?
To be a Justice of the Peace, you just run for the office.
Can Justice of the Peace access LexisNexis?
I'm guessing so. I had an uncle that was a Justice of the Peace. He could look stuff up on people years ago.
Wait, they can access it through public law libraries? Wait, can public law library? Can anyone use LexisNexis? Law enforcement corporations, government. Students often use it. Some free legal professionals. Okay. Subscriptions. Okay. Individuals. Well, some consumer-focused person. Free legal news. That's stupid. Institutional access. Paid subscription. Or to access any of it. Lawyers generally have Lexis. Okay. The various court databases this site is searching are already online and publicly available and have been for years. Okay, so maybe Can private investigators use like a... Okay, maybe. Let's look up how much an individual buy now. Business users, but also let's look up one attorney law firm. Jesus.
That's kind of pricey.
Yeah. $1 bajillion.
Way out of my price range.
That's what I said.
$1 bajillion. That's not fair.
Let's look at the business one though. Jesus. Essential. Business reacher. News archives. Blah. Yikes. 145 years of news languages. Damn. This is cool. Can I access public records? Make content errors. Oh, this doesn't even include public records.
That'd be the expensive one for that, I'm sure.
Yeah, maybe. But it's just like, or maybe,
Top of the line.
because that's why it's like legal stuff, like, and court link. This is case law. This is court materials. I don't know. Most of this you could find anyway, to be honest. But this, except for the analytics. I don't know. Try the PI. Try the PI route. PI databases are probably costly too. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you get to be a PI, it comes with the hat and the coat.
That's true. I could just get the hat and the coat. You know?
That might help.
That might help.
That might help. Yeah, I'm going to jump off here and let you get some rest, and I'm going to go read through that thing and see what I can or start reading. It's a lot.
Yeah. Don't worry, you know, too much, like, if you're busy, like,
It's my hobby. That's what I do.
I love
you know that. I read through.
I know. That's why we're friends. That's one of my hobbies.
I enjoy reading. I enjoy reading terms and conditions and such. So.
I mean, yeah, I feel you. I do.
That's what I do.
That's why we found each other, God.
Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for hanging out. Looking forward to it.
Oh, thank you. Y'all have a good night.
You too. All right. Thank you, guys. Thanks for hanging out so late. I was not expecting this. I was gonna go make videos tonight, but I guess that's not happening. We got sucked into this mystery a little too deeply. But thank you so much. We'll see. Hopefully I'll see if I put a video together about all this. It might also just be a nothing burger compared to everything else that's happening. I don't know. Do people really care? But okay, thank you, Charity. I'll try to find it now. Hold on. Let me see. Requests. No. Charity. Okay. I just accepted it. Guys, go watch my second video on the sandwich. It's kind of lame. No one saw it. All right. Thank you, guys. Love you guys.